Psychoanalytic Training Program. Module 3. Lust, Drives, and Sexuality. A complete digital audiobook training program by the Mercurius Foundation. This audiobook has been carefully crafted for your listening experience. We encourage you to pause, rewind, and revisit the passages that speak to you most. Introduction. This is the foundational introduction for Module 3 of the theoretical section of the course. In this module, we will delve deeper into concepts regarding desire, libido, and sexuality according to Freud. Sexuality is a central theme in Freud's work. Therefore, the stages of psychosexual and libido development and the impact and repercussions of these stages on an individual's life are some of the concepts and ideas explored in this module. The manifestation of sexuality was heavily opposed. For Freud, the dimension of human desire, libido, the symbolic, and self-esteem are all related to psychosexual development. Thus, sexuality in Freud is not merely genital sexuality, but rather the foundation of personality and subjectivity formation. A theory of sexuality. It is certainly possible to associate Freud with the theme of sexuality. After all, it was his perspective on sexual development that allowed not only for a break from the paradigms of his time, but also for the development of a theory based on the evolution of sexuality in the early stages of life. Contrary to the common-sense concept of the time, Freud emphasizes two important points on the subject. Firstly, in his investigations into the history of sexuality, he found that its origin lies in a period earlier than the one socially attributed and recognized adolescence. Secondly, that the concept of sexuality goes beyond its definition as sex, as it was commonly thought. Popular opinion has very definite ideas about the nature and characteristics of the sexual instinct. It is generally believed to be absent in childhood, to emerge at puberty in connection with the development of maturity, and to be revealed in manifestations of an irresistible attraction exercised by one sex upon the other, while its aim is presumed to be sexual union or, at any rate, the acts leading to it. Freud, 1905. It is in 3 essays on the theory of sexuality, 1905, that Freud subverts, discusses, and proposes a new understanding of what is considered sexual. This is a typical feature of Freudian work, as it forms the basis for the evolving dynamic of the psyche from the very beginning of life, which he called psychosexual development. For many scholars, 2 of Freud's greatest contributions are the concept of the unconscious, the tendency to explain psychic and social phenomena through sexuality. The theme of sexuality would be addressed by Freud until the end of his life. This would even cost him his relationship with figures like Jung and Adler, who did not accept their master's conceptualizations. 3 essays on the theory of sexuality. The theory of sexuality is the main subject of this book by Freud. In this work, he advances his theory of sexuality, addressing childhood and the psychosexual development of the child. By exploring sexuality from early childhood, Freud aims to show the path to a healthy sexuality, one characterized by mature and normative attitudes, which, according to him, must begin not in puberty, but in infancy. In his theory, the psychoanalyst argues that even the healthiest individuals may carry some type of perversion. Through his observations of children, Freud claimed to have identified various practices that could be regarded as forms of infantile sexuality, even if many of them appeared harmless. In this book, he sought to connect his theory of the unconscious with sexuality. He presents sexuality as a driving force, one that leads to the development of both perversion and neurosis. To support this view, the author draws from his earlier work The Interpretation of Dreams, published in 1899, as well as his studies on hysteria. Thus, Freud points out that the unconscious is like a baby within us, shaped by infantile sexuality. Within it are contents such as desire, hatred, and anger, feelings that may resonate throughout a person's life as they come to recognize and feed them. In 3 essays, Freud dismantles traditional notions of sexuality, what was then considered normal. Through this lens, he arrives at several key observations, including the striking fact that some individuals are attracted only to people of the same sex and their sexual organs. Freud also notes the existence of individuals whose desires operate similarly to sexual ones. However, in some cases, people simultaneously reject sexual organs or their typical functions. These individuals were commonly referred to as perverts. In this sense, the sexual drive and the object it attaches to can be entirely different. Sexuality from birth. In his Theory of Sexuality, Freud asserts that sexual life begins very early, soon after birth. However, he emphasizes the need to distinguish between the concepts of sexual and genital. The term sexual is used in a broader sense, including activities unrelated to the genital organs. The basic sexual drive can be considered innate. The term stems from the Latin word for desire and is referred to by the author as libido. Among its key characteristics is an organic source, a force driven by pressure which, once released, propels the desire to achieve pleasure. There is an object or person required to fulfill this aim of pleasure-seeking. Thus, in the Theory of Sexuality, we see that sexual life includes the function of obtaining pleasure from certain areas of the body. Later, this function typically shifts toward reproduction. However, these functions don't always align perfectly. Psychosexual development and its stages. When addressing childhood, Freud also introduces the psychosexual development process, which, according to him, occurs in 3 stages: the oral stage, the anal stage, and the phallic stage. The oral stage is the primary phase, in which the baby finds special importance in the act of sucking. The mouth is vital for nourishment, and through it, the child experiences pleasure through oral stimulation. From this stimulation, they engage in gratifying activities such as tasting and sucking. In the anal stage, the libido focuses primarily on bladder and bowel control. This stage involves the major conflict of learning to manage bodily needs. As children gain this control, they begin to experience a sense of accomplishment and independence. In the phallic stage, the libido centers on the genitals. This is when children start to recognize the differences between male and female bodies. There is also the latency period, in which libido interests are repressed. During this time, the development of the ego and superego contribute to this period of calm. Finally, there is the genital stage, the last phase of psychosexual development. In this phase, the individual develops sexual interest in the opposite sex. It begins at puberty and continues through the rest of one's life. According to this theory, individuals deemed normal develop a sexuality that is socially acceptable. However, many people are unable to develop their sexuality in this way. Freud proposes that, throughout the development of human sexuality, other factors or characteristics may arise, such as fixation, homosexuality, perversion, regression, and neurotic repetition, among others. To better understand some of these terms, one must consider that these factors may arise from the developmental stages, especially when one of them remains repressed. It's as if the individual becomes stuck in an earlier stage, which is referred to as fixation, or returns to a former stage, which is known as regression. The themes addressed here are concepts still used today in developmental psychology and psychoanalysis, such as the castration complex and the Oedipus complex. This is one of the most impactful works in the fields of contemporary psychology and psychoanalysis. It opened a vast space for discussion around the revolutionary nature of sexuality, as proposed by Freud at the time. Moreover, the interpretations found in this book are still considered bold by many, while at the same time being rigorously scientific. The history of sexuality. Freud defined sexuality as the primary origin of neuroses based on his experiences and studies, in which all individuals, through their complaints, ultimately related to this theme. For various historical, social, and religious reasons, the history of sexuality has always been treated as little more than a taboo. Freud decisively transformed these concepts so that, in therapeutic analytical processes, such topics could be addressed naturally. This shift was largely due to the discovery of disorders related to sexuality, which require a great deal of openness and willingness from the therapist to approach such sexual issues. A subject so vast and far-reaching, the theme of sexuality must be treated with great seriousness, since the history of sexuality is directly linked to the history of humanity. From the dawn of time to the present day, the history of sexuality has evolved. Prejudices, myths, and aspects of sexuality still spark disagreement, irony, and intolerance. Despite the increased openness around this subject, it continues to provoke judgment and even death due to ignorance or lack of education. In prehistoric times, sexuality was used solely to satisfy desires and for reproduction. For a long time, people believed pregnancy was a gift from the gods. They worshipped feminine images of deities until they eventually realized that fertilization occurred through the male's semen, that is, through penetration of the woman. Sexual dysfunctions in the history of sexuality. This is when male gods began to emerge, and the penis became a powerful and respected symbol, representing strength and fertility, and came to be worshipped. There are many types of sexual dysfunctions, which is why it is up to the psychoanalyst to analyze these issues in conjunction with other professionals, sexologists, doctors, as the causes may be organic, psychological, or medication-related. Sexual dysfunctions and disorders are numerous, and we will not list all their specific issues here. However, research is encouraged into the causes of each of the following: sexual desire disorders, sexual arousal disorders, orgasm disorders and orgasmia, sexual pain disorders. We also have paraphilias or sexual deviations, which some experts debate whether to classify as disorders, such as exhibitionism, fetishism, frotteurism, pedophilia, sadism or masochism, voyeurism, transvestic fetishism, necrophilia, zoophilia, urophilia, coprophilia and clismophilia, partialism, oral contact, telephone scatologia, masturbation. As we can see, there is no shortage of disorders and dysfunctions. As long as acts are consensual and do not involve abuse, harassment, or disrespect, such as necrophilia, pedophilia, or exhibitionism, they do not constitute a violation or threat to society. Otherwise, they can be practiced in agreement between partners to spice up the couple's relationship. Regarding sexual orientations, we have heterosexuals, men who are attracted to women and vice versa, homosexuals, those who are attracted to individuals of the same sex, and bisexuals, those who are attracted to both sexes. Freud stated that homosexuality could be related to disruptions in sexual development, such as fixation on the mother during childhood, penis envy in girls, or Oedipal and narcissistic theories. However, he never considered homosexuality a mental illness. Some sexual disorders. In my view, it's a matter of choice, because no one is obligated to be attracted to something or someone that doesn't feel comfortable. Today, with the recognition of same-sex marriage, families are formed through love and mutual respect. There are also cases of low sexual desire, erectile dysfunction, or dyspareunia, which don't eliminate pleasure but reduce sexual drive in men and women, making it harder to reach orgasm. This is usually caused by incompatible partners or past trauma, such as sexual abuse or violence. Sexual aversion, or lack of pleasure during sex, can trigger negative feelings and lead to avoidance of intimacy. This is also referred to as sexual anhedonia. A lack of genital response, typically caused by psychological factors, may occur during sleep or with different partners. In women, it's more common during menopause and may be linked to vaginal dryness, infections, or even estrogen deficiency. There are many sexual issues a future therapist must be familiar with and explore, as sexuality encompasses numerous psychic dysfunctions. These can range from relationship problems to neuroses and severe psychological disorders, potentially harming both the individual and society in more serious cases. Treatment of sexual dysfunctions. The prognosis for these conditions becomes unfavorable to the analyst when the desire to improve does not come from the individual themselves, perhaps due to guilt or shame. Often, people tend to hide these issues. In the early stages, some may even enjoy the experience, especially when young or involved with drugs. In treatment, it's crucial to investigate all potential causes of these disorders in order to get better results. Whether the origin is biological, social, psychological, or pharmacological. Seeking treatment for sexual disorders improves individuals' and couples' quality of life, fostering harmony and a more pleasurable, lasting relationship. Couples must understand each other in all sexual aspects so that one does not encroach on the other's space or leave them feeling unfulfilled. Out of fear of revealing preferences or hurting the partner's feelings, many choose silence, causing the relationship to cool down, leading to separation and frustration. Inhibitions of sexual instincts. Sexual inhibitions can alter the psychological apparatus, as sexuality stems from the innate drives represented by the ID. We are born free, but instinctual desires become shaped by the culture of each person's country, resulting in repression and a lack of sexual freedom. Even prejudice can cause partners to suppress their sexual instincts. No one is completely free, but communication between partners can lead to better outcomes. Harmony in the sexual life can be achieved when both partners continue learning about each other every day. In the case of medication, it's important to remember that drugs for heart disease, depression, anxiety, seizures, and more can affect sexual function. In such cases, therapy must be combined with medical supervision. Psychoanalysis helps the individual understand the root causes of these disorders, embedded in the history of sexuality, aiding in self-awareness, self-evaluation, and self-affirmation, leading to real improvement. That is, it enhances self-esteem when one can address and treat the issue to lead a healthy sexual life. Reframing experiences leads to better dynamics in this area. The way sexuality and its disorders are perceived evolves over time, and science increasingly moves toward avoiding the pathologization of behavior. Understanding libido. To grasp Freud's theory of sexuality, one must explore certain concepts related to the theme that support the development and understanding of psychosexual dynamics, specifically the concept of libido. Originating from Latin, where it means desire/pleasure, libido is the dynamic manifestation, within psychic life, of the sexual drive. In other words, it is an instinctive and impulsive force that becomes sexualized, receiving an energetic investment, propelling the individual toward a goal and in the direction of satisfaction, pleasure. It's important to note that, in the early stages of his theoretical development, Freud posited that drive, or Trieb, had two components: a self-preservation drive, ego-related, and a sexual drive. A simple example to understand this idea lies in the baby's instinctual act of seeking the mother's breast as a source of nourishment, driven by the self-preservation instinct to satisfy hunger. However, even after being fed, the baby continues nursing, driven by the sexual drive, in search of libidinal satisfaction that goes beyond mere survival. In this way, and considering the phases of libido development, it becomes clear that libido will become fixated on certain organs, erogenous zones, in an attempt to attain satisfaction, pleasure. This is seen, for example, when the baby's mouth becomes an erogenous zone, sexualized, and thus imbued with sexual energy, and the child seeks pleasure motivated by attention-based stimulus, such as hunger. Thus, Freud proposes an organization of the phases of libido development, which encompasses the evolution of sexuality, beginning in childhood. He suggests distinct phases to structure this psychosexual development: the oral stage, the anal stage, the phallic stage, the latency period, and the genital stage. In each phase, the libido finds greater satisfaction in a different erogenous zone. Libido according to Freud. Libido, for Freud, is seen as an energetic force usable by the life instincts. Many tend to generalize the function and even the existence of this energy. It is specifically characterized as a sexual energy oriented toward pleasure. With that, the human being would have a voluntary force driving them to find ways to fulfill themselves existentially, including through sex. Though we are highly rational beings, we still possess a nearly wild nature that surrenders to instinct. In psychoanalysis, libido also relates to the psychological dimension of the individual. It can be viewed as a catalyst for a person's psychic experience in society, not only in interpersonal relationships, but also in understanding and adapting to the environment we live in. Lastly, there is also the notion of emotional fuel that connects us to others. Libido is seen as the driving force behind our desire for affection and connection, nourishing and sustaining relationships. Desire. For Freud, libido is directly tied to the idea of wanting something. We seek elements we believe are necessary for our survival and development in any given environment. Hence, this force is divided into knowledge, known as libido scendi. It refers to our natural urge to learn. It is part of our evolutionary process, as lived experiences contribute to personal growth. No matter how much we have achieved, the thirst for knowledge never ends. Sensuality, as libido sentiendi, this is a natural movement of our species. For example, flirting, a subtle yet exciting form of seduction. Some individuals exude sensuality naturally, without needing to force it. Domination. Lastly, there's libido dominendi, the energy of domination. It can be seen as the drive to conquer, whether it be something, someone, or a place, physical or abstract. It is tied to our more aggressive nature in asserting ourselves over the world. Instinct. When we speak of libido, instinct is a key element to consider. This energy activates the instinct for self-preservation and helps us avoid danger. In short, it is the trigger that allows us to stay alive and well to the best of our ability. As mentioned earlier, we are rational creatures, often feeling superior to other animals. However, our nature doesn't lie. It affirms our place in the animal kingdom. Instinct is reclaimed through the will to live, powered by libido. In essence, this force moves us and protects us from danger in all forms. It is the drive for preservation, survival, and renewal. Death drive. Libido, for Freud, also evokes a painful notion when we touch upon the death drive. The psychoanalyst validated the idea that we constantly seek both pleasure and unpleasure. Yet we also carry an inclination toward death, or at least to the symbolic representations of it. We involuntarily revisit painful parts of our past, even when we initially think otherwise. When we miss someone, for instance, we yearn to relive joyful moments. But doing so brings the pain of their absence and the reality of not sharing those moments now. This death drive stands in direct contrast to eros, the force of life and propagation. It moves toward all that lacks preservation. Still, both drives operate together in a cyclical and complementary fashion. Life drive. Libido, in Freud's view, is also closely tied to the concept of eros. It is the force that drives us toward survival and reproduction, primarily through sexuality. As mentioned earlier, libido is typically associated with carnal pleasure, which excites us. Moreover, it leads us into a more creative posture toward life. At this point, we begin to produce, physically, mentally, and emotionally. This creative expression is directed toward love for others, for ideas, and for existence itself. Libido gives us the power to awaken this desire and make it flourish. It's important to note that this life impulse, or eros, has nothing to do with someone's physical appearance. It speaks to the inner beauty of a person, the essence that transforms and becomes perceptible. Sublimation. One of the main roles of libido, according to Freud, is to fuel sublimation. Sublimation refers to the conversion of undesirable desires into productive and socially acceptable outcomes. In this sense, libido intervenes in the transformation of anguish. At certain points in life, we feel a deep emptiness, a lack of meaning. This void is filled when libido motivates us to seek fulfillment. For example, someone who anxiously waits for a loved one and sets out to find them. Pain manifests in many forms: physical, mental, or emotional. Regarding the latter, many people create music, paint, or dance as a form of expression. It all depends on one's willingness to work through pain. It's not exclusive to the artistic world. Frustration. Things don't always go as planned, which leads to frustration. Libido then pushes us toward change, prompting us to shift direction. A good example is someone dissatisfied with their life who decides to make positive transformations. Development. Once Freud identified libido, he recorded how it manifests. According to him, it emerges in early childhood. Babies use this primal force to suckle at their mother's breast, ensuring their survival through breastfeeding. This progresses through stages, starting with the oral stage, where the mouth is used for stimulation. Then comes the anal stage, where pleasure is derived from the retention and release of feces. The phallic stage marks a shift in the dynamic between parents and children. Latency is the period during which libido is dormant, lacking the strength to emerge. This phase extends until adolescence. Finally, the genital stage, where the sexual organs become the primary source of pleasure. Libido, for Freud, was viewed as the engine driving human creation. Whether toward growth or decay, it is always present, counterbalanced by its opposing force. Without it, one might say we would behave like plants. That's why when libido is lacking, both body and mind become ill. On the other hand, its excess can be dangerous, potentially leading to obsession. Balance is the key to everything. Sexual drive and libido. Despite the evolution of ideas surrounding the subject, even today it remains difficult to talk about sexuality without confronting social, moral, religious barriers, as well as theoretical disagreements. Sexuality is present from the moment of birth and follows us throughout life until death. Psychoanalysis emphasizes the topic of sexuality, as it is considered the key to understanding the human mind. However, the context is much broader, as it refers to a drive-based sexuality. Freud investigated sexuality and its importance in the psychic formation of human beings. His discoveries caused a rupture with the ideas of his time, especially those concerning infantile sexuality. Childhood had always been associated with innocence, and babies and children were considered asexual, as if sexuality were only awakened at puberty. Freud developed his theory of infantile sexuality through clinical treatment sessions in which he observed psychological disorders in adult patients. This is where the terms sexual drive and libido emerge. He had great difficulty defining what sexual meant, perhaps because he lived in an era when anything related to the subject was considered improper and not to be discussed or investigated. Meaning of libido. The Latin term libido means desire or will. In the dictionary, libido is defined as the psychic energy that, according to Freudian theory, originates from the sexual instinct and determines the entirety of human conduct. The notion of libido is a key concept for understanding the sexual drive. The dictionary defines drive as the constant and unconscious pressure that compels an individual to act in a way that can relieve or satisfy a state of great internal tension. When Freud introduced his first drive theory, he used the analogy of hunger to help explain how the ego drive functions. Hunger represented a force manifesting the self-preservation drives. Libido, on the other hand, was the manifestation of sexual drives, the very dynamic of sexuality. Freud considered libido a quantitative force, though it is immeasurable. The sexual drive directed toward the ego. Libido circulates freely through the organism. It can be diverted, repressed, inverted, or displaced in seemingly infinite ways. It was also believed to be the driving force behind both the sexual drive and the life drive. The source of a drive is its erogenous zone. The drive's goal is tied to the release of accumulated libido onto a particular object. However, there is no guarantee that libido will actually reach these objects. Its path may be diverted back to the ID, used to strengthen the superego, or even directed toward the ego. Freud called it narcissism when the sexual drive takes the ego itself as its object. To clarify, an object can be a real or imaginary person or thing that serves as the target of a drive. Anything, physical or mental, toward which an action, thought, or feeling is directed. She was the object of his desire. The energy of the life drive. Libido then becomes the driving energy of the life drive, which seeks to discharge itself onto objects. From his studies of psychotic disorders, such as schizophrenia, Freud discovered the pathogenic process of withdrawing libido from objects and redirecting it toward the ego. A hallucination, for example, is the libido's attempt to find an external object for release, even when it is actually redirected inward. In this case, the hallucinated object is internal, but appears to be external. With the second drive theory, libido becomes the vital energy of the life drive, whose goal is to release itself onto objects. When the object is external, the energy is called object libido. When the object is the ego itself, it is referred to as narcissistic libido. In the split between death drive and life drive, libido stands in opposition to aggression. Eros and Thanatos. Freud thus proposes a parallel nomenclature of Eros, life drive, and Thanatos, death drive, referencing ancient Greece. Love and hate come to be considered the energies of the drives. This opposition is less rigid than in earlier models, as Freud now allows for the possibility that these energies can act together in many behaviors. The so-called repetition compulsion is a good example of this fusion. Unconsciously, a person may repeat behaviors or actions that bring visible displeasure, yet also produce an imperceptible gain in pleasure. What is sexual drive? For Freud, the definition of sexual drive was first based on distinguishing it from what is commonly called sexual instincts. Sexual drives cannot be reduced to mere manifestations of sexual behavior, intercourse, masturbation, etc. Rather, they are impulses energized by libido. Freud's study of hysteria and obsessive neurosis allowed him to develop the theory of how drives operate in the psyche. Neurotic symptoms arose from the fact that patients' sexual drives were repressed by the ego. Once rejected, these impulses found complex paths through the unconscious. In the development of sexuality, from childhood to puberty, the sexual drive appears as a set of partial drives. These partial drives define infantile sexuality, as their sexual nature is tied to the activities of specific erogenous zones. For example, breastfeeding activates a partial drive in the oral erogenous zone. It is essential to highlight the coexistence of sexual drive and libido, given the importance of both concepts in psychoanalytic theory. The subject of sexuality is not only broad but also controversial, as it often clashes with notions of morality. However, for psychoanalysis, sexuality is the gateway through which the child experiences the world and awakens desire. Therefore, we can affirm that psychoanalysis approaches this topic with the seriousness and responsibility it deserves. Libido and sexuality. Human sexuality, beyond its association with the reproduction of the species, can also be linked to individual and mutual pleasure. It is through childhood sexuality that the adult will develop their own sexuality. Thus, we move into the study of childhood sexuality to define the theses contained in Freudian theories. Types of sexual maturation. Empirical knowledge arises through the observation of children undergoing treatment. Moreover, the studies of Alfred Kinsey are frequently cited due to his pioneering work, which was not followed by others. The sexual development of individuals occurs clearly, and sexual maturation begins at puberty. This sexual maturation presents the following types. Precocious occurs when boys and girls show signs starting at 10 and 9 years old, respectively. Delayed occurs when signs appear at 13 in girls and 14 in boys. Puberty in boys and girls. Male puberty occurs between the ages of 10 and 13 and is mainly characterized by the transformation of the genital organs, the appearance of facial hair, voice changes, skeletal elongation, among others. Female puberty begins between ages 11 and 14, marked by menarche, and is characterized by the widening of pelvic bones, the appearance of pubic and underarm hair, among others. The beginning of sexual maturity. Alongside the onset of sexual maturity, sexual behavior also begins to develop, influenced by family culture. An interesting fact is the preference among adolescents for stable relationships rather than sexual liberalism. In this phase, self-description also becomes increasingly context-specific. This increasing complexity in self-perception exposes the adolescent to certain discrepancies between the self and the ideal, the real self and how others perceive them, the real self and how they should be, and the real self and others' expectations. Stages of libido development. In this moment of transformation, libido emerges. Thus, we understand that libido is not only related to sexuality. It is also present in other areas of life, such as cultural activities, and it develops through distinct phases that characterize development: the oral, anal, phallic, latency, and genital phases. Libido and sexuality according to Freud. For Freud, a drive has its source in a bodily excitation. Thus, life drives do not have a constructive character, while death drives represent a return to a previous state or to the absolute rest of the inorganic. Freud also believed that the stages of personality development are related to the stages of libido. Put simply, we can say that personality develops in response to three main sources of tension: physiological growth processes, external frustrations to impulses, internal conflicts between dynamic forces. Libido phases in human development since childhood. During growth, libido moves through three different stages. Oral phase, 0 to 1 to 2 years, the infant's primary interest is concentrated in the mouth. Anal phase, 1 to 3 years, libidinal energy centers on the retention and expulsion of feces, with much focus on control of the anal sphincter. Phallic phase, 3 to 5 to 6 years, the penis or clitoris becomes the focus of libidinal energy. Preference for the parent of the opposite sex. From ages 3 or 4 to 6 or 7, the child develops a strong interest in the parent of the opposite sex. In boys, this fantasy takes the form of castration anxiety. In girls, it manifests as fear of genital mutilation. To manage this situation, the boy may think, "I cannot have my mother just for myself, but I can make a part of her become a part of me. From my father, whom I love and hate, I cannot escape, so I will become like him." In girls, a healthy woman is not capable, as a man is, of replacing the infantile bond. Thus, she compensates by deciding to one day have a child, becoming a mother, and thereby achieving a satisfying mother-child relationship. The repression of fantasies and sexual activities. From ages 7 to 12 and up to 14, we have the latency period. A key feature of this stage is the repression of sexual fantasies and activities. It is an intermediate phase between infantile genitality, phallic phase, and adult genitality, genital phase. As the adolescent exits latency and enters puberty, they experience an endocrinological surge in the body, resulting in an exacerbation of libido. Fixation points. By late adolescence and early adulthood, the so-called fixation points may be observed. These correspond to unresolved phases of development. In such cases, regression may occur, defined as a return to behaviors characteristic of an earlier developmental stage when faced with a stressful situation. Defense mechanisms. To support this Freudian theoretical understanding, we examine defense mechanisms, functions of the ego that, by definition, operate unconsciously. When mobilized in response to a threat, they activate a series of repressive processes to block painful experiences. As acts of defense, we have several mechanisms defined by Freud in his works: sublimation, denial, regression, projection, introjection, pathological defenses, reaction formation, undoing or compensation, isolation, rationalization. By understanding these defensive acts, psychoanalysis can also be described as a specialized form of psychotherapy. Psychotherapy is not only a theory of personality, but also a theory of culture, life in society, or a philosophy about human nature. According to Freud, psychoanalysis emerged in a very limited field. Initially, it had only one objective: to understand the nature of what was known as functional nervous diseases. It sought to overcome the impotence that had, until then, characterized medical treatment, and from the beginning, it had the hope of contributing to cultural development as a significant ferment for deepening our knowledge of the world. Although authors like Alexander and Selesnik place psychoanalysis within the historical development of psychiatry, most historians of psychology position it at the beginning of the evolution of clinical psychology. The stages of libido development. In an effort to organize and explain his theory, Freud structured the understanding of psychosexual development into 5 stages or phases that, although well-defined, are not rigid. This means that these phases can take more or less time, and one phase may overlap with another. In other words, while these stages are arranged within a chronologically evolutionary framework, they are not necessarily linear. There may be advances or regressions. Nevertheless, each stage is capable of leaving permanent marks. Freud called these visible marks throughout the psychosexual stages fixation points. That is, during the development of these phases, and through the subjective experiences lived, certain conflicts may arise that hinder the normal progression of these stages. As such, nodal points are formed that become fixed in a specific stage and will resurface when a period of crisis, emotional representation, appears later in the person's life. We will see examples throughout the explanation of each developmental stage. In other words, the stages of sexual development occur during childhood and preadolescence, but fixation on one of these stages, at the expense of the others, may emerge at any point in life, with the individual regressing to one of these stages. Zimmerman explains and illustrates the dynamics of this mechanism as follows. Different evolutionary moments leave imprints on the psyche, what Freud called fixation points, toward which any subject may eventually make a movement of regression. These fixation points are formed from either excessive gratification or frustration of a specific erogenous zone. In the first case, when faced with unbearable anxieties, the subject attempts to regress to a time and place that felt protective and gratifying. In the case of excessive frustration being the determinant of the fixation point, regression often occurs, as we now know, as an attempt to recover certain existential black holes. Therefore, each movement of regression, arising from fixation points, will present different references and behaviors depending on the various stages of psychosexual development, as we will see below. Libido, desire, and motivation. Everything we experience has a significant influence on who we are and what we will become. Understanding the stages of life can lead us to find motivation to become better each day. Sexuality begins in childhood. Childhood is a stage of our development in which we are not yet able to speak for ourselves, and our mental health depends heavily on the people around us. Thus, environments with mature individuals tend to foster appropriate mental health for living in society. With the onset of sexual maturity, the development of sexual behavior begins. This development is a very complex process and results from the interaction of several factors. Physical development. Psychosocial development. Exposure to sexual stimuli, as defined by culture. Social contact groups, friends, sports groups, etc. Specific situations that provide access to erotic experience. Sexual behavior will depend on the family nucleus one belongs to. During puberty, we gain the status of physiological reproducers. However, adrift in a body that is taking on new forms, there exists a subjectivity under construction, seeking from the surrounding reality the resources for growth and affirmation. Sexual behavior is influenced by family culture. Yet even in families that tend to talk less openly about sexuality and relationships, such behavior is observed. Sexual identity. The term identity corresponds to the answer to the question, who am I? The answer to this question develops through a long and complex process that begins in the first hours of life and extends into old age. Within this long process, adolescence represents a key moment of great significance. In the identity development process, 2 driving forces act: the individual's desire for self-knowledge and the quest to shape oneself, build one's personality, improve and develop self-development. Adolescence is the time for questions. To grow? And grow for what? In this epic of self-construction, life circumstances are what we present to the world and to others, expressing our best way of living. The 3 forms of recognition. Higgins, 1987, described 3 types of self: the real self, the ideal self, who the person would like to be, and the ought self, which represents the person's identification with certain duties and tasks imposed by the social environment. The social environment has an image of how the individual is and how they should be. The increasing complexity of self-perception exposes the adolescent to different types of discrepancies between the self and the ideal. That is, when the image one has of oneself does not match the person they wish to be, they tend to feel disappointed and dissatisfied. Between the real self and how others see the individual. When the person's self-image does not match the image held by others, family, friends, they tend to feel ashamed and humiliated. Between the real self and the ought self. When the individual's self-image does not align with the idea of the obligations and tasks they believe they should fulfill, they tend to feel guilty and engage in self-blame. Between the real self and others' expectations. When their self-image does not align with the expectations and desires of family, friends, or other important groups, the individual tends to feel threatened, afraid, and exposed to pain and danger. Motivation and pathological defense. Our way of life brings to the surface profound existential questions, often stored and buried in our unconscious. These are issues such as phobias, anxieties, and depression. They are caused by defenses that become excessively activated. That is, they become pathological. Pathological defense is a defense mechanism that is no longer effective. What determines whether the conflicts become pathological is how they are handled. Therefore, achieving quality of life requires a conscious learning of our psychic arsenal. This begins a deliberate path toward maturity. Motivation as a form of libido. Libido, longing or desire, is characterized as usable energy for life instincts. According to Freud, human beings possess a separate source of energy for each general instinct. Its production, increase or decrease, distribution and displacement should provide us with possibilities for explaining observed psychosexual phenomena. According to Freud, a drive has its source in a bodily excitation, a state of tension, and its goal is to reduce the state of tension at its origin. It is through the object, or by means of it, that the drive may reach its goal. Reframing the word desire. Desire derives from the Latin da, which indicates a specific downward motion. The other part of the word is sidereum, which in Latin means star, celestial body. The word formed, desiderium, literally means the fall of a star, which is the exact Latin translation for desire. From that point on, a word originally created to describe a natural phenomenon came to take on a much broader meaning. So much so that it eventually erased all memory of its original significance. Unintentionally, the man who began making wishes upon falling stars had no idea of the powerful instrument he was leaving behind as a legacy for humanity. To desire is to want with maximum intensity. It is to have an uncontrollable will, to long for something regardless of the obstacles in the way. This is where motivation arises. To desire what we do not yet have is born from this eternal restlessness that pushes us ever toward the next falling star. Therefore, motivation is a path toward achieving new goals, taking into account all stages of our lives, with the aim of becoming increasingly whole in every aspect of life. Thus, to live a quality life and manage oneself as consciously as possible, one must seek motivation in the things that inspire us to be better, regardless of what may have happened in certain stages of life. It is necessary to rethink our existence and live a life that seeks excellence in human relationships by subjecting our desires to a lucid will for evolution. The stages of psychosexual development. Given that sex is still seen as a taboo in many communities, Freud's proposals were the subject of much controversy. However, one thing is certain. His findings opened the door for many scholars to develop new and valuable theories. This made it possible, and continues to make it possible, to understand psychoanalysis in a broader sense. For Freud, these stages are of utmost importance for personality development. Going through all of them naturally and with respect will contribute to the development of a psychologically healthy adult. Oral stage 0 to 1 year. The first stage is represented by the mouth, which is considered an erogenous zone. After birth, this area receives much attention from the baby. Thus, the act of sucking and feeding brings pleasure. For this reason, the child is constantly seeking oral stimulation. Because of the care received during this phase, the baby also experiences feelings of comfort and protection. Anal stage, 1 to 3 years. Stimulation moves from the mouth to the act of controlling physiological needs in the anal stage. However, despite the name of the stage, controlling urination also produces stimulation. The feelings developed include independence, as the child becomes able to control bodily functions they previously could not. Therefore, this ability should be encouraged by parents, who must be careful not to repress mistakes. Instead, focus should be placed on successes, on the times the child succeeded. This is a positive way of reinforcing the experience. Phallic stage, 3 to 6 years. Here, children begin to notice the differences between men and women. It is also in this stage that a major aspect of Freud's theory appears, the Oedipus complex. According to Freud, boys begin to feel rivalry with their father at this age. They wish to replace him in the relationship with the mother. At the same time, they fear punishment if the father were to discover this desire. In the case of girls, Freud claimed that they experience penis envy, a theory considered contradictory. In this phase, girls feel resentful for not having a penis. Thus, they feel castrated and anxious for not having been born male. Latency stage, 6 years to puberty. The focus of this period is not the erogenous zones, but rather social development, the formation of bonds, and living in society. During this time, sexual energy is repressed. It still exists, but is no longer the main focus. In this context, becoming fixated in this stage may cause the adult to struggle with forming satisfying relationships with others. Genital stage, from puberty to the end of life. Previously, interests were personal. The child did not feel the need for sexual relationships with others. In this stage, the desire to engage sexually with others emerges. Thus, if the individual has gone through all stages properly, they will arrive at the last stage with the ability to maintain balance in various areas of life. Controversies. If today, talking about childhood sexuality still shocks many people, imagine decades ago. It was at the end of the 19th century that Freud released his studies, challenging society's view that children are pure, innocent, and completely asexual beings. It is clear, therefore, that Freud caused great astonishment. However, he managed to create space for the development of this field of study in the years that followed. As the first to explore it, some points were questioned by other researchers. Still, the development of a theory by successors is no surprise. It's a natural course of science. Penis envy. Foucault, a philosopher who lived in the same era as Freud, questioned the evidence on which other philosophers based their theories. Some of these questions were applied to Freud. On what evidence could he claim that penis envy exists? Was that evidence real? This philosopher questioned the construction of knowledge itself, and this questioning was applied to Freud. One such inquiry was about the concept of penis envy. Wasn't it, at the time, just a reinforcement of dominant power discourses? According to Foucault, truth and power are interconnected. Thus, those in power hold the truth and destroy contrary evidence. Freud lived in a patriarchal social system. Given that most scholars, professionals, researchers, and politicians were men, Freud's evidence wasn't sufficient to convince all his followers and successors. Concepts of masculine and feminine. Semiotics is a science that also leads us to question the construction of what is considered masculine and feminine. Society has evolved for many years, and with it, concepts about masculinity and femininity were formed. According to Freud, in one of the stages, the individual begins to develop sexual identity, expressing traits of femininity or masculinity. But to what extent is this instinctive in human beings? And to what extent are children simply reproducing meanings they've learned about masculinity and femininity? At birth, biological sex already assigns a set of meanings, starting with color, which differentiates the baby's gender. Toys and games are also essential for teaching these concepts. Therefore, many have questioned this aspect, since it's inaccurate to claim that expressions of masculinity and femininity are entirely natural or intrinsic. There is clear social interference. Human sexuality. Much is said about this topic, and parents often worry about inappropriate content for their children. However, sexuality is something impossible to separate from our lives. Sexual energy, called libido, is a driving force for all human beings. It is connected to a basic instinct, reproduction, and the continuation of the species. Just like hunger makes us need food, or alertness helps us respond to danger, sexual energy is present in our daily lives. Through it, we decide what to wear, how to eat, feel motivated to take care of our appearance, and communicate with others. Therefore, it's important to remember that speaking of sexual energy does not necessarily mean referring to sexual acts or even conscious sexual attraction. Fixation. According to Freud, when a child goes through one of the stages and faces unresolved issues, they may develop a fixation. As a result, this can lead to personality problems. In the first stage, for instance, if the child continues to be breastfed when they should be learning independence in the second stage, issues may arise. In this context, they may become a dependent adult. On the other hand, they may develop addictions related to drinking, smoking, or eating. Fixation can persist into adulthood. If unresolved, it remains stuck in certain aspects. A clear example is that of women who often engage in sexual relations, but are unable to reach orgasm. In this context, it's clear that while children are generally considered asexual, girls are even more so. Behaviors accepted in boys are often more severely condemned in girls. It's no surprise that many women feel so repressed that they grow up with relationship problems. This is a social issue that affects the psychological and intimate lives of thousands of women. The importance of sexual education. There are certain things children are not ready to know. However, according to psychoanalysis, there are also stages that must be respected. Thus, children should learn about the world according to the phases they are in. In this context, it's worth remembering that sexual education helps children form a healthy personality. This way, they can handle their own bodies well and relate well with others. It teaches that some areas require boundaries and should not be touched by strangers. Acting this way can help the child develop in a healthy way and even avoid abusive situations. Therefore, educating a child sexually does not mean teaching them what sex is. As they move from one stage to another, they will naturally discover what feels good or not. Repressing this discovery can lead to issues of insecurity and self-confidence, or, in severe cases, even mental disorders. Oral stage. The first stage of psychosexual development, the oral stage, extends from birth to around 2 years of age. As the name suggests, the mouth is the organ that receives libidinal investment, erogenous zone, which is associated with pleasure, especially through breastfeeding and the use of a pacifier. It is interesting to note that the purpose of oral libido, beyond instinctual gratification, also aims at incorporation, which in turn serves the process of identification. In other words, these bodily experiences, here represented by the mouth, begin to generate subjective imprints in the mind, which will contribute to the formation of the baby's psyche. This is, in essence, a self-erotic phase. The mouth serves for nourishment, protection, knowledge, learning about the external world, and also for pleasure. It is a way for the baby to partially relive the protection once experienced in the womb. And although the mouth gains notable relevance in this stage of development, all other senses are fundamental for communicating with the outside world. Thus, it is in this phase that the baby, through oral activity, seeks to interject objects, to bring them inside, in an attempt to find identification, as the baby is still entirely dependent. It is also worth noting that this stage can be divided into two moments: the sucking phase and the cannibalistic oral phase. Symbolically, the first moment is known as the passive-receptive oral phase, in which the baby receives content, such as breast milk, and seeks to incorporate these objects both physically and psychically. The second moment is called the active incorporative oral phase, in which the baby is already able to spontaneously grasp objects, especially with the emergence of teeth. It is during this moment that aggressiveness becomes evident in the sense of asserting dominance over the object, that is, a more active stance. For the baby, there is no clear distinction between self and external world, between possessing and destroying. In this stage, fixation resulting from subjective experiences during this age range will lead to behaviors involving this erogenous zone as a means of satisfaction. For example, habits such as excessive talking or being a great speaker, smoking or drinking excessively, chewing gum, among other activities that involve the mouth as a source of pleasure/satisfaction. From a symbolic point of view, as it corresponds to adult life and represents a regressed phase, from 0 to 2 years, it is possible to observe personality traits such as strong dependency, fear of abandonment, and low frustration tolerance. In this view, an adult who displays the habits and symbolic behaviors described above may have a fixation point in the oral stage. As seen in Zimmerman's citation, this regression may be motivated by either gratifying or traumatic experiences from that phase when the mouth was the primary erogenous zone, from 0 to 2 years old, which the unconscious adult feels the need to relive. Oral stage 0 to 2 years. Erogenous zone mouth. Mouth-related habits: talking, eating, drinking, smoking. Traits: dependency, fear of abandonment, low frustration tolerance. Anal stage. With predominant libidinal investment, though not exclusively in this erogenous zone. The sphincters, controlling urination and defecation, become highly charged with libido and give name to this new stage, which spans the second and third years of life. Important functions are performed throughout this stage, as Zimmerman describes: the acquisition of language, crawling and walking, curiosity and exploration of the external world, progressive learning of sphincter control, mastery of motor skills and pleasure in muscular activity, early exercises in individuation and separation, for example, eating alone without help, the development of verbal language and communication, with the symbolic use of words, toys and play, the acquisition of the ability to say no, etc. Thus, the child begins to have the important experience of manipulating excretory content, urine and feces, learning to retain, expel, control, and thereby, through this subjective experience, exploring self-erotic pleasure. This is the first time in life the child demonstrates self-control, with a gradual differentiation between themselves and the external world. This stage is also divided into two subphases: the expulsive anal phase and the retentive anal phase. In the expulsive anal phase, the child begins to understand, through the sensation of pleasure, their excretory function, which also becomes a way to affect the parents. Hence the characterization of a sadistic anal understanding, imposition upon others. In the retentive anal phase, with the discovery of the ability to retain, control, and manipulation are also learned, forming a masochistic character, imposition upon oneself. It is precisely in the anal stage that these experiences of sadism and masochism begin to gain significance, generating individuals who, when fixated in this stage, become ambivalent, harboring love and hate simultaneously, highly competitive, in need of control and/or manipulation over people and things. It also gives rise to the development of obsessive-compulsive neuroses, a theme to be explored in greater detail in future course modules. Associate as follows. Oral stage. Age, 0 to 2 years. Erogenous zone mouth. Signs of regression. Mouth-related habits, talking, drinking, smoking, eating. Dependency. Fear of abandonment. Low frustration tolerance. Anal stage. Age, 2 to 3 years. Erogenous zone. Sphincters controlling feces and urine. Signs of regression. Ambivalence, love/hate. Excessive competitiveness. Desire for control and manipulation. Desire to accumulate possessions. Obsessive-compulsive neuroses. Anal stage according to Freud. A child's brain development begins as early as the second week of gestation. Throughout life, this cycle completes itself in a way that sequentially shapes the entire psychic and behavioral structure. The anal stage corresponds to the part of a child's development involving control over their own anus. This moment is, essentially, the foundation of their psychic security and the formation of personal values. It occurs between 18 months and 2 years of age, extending up to around 4 years. During this period, the child's tendencies towards sadism begin to emerge, as well as their defensive traits. This is a natural process in any human being and relates to our instinct for survival. That's why behaviors like possessiveness, aggression, selfishness, and domination become more noticeable in the child. Although these behaviors may seem negative, they are important for child development. All of this occurs so that the child may develop in a healthy, balanced way. This second stage of libidinal evolution connects with the intestinal and urinary systems. Understanding of reality. One of the most striking aspects of the anal stage is the child's growing awareness of self. In essence, the child starts to understand they are not the center of the universe and that the other exists. From this, they realize the need to follow rules and obey the adults around them. At this point, the so-called ideal ego is formed, everything passed down by ancestors. With that in mind, a few key aspects should be noted. It is the stage where the child learns the ethical foundations of life. The child already has enough discernment to understand the values being taught. For instance, they can understand that they shouldn't run indoors. In a rudimentary way, they begin to absorb lessons they will expand upon later in life. Literal understanding of things. It is important to be cautious when communicating with a child at this stage. Their mind lacks the mechanisms to interpret nuance or subtext. Therefore, they tend to understand things literally and internalize them as such. Lack of understanding can cause distress. As an educator, you need patience to address the previous point. For example, if you tell a child you'll leave them behind, they may feel deeply abandoned. Keep in mind that you and your partner are the bridges that lead this child into the world. It is also during the anal stage that a child begins repeating the mantra, "No, it's mine," revealing a type of egocentrism that, while constructive, is clear to observe. When an adult interferes with this egocentrism, by forcing the child to share their belongings, it can significantly impact their development. This happens because the limbic system is disrupted, triggering a rage response. This is often when parents begin labeling their children as rude or strong-willed. However, helping the child manage the anger caused by denied pleasure is an essential part of their growth. Such interaction is crucial because when the cycle of the limbic system is completed, it helps the child yield to the caregiver's guidance. This is when self-esteem begins. It is the origin of self-love. Through this, the child learns that they don't need to be emotionally dependent on others, becoming more self-confident. Beginning of the anal stage. The anal stage begins when the child becomes interested in their feces and urine. Children react differently to these elements, influenced both by curiosity and upbringing. While some are comfortable expelling waste, others, due to parental attitudes, grow up feeling disgusted by the process. In their early mentality, the child understands that feces are their first creation. From there, they begin working with it as a symbolic object of their development. This is about achieving security through domination and ownership, attained by controlling the retention or release of feces. It is here that the child asserts their will and autonomy through aggression. As a result, a defense mechanism based on rage is installed until another strategy is learned. To clarify, if defending something of theirs, they will bite another child, without guilt and with complete certainty of what they're doing. Healthy sadism. Expelling feces from the body represents healthy sadism in the child. It is through this aspect of the anal stage that they learn how to get rid of what no longer serves them. something vital to adulthood. A well-developed child will know how to let go of something. A well-conditioned upbringing during this stage provides lasting benefits. Imagine a child who cannot let go of an object or leave an abusive relationship. The tendency is for attachment to trap them in discomfort. Take initiative. Beyond letting go, the child will learn to initiate this process. Many adults are passive in bad situations due to fear of consequences. Instead, a child well guided during the anal stage will develop the autonomy to move forward. Teach the child to handle their feces. The anal stage helps the child understand autonomy and form a connection with their feces. For this reason, as a parent, you should teach hygiene early. However, avoid emphasizing that feces are disgusting, dirty, or require extreme care. Many adults make the mistake of saying a child's poop smells bad or making faces to show disapproval. Even if you dislike it, remember, it's the child's creation, and they already understand that. You should validate this creation rather than demonize it. For instance, after cleaning the child, have them say goodbye to their poop as it flushes. This makes the situation lighter and the process of development more enjoyable. Retention of feces. Fecal retention that begins in the anal stage directly reflects what kind of adult the child will become. This control of sphincters and retention shows an ability to take care of things, to store or save. Doing so helps the child grow into a conscientious and responsible adult. When the process goes well, it leads to someone who can express themselves, let go of the unnecessary, and move on with confidence. It also reflects in their ability to save and plan for the future. On the other hand, poor development during this stage can result in a repressed, selfish, irritable, and overly scrupulous person. This person may grow into an adult who judges what is dirty in themselves and others. A fear rooted in childhood becomes the basis for someone who normalizes suffering or inflicts suffering on others. Final considerations. We have seen that the anal stage is a moment of discovery for the child and must be valued. Many adults fail to grasp the magnitude of this process, often mislabeling defecation as a shameful, uncomfortable, or painful act, an image that directly influences a child's education. If your child is in this stage, remain close and teach them what they need to know about the process. Remember, you are shaping a future adult who will learn to let go of what does not help them and hold on to what supports their emotional development. Phallic stage. Lasting from the 3rd to the 5th or 6th year of life, this stage centers on the phallus, understood in Greco-Roman antiquity as the symbolic representation of power concentrated in the anatomical organ penis, marking the symbolic establishment of the genitals as the erogenous zone invested with libido. It is worth noting that, for Freud, up to a certain age, children of both sexes assume the existence of male genitals in everyone. Hence the phallic representation in the description of this stage of psychosexual development. Later, some authors would reject this standardized nomenclature, even while acknowledging that the same region is erotically invested in both boys and girls. In this phallic stage, it is very common to observe children's curiosity regarding genital areas, both their own and those of others around them. It is no coincidence that there is an endless number of whys related to these and other questions, in an attempt to find some explanation for these new perceptions. Fantasies of boys such as, I have a penis, so am I like my father? Why doesn't my mother have one? Did she have one and lose it? Could I lose mine? Form the basis for understanding castration anxiety. Another important event in this stage concerns the masturbatory act. The encounter with this new genital experience produces pleasurable tactile sensations, leading to the manipulation and display of the genitals, without, of course, the malice projected by adults. Likewise, the child's imaginary fantasy is nourished by external stimuli that allude to the parents' relationship, nocturnal sounds, TV scenes, etc., and in some cases, literal exposure to the parents' intercourse. Therefore, this primal scene, a concept coined by Freud, ends up producing fantasies which, if not well processed and are guided, may trigger more significant psychopathologies such as perversion, discussed in more detail in the next chapter. And it is precisely in this stage of intense experiences and interactions with parental figures that the famous concept of the Oedipus complex becomes consolidated. In general terms, this complex designates the set of loving and hostile desires that the child experiences toward their parents. That is, throughout psychosexual development, the child tends to seek references for their feelings in their parental figures. Thus, in a normal development, the child tends to identify with the paternal figure, and in another movement, perceives the mother as a loving figure, object of desire. So the child wants to be like the father and desires to possess the mother. This feeling, within the family dynamic, leads the child to view the father as a rival and attack him, since the child wants the mother all to themselves. It's important to note that Freud projected this same phenomenon into social life through mechanisms of control, morality, laws, school, culture, religion, etc. It is important to emphasize that the psychoanalytic concept of the Oedipus complex, a central theme in the structuring of Neuroses, is a personality organizer through four fundamental aspects. It allows the establishment of a triangular relationship, inclusion of the father in the mother-child dyad, can foster the child's understanding of the need to renounce omnipotence and possessiveness, to comprehend the difference between the sexes, and to understand that parents are autonomous figures with their own space. When the child realizes they are outside the mother-father relationship, they are affected by intense feelings related to abandonment, betrayal, hatred, revenge, fear, guilt, among many others. It is in this context that castration anxiety may emerge, and with it, the dissolution of the Oedipus complex. This castration fantasy can be understood as a response to the enigma posed by the anatomical difference between the sexes, presence or absence of a penis, to the child. While for the boy, this anxiety is experienced as the possibility of losing the phallus. For the girl, it is lived as an absence felt as a loss or damage, and from there arises the need for compensation, denial, and repair. This leads to the possibility of forming identifications, that is, the search for a sense of self-identity. As the child begins to externalize in relation to the mother and cannot defeat the father, they begin to acknowledge the existence of norms and the need to pursue their own development, which will characterize the following stage, latency, and a well-resolved Oedipus complex. The resolution of the Oedipus complex enables entry into adult genitality, which will later be resumed in adolescence. Otherwise, if this transition is not adequately established, fixation on earlier stages, pre-Oedipal, oral and anal, may occur, triggering various psychopathological disorders. Thus, reflecting on the resolution of the Oedipal conflict not only allows for the continuation of psychosexual development toward adult genitality, but also shows that the child has truly introjected the father and mother figures, identification and desire, and understood that their parents have an autonomous relationship. The child realizes that their libidinal energy linked to sexual desire must now be directed toward someone else, after the latency period, and no longer to the mother, thus removing the father from the position of rival. Associate as follows. Oral stage. Age, 0 to 2 years. Erogenous zone, mouth. Signs of regression. Habits related to the mouth, talking, drinking, smoking, eating. Dependency. Fear of abandonment. Low frustration tolerance. Anal stage. Age, 2 to 3 years. Erogenous zone. Sphincters that control feces and urine. Signs of regression. Ambivalence, love/hate. Excessive competitiveness. Desire for control and manipulation. Desire to accumulate possessions. Obsessive-compulsive neuroses. Phallic stage. Age, 3 to 5 or 6 years. Erogenous zone, phallus, stage of genital recognition. Signs of regression. Fixation on the oral or anal stages is a sign of an unresolved phallic stage and an unresolved Oedipus complex. Disorders related to the two previous stages are signs of an unresolved phallic stage, as well as specific phallic stage disorders, such as narcissism. Latency period. This period is marked by a hiatus, interval, in the development of sexuality. Generally beginning after 6 years of age, the child enters a moment of relative amnesia, regarding previously lived subjective experiences. In other words, there is a kind of repression of the childhood sexuality experienced up to that point. Another important aspect of this period is the development of ego structures, thanks to the experiences to come. At this time, the child directs their libido toward social development, meaning entry into formal schooling, interaction with other children, engaging in physical activities like sports, all of which promote the formation and maturation of character, since the child is exposed to moral and social aspirations. Associate as follows. Oral stage. Age, 0 to 2 years. Erogenous zone, mouth. Signs of regression. Habits related to the mouth, talking, drinking, smoking, eating. Dependency. Fear of abandonment. Low frustration tolerance. Anal stage. Age, 2 to 3 years. Erogenous zone. Sphincters that control feces and urine. Signs of regression. Ambivalence, love/hate. Excessive competitiveness. Desire for control and manipulation. Desire to accumulate possessions. Obsessive-compulsive neuroses. Phallic stage. Age, 3 to 5 or 6 years. Erogenous zone, phallus, stage of genital recognition. Signs of regression. Fixation on the oral or anal stages is a sign of an unresolved phallic stage and an unresolved Oedipus complex. Disorders related to the two previous stages are signs of an unresolved phallic stage, as well as specific phallic stage disorders, such as narcissism. Latency stage. Age, 6 years to puberty. Erogenous zone. Hiatus, no specific erogenous zone. Signs of regression. As there is a repression of erogenous sensations in favor of ego development and the construction of social relationships, regression to this stage is not typically discussed. Latency stage in childhood sexuality. In his clinical work on the causes and functioning of neuroses, Freud discovered that most repressed thoughts and desires are related to sexual conflicts located in the early years of life. That is, childhood holds traumatic experiences that are repressed and form the origin of current symptoms, thereby confirming that the events of this life stage leave deep marks on the structure of personality. The stages of psychosexual development. Oral stage, 0 to 18 months. Libido is centered in the oral region, mouth, lips, teeth, gums, and jaws. Pleasure comes from sucking. Traits we carry to this day include the pleasure we feel when eating, biting, sucking, kissing. Anal stage, 18 months to 3 to 4 years. Libido decreases in intensity in the oral region and centers on the anus. Pleasure comes from retaining or releasing physiological needs. This stage also marks the beginning of the child's development of what is called the Oedipus complex. Phallic stage. From 3 to approximately 6 years, boys and girls begin to change how they relate emotionally to their parents. They channel their energies into social interactions with other children, as well as into sports and school activities, with the overcoming or suspension of the Oedipus complex and Electra complex. After these stages of infantile sexuality comes the latency stage, which is a prepubertal phase. Latency stage means the state of being hidden, unknown, unmanifested, dormant. It is the time between the stimulus and the individual's response. In this period, the libido is prevented from manifesting, and the unresolved sexual desires from the phallic stage are not satisfied by the ego and are repressed by the superego. During this phase, sexuality typically does not progress. On the contrary, sexual urges lose intensity, and many things the child used to do and understand are abandoned and forgotten. In this stage of life, after the first blossoming of sexuality has faded, ego attitudes such as shame, disgust, and morality emerge. These are meant to face the future storm of puberty and pave the way for the awakening of sexual desires. ID, ego, and superego. The ID contains everything that is inherited, that is present at birth, and that forms part of our constitution, especially the instincts that originate from somatic organization and find psychic expression in forms unknown to us. The ID is the original, basic, and central structure of the human personality. exposed to both the somatic demands of the body and the demands of the ego and superego. The ID is considered the reservoir of all psychic energy. The ego is the part of the psychic apparatus that is in contact with external reality, the part where reason and the conscious state of alert prevail. The ego develops from the ID as the person becomes aware of their own identity and learns to appease the constant demands of the ID. Like the bark of a tree, the ego protects the ID but draws from it the energy needed for its own operations. Its task is to ensure the health, safety, and sanity of the personality. One of the ego's main functions is to establish the connection between sensory perception and muscular action. In other words, to command voluntary movement. The final structure of personality develops from the ego. The superego acts as a judge or moral censor over the activities and thoughts of the ego. It is the repository of moral codes, behavioral models, and standards that constitute the personality's inhibitions. Freud describes three functions of the superego: conscience, self-observation, and formation of ideals. Much of the ego and superego may remain unconscious, and is typically unconscious. That is, the person is unaware of their contents, and effort is needed to bring them into consciousness. Sexuality in the latency stage. In the latency stage, the child's sexuality becomes either repressed or sublimated, centering on intellectual and social activities and learning, such as games, school, and on forming friendships that will strengthen the sexual identity of both sexes, that is, feminine or masculine characteristics. Children begin to adopt new identity references, such as teachers, who often become the child's crush, and also begin to identify with fictional heroes. During this phase, they tend to form same-gender groups, strengthening relationships between children of the same sex. This is when the so-called boys' clubs or girls' clubs emerge. The latency period or stage is when culturally determined sexual values and roles are acquired. This is when children start playing house, mom and dad, and other similar games. It is also when, according to Freud, the child begins to feel shame due to imposed morality. Genital stage. This period is initially marked by puberty and adolescence. In this sense, we can think of this moment as a new phase of transformation. It involves the physiological maturation of the sexual apparatus, along with anatomical and physiological changes. It is, so to speak, an ailment, from the Latin adolescere, to grow through pain, a time of crisis and rediscovery. The need for self-affirmation in the search for individual, group, and social identity. It's no coincidence that this period is marked by frequent acts of defiance, rebellion, misunderstandings, fears, and doubts. It's also worth noting that the Oedipal complex is revived during this stage. In other words, unresolved Oedipal conflicts prompt adolescents to confront feelings of abandonment, betrayal, incestuous desires, hatred, and revenge toward their parents, as they attempt to establish their identity. Therefore, in order to achieve healthy maturation, it's necessary to abandon erotic projections toward the mother and seek identification with the father, and vice versa for girls, reversing the roles of mother and father. In doing so, one can enter adult genitality, becoming an individual capable of forming whole relationships with others. Associate as follows. Oral stage. Age, 0 to 2 years. Erogenous zone, mouth. Signs of regression, habits involving the mouth, talking, drinking, smoking, eating. Dependency, fear of abandonment. Low frustration tolerance. Anal stage. Age, 2 to 3 years. Erogenous zone, sphincters that control feces and urine. Signs of regression, ambivalence, love/hate. Excessive competitiveness. Desire for control and manipulation. Desire to accumulate possessions. Obsessive-compulsive neuroses. Phallic stage. Age, 3 to 5 or 6 years. Erogenous zone, phallus, stage of genital recognition. Signs of regression. Fixation on the oral or anal stages is a sign of an unresolved phallic stage and an unresolved Oedipus complex. Disorders linked to the two previous stages signal an unresolved phallic stage, in addition to specific disorders like narcissism. Latency stage. Age 6 years to puberty. Erogenous zone. Hiatus. No specific erogenous zone. Signs of regression. Since there is a repression of erogenous sensations in favor of ego development and the construction of social relationships, regression is not typically referenced in this phase. Genital stage. Age from puberty onward. Erogenous zone genital. Signs of regression. This is a stage of maturity, so fixation at this stage is not generally viewed negatively. On the contrary, when an adolescent or adult, who should be fixed at this stage, remains stuck in earlier stages, regression occurs, with the characteristics mentioned above. Unfolding of libidinal fixations. As seen so far, from a Freudian perspective, libido is organized into developmental stages which, although they leave deep marks on the psyche, are not necessarily fixed. In other words, development is not rigid and varies based on each individual's subjective experiences. Likewise, the duration of each stage may shift and intertwine, with no consensus even among experts on the topic. Thus, especially considering the idea of fixation points, individuals will organize themselves based on their experiences in each stage, potentially giving rise to a specific psychic structure unique to each person. In this context, due to childhood experiences, whether marked by painful frustrations or overstimulation in pursuit of satisfaction, libidinal pleasure may become linked to a specific erogenous zone, such as the mouth, anus, or genitals. And this fixation of libido may serve as a reference point throughout the individual's life in the search for pleasure stimuli, especially in extreme difficulty, where psychological processing is needed. Sucking fingers, biting nails, excessive smoking or drinking during times of frustration or nervous tension can be interpreted as manifestations of fixation to the oral pleasure stage, linked to breastfeeding and excessive pacifier use during childhood, to which one returns in times of insecurity. Excessive pleasure in accumulating wealth may reflect fixation on fecal retention during the anal stage, as well as certain types of constipation or intense pleasure in defecation. Likewise, some forms of masturbation and narcissism could be considered effects of fixation on the phallic zone. With that, another concept is clearly tied to this process: regression. It's essential to caution that beginners in psychoanalytic studies should avoid overly judgmental impulses. One must be careful before labeling a behavior as neurotic, perverse, psychotic, or as a fixation in the oral stage, etc. Generally, such labels may have didactic value or allow for interpretative hypotheses about collective behavior, but they should not be used as a form of superiority by the psychoanalyst when judging individuals outside of a therapeutic context. That said, we emphasize that the comparisons and characterizations made here are meant for didactic purposes and serve to illustrate Freud's concepts with examples. Take neurotics, for instance. When facing, in adulthood, insurmountable obstacles or severe frustrations, they regress or return to a former form of libidinal pleasure as a way to cope with the situation. The adult personality appears to regress to an earlier developmental state, resuming childish behaviors typical of early life. Once the relevance and repercussions of libidinal fixations in the psychosexual stages are understood, Freud, throughout his clinical work, suggested that certain adult behaviors showed clear parallels with these stages, which guided the psychic organization of adult patients. Thus, in what Freud called sexual aberrations, we can understand that the fixation of libido in each developmental stage determines a range of distinctive behaviors, each with its own characteristics. It is in this context that Freud elaborates on his ideas about sexual deviations, or perversions, such as fetishism, masochism, sadism, narcissism, voyeurism, pedophilia, among others, as a way to explore the dynamics, direction, and fixation of libido. In this sense, the sexual object, source of pleasure, and the sexual aim, act toward fulfilling the sexual instinct, are, for some reason, deviated from the normal sexual act, pleasure through genital penetration with a person of the opposite sex. It should be noted that in early psychoanalytic theory, homosexuality was viewed as a deviation from the norm, a view Freud would later revise. Later psychoanalysts reinforced the non-pathological nature of homosexuality, even removing the suffix ism, which could imply a disorder. Thus, students are encouraged to consider heterosexuality, bisexuality, and homosexuality as distinct and valid sexual orientations, without value judgments. When consulting earlier texts, it is important for students to update their perspective to a more inclusive one. Psychoanalysis is a constantly evolving field. Feel invited to produce new material in the form of books, articles, lectures, based on your experiences as a student, therapist, or future therapist. It is said that perversion exists when orgasm is achieved through other sexual objects, homosexuality, pedophilia, bestiality, etc., or through other bodily zones, anal intercourse, for example. And when orgasm depends imperatively on specific external conditions, fetishism, transvestism, voyeurism, and exhibitionism, sadomasochism. These may, by themselves, provide sexual pleasure. Thus, perversion can be understood as being governed by the functioning of partial sexual drives. That is, pleasure is achieved through an organization centered in a specific genital zone, which defines the object and aim in the pursuit of pleasure. Take, for example, the sadomasochist. The individual experiences sexual pleasure in the role of aggressor, a characteristic of sadism, when seeing the victim being hurt, and also in the role of the victim suffering violence, a characteristic of masochism. Sadism is understood here as aggression toward another. Masochism corresponds to turning this activity inward, into passivity. This sadomasochistic organization, therefore, would arise during the anal stage, in which experiences of control, domination, aggression, and destruction are more evident, given the psychosexual development occurring at that time. Thus, when libido is fixated at this stage, due to a traumatic experience, for instance, the sexual organization of the adult individual will be tied to that symbolic and partial experience, where pleasure is derived from aggression, violence, and humiliation of others, while also positioning oneself as the oppressed. Definition of sadism. A person with a sadistic personality is simply someone who derives pleasure from the suffering of others. Contrary to common sense, some individuals actually savor witnessing another person in pain. Whether or not they are the direct cause of that pain, what matters is the satisfaction they gain from someone else's distress. This pleasure may come from witnessing difficulties, tragedies, violent events, or even crimes. Regardless of the situation, the individual activates mental mechanisms that result in intense, albeit momentary, gratification. Thus, they may receive such stimuli throughout the day, even simultaneously. However, it is important to point out that not every person with sadistic behavior is a serial killer or maniac. Many people, particularly in sexual contexts, derive pleasure from inflicting pain. In the case of individuals with sexual sadism, their perception of pain is altered. Even if they know it's causing harm, the sensation overlaps with one of satisfaction. Types of sadism. Although all forms involve the pleasure of causing pain, the early roots of behavior help define the type of sadism. The practices of a sadistic person generally fall into two paths. By understanding these, we can see that, in part, their actions stem from natural impulses. This is because such individuals may not be fully aware of what they're doing when it comes to passive sadism. Although this person identifies as a sadist, they may not notice when they engage in certain behaviors. For example, they might forget to feed their aquarium fish. This seemingly unintentional negligence can lead to prolonged suffering for the animal. Active sadism. This is the most common form and involves a deliberate intention to harm a person or animal. As previously stated, not all active sadists are psychopaths, but this behavior can raise moral concerns. Examples include sprinkling salt on frogs or slugs, kicking animals, or hunting birds for pleasure. Sexuality. Sex often provides the perfect setting for the release that the sadistic individual craves. Every touch intensifies any sensation of pleasure this person experiences. The intimate and provocative environment offers the perfect excuse for them to give in to the impulse to humiliate their partner. For those unfamiliar with this behavior, it can be shocking. Aggression, pain, and induced shame are often used by partners to spice up the relationship. Such rituals break the monotony, allowing both people to abandon moral norms. This lets them assume new identities and embody new characters while exploring freer sexuality. Note that as the partner's suffering increases, the sadistic individual becomes more aroused during the act. This opens the door to fetishes connected to the moment, such as dominance fantasies. Although common in some circles, it's important to note that there are limits to this practice, especially when another person's well-being is at stake. Domination and submission. Without realizing it, many people cultivate sadistic traits in everyday life. At home, for instance, domestic violence constitutes a form of sadism. Whether explicit or subtle, such violence relies on various forms of abuse to satisfy the aggressor's desire. In this case, it reflects an immature personality. Likewise, bullying in schools or on the streets is also a form of sadism. By intentionally inflicting physical, verbal, or emotional harm, the individual reveals their need to witness suffering. This naturally exposes their apathy toward the pain they inflict. Without proper guidance, children tend to replicate this behavior unchecked. But what about adults? Bullying in adulthood shows a serious character flaw. Instantly, it reveals that the person doesn't care about others' well-being and finds satisfaction only in someone else's downfall. It may be hard to grasp at first, but a sadistic person can be found anywhere. This is because sadism manifests in various degrees and traits. Depending on the individual's mental composition, they may exhibit certain characteristics such as difficult relationships. It's not easy to maintain a good relationship with someone who exhibits sadistic behavior in daily life. These individuals don't feel remorse for their actions or even attempt to apologize. Their lack of guilt makes intimate relationships nearly impossible. They often become highly unpleasant companions. Criticism. Sadists waste no time making venomous remarks aimed at belittling others. Driven by their primitive nature, they seek to humiliate in order to feed off others' suffering. They don't care who the target is. It could be a superior or a family member. Pejorative actions. Their general behavior also tends to be highly derogatory, seeking to tarnish others' images whenever possible. This includes public humiliation, which is especially common among individuals in positions of power who hold authority over others. Many people go against their natural instinct to empathize with pain and instead become drawn to it. The more someone else suffers, the more this person experiences a perverse sense of pleasure. That's the sadistic path, finding delight in others' humiliation. Additionally, the main traits of a sadistic person are excessively humiliating those around them, intimidating everyone nearby, making threats, taking pleasure in all of the above. It's worth noting that almost everyone exhibits some level of sadism in their lives, even if they don't realize or acknowledge it. However, there are those who push beyond any acceptable boundaries. For these individuals, psychotherapy is recommended to help restructure their value system. What may seem harmless at first can have serious consequences if left unchecked. Definition of masochism. According to psychoanalysis, an individual may be classified into one of three personality types, depending on the predominance of neurosis, psychosis, or perversion. The masochist is someone who suffers from a sexual anomaly that drives them to seek sexual pleasure through being subjected to pain inflicted by others. In other words, sexual pleasure is only experienced alongside personal suffering. This text presents a case study of a masochistic person, in which the author Wilhelm Reich attempts to demonstrate that transference between analyst and patient is possible. He bases his arguments on studies by Jacques Lacan, since Freud believed that psychoanalysis was contraindicated in cases of psychosis. For Freud, the essential bond of transferential love with the analyst could not be established in psychotic cases. Reich, however, begins his study with the following question: If the masochist does not seek displeasure, nor feels it as pleasure, why do they feel compelled to be tormented? The author discovered through his work the underlying fantasy at the root of this perverse behavior. The difficulty of feeling pleasure through one's own initiative. The masochist imagines being tormented because they wish to break themselves open. Only through this rupture do they expect to find release. Masochistic lamentations are expressions of torturous, insoluble inner tension. They are either overt or disguised cries of despair and pleas for release from instinctual pressure. Due to this anxiety surrounding pleasure, the masochist's ability to experience satisfaction through their own initiative and activity is blocked. As a result, they expect orgasmic release, something they deeply fear, to come from the outside provided by another person. This desire to be broken is counterbalanced. The self-deprecation of the masochistic character is now seen in a previously unknown light. Self-aggrandizement is, so to speak, a biopsychic construction, a fantastic expansion of psychic mechanisms. The repression of the natural pleasure function. In this study, the author also discovered that behind the sensation of pain lies the perception of bioelectrical charges. The opposite of this is self-deprecation, caused by the fear of expanding to the point of breaking. Vain ambition and a repressed pursuit of greatness, rooted in anxiety, are the driving forces behind masochistic self-deprecation. In this passage, the author shows, masochism is the prototype of a secondary impulse and represents the result of repressing the natural pleasure function. Masochists display a special form of orgasm anxiety. The masochist remains trapped in pregenital stimulation. Thus, the masochist is caught in a vicious cycle of the worst kind. The more they seek to free themselves from the tension, the deeper they sink into it. At the very moment when orgasm should occur, masochistic fantasies become much more intense. Frequently, only at this point do they become conscious. Reich also notes several important observations. Masochism does not correspond to a biological instinct. It is the result of a disturbance in a person's capacity for satisfaction and a continuously frustrated attempt to correct that disturbance. It is an outcome, not a cause, of neurosis. Masochism is the expression of sexual tension that cannot be released. Its source is pleasure anxiety or the fear of orgasmic discharge. What defines it is the pursuit of precisely that which is most deeply feared, the pleasurable release of tension, experienced and feared as a rupture or explosion. Reich was able to understand the masochistic mechanism within the biological field. For him, human anxiety surrounding pleasure becomes comprehensible as a fundamental shift in the physiological function of pleasure. Suffering and enduring pain are consequences of the loss of orgasmic capacity. Masochism and religion. The author also draws a comparison with religion, in which religious ecstasy is structured precisely according to the masochistic mechanism. The liberation from inner sin or inner sexual tension cannot be achieved by oneself. It is expected from God, an all-powerful figure. Such liberation is desired with biological energy. At the same time, it is experienced as a sin. Therefore, it cannot occur through the subject's own will. Another person must perform it, whether in the form of punishment, forgiveness, redemption, etc. The three basic bodily excitations. Reich concludes his research by stating that sexual energy can be blocked by chronic muscular tensions, and that the release of muscular tension triggers one of the three basic bodily excitations: anxiety, anger, or sexual arousal. Muscular attitudes and character attitudes serve the same function in the psychic mechanism. They can substitute for each other and mutually influence one another. Fundamentally, they cannot be separated. If a character inhibition does not correspond to a psychic influence, it manifests in a corresponding somatic posture. Conversely, if a disturbing somatic attitude cannot be reached directly, one can work through the patient's character expression to free it. Treatment of masochism, breaking with old ideas. According to Reich, the masochistic individual must break with old notions regarding the body-mind connection in order to understand these phenomena. These are not results, causes, or accompanying manifestations of psychic processes, but the phenomena themselves within the somatic field. For the author, these symptoms could not be simply reduced to mechanical fluid movements. He believed that, beyond the bloodstream, there must be something else which, depending on its biological function, triggers anxiety, anger, or pleasure. In this process, the bloodstream is only an essential medium. Perhaps this something fails to occur when the movement of bodily fluids is obstructed. A masochist is someone who can only reach pleasure when submitting to pain during sexual intercourse. Even outside of sex, the masochist's imagination remains fixated on the idea of experiencing pain. In a broader sense, we can say that a person who enjoys suffering or taking on someone else's suffering exhibits masochistic traits. This may result from a disconnection from the self, from the ego, and from one's true desires. Such individuals assume they don't deserve to live out their own dreams, but rather must devote themselves to someone else. Definition of perversion. In psychoanalysis, every human being has some form of psychic conflict. This is because everyone represses some aspect of reality at some point in their childhood. If a conflict arises during the stages of sexual development and is not adequately resolved, the child will later become an adult with repressed feelings. These feelings will manifest in adulthood through symptoms. Because of this, it's important for people to become familiar with Freud's theories, since according to him, all adult psychic symptoms have their roots in childhood. The child is born with no information, and every action from the world and people around them directly influences their psyche. By using the mouth as a way to explore the world, it is natural for the child to bring unknown objects to their mouth. For the child, this is completely normal. If an adult reprimands them for it, the child enters into conflict and begins to interpret on their own the reasons behind these reprimands. For example, a child who brings their own feces to their mouth sees this act as something natural. It is their creation. If someone scares them, reacting with disgust and calling it dirty, it will generate psychic conflict and emotional repression. This shows us how people's attitudes can significantly influence the formation of an individual. Therefore, everyone is susceptible to being shaped and to building their personality according to the people around them. This leads us to reflect on what we call vocation, personality, character, etc. These are often just the result of the environment in which the child was raised. The way a behavior affects individuals will determine whether it is considered a perversion. This brings to mind Newton's third law. Every action produces a reaction. A person is the reaction to the actions experienced in their childhood. Sexuality is the origin of all human behavior and the foundation of Freud's theories, which explain how a child views and interprets the world at each stage of development. People still don't fully understand the responsibility involved in raising or caring for a child. Because of this, they often judge, criticize, or look down on adults with so-called abnormal behavior, unaware that such individuals are often just victims of repressed childhood emotions. Perversion is a behavior socially or clinically recognized as outside the norm. Pathologically speaking, a behavior is only considered perverse if it causes suffering or interferes with, or invades, any area of the individual's life. If that does not occur, it is not considered perversion. Some behaviors considered abnormal. It is also considered abnormal when someone lacks the capacity to form healthy relationships and functions as though there were only one exclusive way to do so. Some behaviors are pre-classified as perverse, but only those that cause social, professional, or interpersonal suffering are deemed pathological. Some of these behaviors include exhibitionism, fetishism, necrophilia, zoophilia, voyeurism, sadism, and masochism. Sexuality is not limited to the sexual act itself. However, when a person is born, they do not come with an instruction manual. As a result, individuals are formed with issues caused by social, cultural, and historical impositions. Gender, sexual orientation, and gender identity disorders are examples of these impositions, which often create internal and external conflicts in individuals. since there are predetermined models of right and wrong that frequently do not align with a person's inner reality. Freud's view of sexuality is broad and not confined to the sexual act. In his theory, sexuality is present from birth through the sexual drive, which is originally universal, innate to human beings, and seeks pleasure. Pleasure in childhood and adulthood. When a child eats, uses a pacifier, or bites teething toys, they experience sexual satisfaction. This satisfaction is polymorphous and has multiple sources. Initially, it is autoerotic, meaning the child satisfies themselves through erogenous zones, which do not begin in the genitals but evolve toward them. As the child's development progresses, they enter a latency period, directing this energy toward non-sexual goals. Energy is channeled into education and social interaction, which helps keep the sexual drive aligned. After this period, the search for pleasure returns, now through the selection of a new sexual object, the other and no longer the self. This marks the organization of the sexual components of the drive, which Freud identified as natural to all humans. This is what led him to state that human beings are born polymorphously perverse. Through the study of psychoanalysis, it becomes clear that every human being is perverse by nature, because Freud broadly defined perversion as any sexual expression not aimed at reproduction. And that is what every human being seeks from birth, an unconscious pursuit of pleasure. Instincts and Their Vicissitudes, 1915. We often hear the claim that sciences must be built upon basic, clear, and well-defined concepts. In fact, no science, not even the most exact, begins with such definitions. The true beginning of scientific activity lies rather in the description of phenomena, followed by their grouping, classification, and correlation. Even at the stage of description, it's impossible to avoid applying certain abstract ideas to the material being examined. Ideas that come from various sources, certainly not just from new observations. These ideas, which will later become the basic concepts of the science, are all the more indispensable as the material becomes more complex. Initially, they must possess a certain degree of vagueness. There can be no doubt that their content cannot be sharply delimited. While they remain in this vague state, we come to understand their meaning through repeated references to the observational material from which they appear to have arisen, but to which, in fact, they were imposed. Thus, strictly speaking, they are of the nature of conventions. Though everything depends on the fact that they are not arbitrarily chosen, but determined by their significant relationships to empirical material, relationships we seem to sense before we can recognize and define them clearly. Only after a more thorough investigation of the field of observation can we formulate its basic scientific concepts with increasing precision, modifying them to make them useful and coherent across a broad range. Then, indeed, may come the time to confine them in definitions. However, the advance of knowledge does not tolerate rigidity, even with regard to definitions. Physics provides an excellent illustration of how even basic concepts, once established as definitions, are constantly being altered in content. A basic conventional concept of this kind, which at present remains somewhat obscure, but is indispensable in psychology, is that of an instinct. Let us attempt to give it content by approaching it from various angles. First, from the standpoint of physiology. This gives us the concept of a stimulus and the model of the reflex arc, wherein a stimulus applied externally to living tissue, nervous substance, is discharged through an external action. This action is beneficial insofar as it removes the stimulated substance from the influence of the stimulus. What is the relationship between instinct and stimulus? Nothing prevents us from subsuming the concept of instinct under that of stimulus and claiming that an instinct is a stimulus applied to the mind. But we are immediately cautioned against equating instinct with mental stimulus. Clearly, there are other stimuli to the mind beyond those of an instinctual nature, stimuli that behave much more like physiological ones. For example, bright light striking the eyes is not an instinctual stimulus, while dryness of the mucous membrane of the throat or irritation of the stomach lining is. We now have the material needed to draw a distinction between instinctual stimuli and other, physiological, stimuli acting upon the mind. First, an instinctual stimulus does not arise from the external world, but from within the organism itself. For this reason, it affects the mind differently, and different actions are required to remove it. Moreover, everything essential about a stimulus is obscured if we presume it acts through a single impact, removable by a single appropriate action. A typical example of this is the motor escape from the source of stimulation. These impacts may, of course, be repeated and compounded, but this doesn't alter our notion of the process or the conditions for eliminating the stimulus. An instinct, on the other hand, never acts as a momentary force, but always as a constant pressure. Additionally, since it originates from within the organism rather than from outside, it cannot be escaped. The best term to characterize an instinctual stimulus would be need. What eliminates a need is satisfaction. This can be achieved only by an appropriate alteration of the internal source of stimulation. Let us imagine a living organism, almost entirely helpless and thus far disoriented in the world, receiving stimuli in its nervous system. This organism will soon be capable of making its first distinction and orientation. On one hand, it becomes aware of stimuli that can be avoided through muscular action, escape. These are attributed to an external world. On the other hand, it becomes aware of stimuli against which such actions are useless, stimuli whose constant pressure persists despite these efforts. These are signs of an inner world, indicators of instinctual needs. The perceptual substance of the living organism will thus have found in the effectiveness of its muscular activity a basis for distinguishing between outside and inside. We thus arrive at the essential nature of instincts, considering first their principal characteristics, their origin from sources of stimulation within the organism and their appearance as constant forces, and from this we deduce another of their features, that no act of flight prevails against them. During this examination, however, we cannot help but be struck by something else that compels us to admit more. To guide us in dealing with the field of psychological phenomena, we not only apply certain conventions in the form of basic concepts to our empirical material, but we also employ a number of complex postulates. We have already alluded to the most important of these. We now state it explicitly. This postulate is biological in nature and makes use of the concept of purpose, or perhaps utility, and can be formulated as follows. The nervous system is an apparatus whose function is to rid itself of incoming stimuli or reduce them to the lowest possible level, or, if feasible, to maintain a state of complete non-stimulation. Let us not object, for now, to the vagueness of this idea and instead grant that the nervous system's general task is to manage stimuli. We can now see how the simple model of the physiological reflex becomes more complicated with the introduction of instincts. External stimuli impose a single task, avoidance achieved through muscular movements, one of which finally accomplishes this and, being appropriate, is henceforth inherited. We cannot apply this mechanism to instinctual stimuli, which originate from within the organism. These demand far more from the nervous system, compelling it to undertake complex, interconnected activities through which the external world is modified in such a way as to bring satisfaction to the internal source of stimulation. Above all, they force the nervous system to give up its ideal aim of eliminating stimuli, for they maintain a constant and unavoidable flow of stimulation. We can thus conclude that instincts, not external stimuli, are the true driving forces behind the advances that have led the nervous system, with its boundless capacity, to its current high level of development. Of course, there is nothing to prevent us from supposing that instincts themselves are, at least in part, precipitated by the effects of external stimulation which, over the course of phylogenesis, produce changes in living substance. When we also consider that even the activity of the most developed mental apparatus remains subject to the pleasure principle, that is, that it is automatically regulated by feelings belonging to the pleasure-unpleasure continuum, We can scarcely reject the further hypothesis that these feelings reflect the process of stimulus control, in the sense that unpleasant feelings are associated with an increase and pleasant ones with a decrease of stimulation. We nonetheless carefully preserve this assumption in its current highly indefinite form until we can, if possible, discover what kind of relationship exists between pleasure and unpleasure, on the one hand, and fluctuations in the quantities of stimulus affecting mental life, on the other. It's certain that many such relationships, often quite complex, are possible. If we now approach mental life from a biological perspective, an instinct appears to us as a concept located at the boundary between the mental and the somatic, as the psychic representative of stimuli originating within the organism and reaching the mind, as a measure of the demand made on the mind to work in consequence of its connection to the body. We are now in a position to examine certain terms used in reference to the concept of instinct, for example, its pressure, its aim, its object, and its source. By the pressure of an instinct, we mean its motor factor, the amount of force or the degree of work demand it represents. The characteristic of exerting pressure is common to all instincts. In fact, it is their very essence. Every instinct is a piece of activity. If we speak broadly of passive instincts, we can only mean instincts whose aim is passive. The aim of an instinct is always satisfaction, which can only be obtained by eliminating the state of stimulation at the source of the instinct. But although the ultimate aim of every instinct remains unchanged, there may still be various paths leading to that same ultimate aim, so that an instinct may appear to have several more immediate or intermediate aims, which are combined or substituted for one another. Experience also allows us to speak of instincts that are inhibited in their aim. In the case of processes allowed to advance toward instinctual satisfaction, but are then inhibited or deflected, we may assume that such processes still involve partial satisfaction. The object of an instinct is the thing through which or in relation to which the instinct can achieve its aim. It is the most variable feature of an instinct and is not originally connected to it, but is instead assigned to it due to its peculiar suitability for enabling satisfaction. The object is not necessarily something external. It may equally be a part of the individual's own body. It may be replaced any number of times during the instinct's vicissitudes, and this displacement plays an extremely important role. It may happen that the same object serves the satisfaction of several instincts simultaneously, a phenomenon Adler called the confluence of instincts. A particularly close bond between instinct and its object is referred to as a fixation. This frequently occurs during very early periods of an instinct's development and resists being broken by virtue of its intense opposition to detachment. By the source of an instinct, we mean the somatic process occurring in an organ or part of the body whose stimulus is represented in mental life by an instinct. We don't know whether this process is invariably of a chemical nature or if it may also involve the release of other forces, for instance, mechanical ones. The study of the sources of instincts lies outside the field of psychology. Although instincts are completely determined by their origin in a somatic source, we know them in mental life only by their aims. Accurate knowledge of an instinct's source is not always necessary for psychological investigation. Sometimes, its source can be inferred from its aim. Should we assume that the different instincts originating in the body and acting in the mind are also distinguished by different qualities, and that they, therefore, behave qualitatively differently in mental life? This assumption doesn't seem justified. It's far more likely that we find the simpler assumption sufficient, that all instincts are qualitatively alike, and that the effects they produce are due only to the quantity of excitation they carry, or perhaps also to certain functions of that quantity. What distinguishes the mental effects produced by various instincts may be derived from differences in their sources. In any case, only through further investigation will we be able to clarify what the problem of instinctual quality actually means. This clearly leaves wide room for arbitrary choices. There's no objection to someone employing the concept of a play instinct, a destructive instinct, or a gregarious instinct when the subject demands it and when psychological analysis permits. Nevertheless, we must ask whether such highly specialized instinctual motives can be further dissected according to their sources, so that only primordial instincts, those which cannot be further broken down, deserve significance. I have proposed distinguishing two groups of such primordial instincts: the ego or self-preservative instincts and the sexual instincts. But this assumption does not have the status of a necessary postulate, like, for example, our assumption about the biological function of the mental apparatus. It is merely a working hypothesis, to be retained only as long as it proves useful, and it would make little difference to the results of our descriptive and classificatory efforts if it were replaced by another. The occasion for this hypothesis arose in the course of the development of psychoanalysis, which was first employed in the treatment of psychoneuroses, or more precisely, in the group described as transference neuroses, hysteria, and obsessional neurosis. These revealed that at the root of all such afflictions lies a conflict between the demands of sexuality and those of the ego. It is entirely possible that a thorough study of other neurotic disorders, especially narcissistic psychoneuroses and schizophrenias, may require us to revise this formula and adopt a different classification of the primordial instincts. But for now, we lack such a formula and have no compelling reason not to draw a contrast between sexual instincts and ego instincts. I have strong doubts that decisive indicators for the differentiation and classification of instincts can be derived solely from the elaboration of psychological material. That elaboration itself seems to require, to some extent, the application of definite assumptions about instinctual life to the material. Ideally, these assumptions would be drawn from another field of knowledge and then brought into psychology. Here, biology certainly does not oppose the distinction between sexual and ego instincts. Biology teaches that sexuality should not be placed on equal footing with other individual functions, as its aims transcend the individual and pertain to the creation of new individuals, that is, the preservation of the species. It also shows that two equally well-founded concepts can be adopted regarding the relationship between ego and sexuality. From one point of view, the individual is the principal entity, with sexuality as one of their activities and sexual satisfaction as one of their needs. From another point of view, the individual is a temporary and transient appendage of the nearly immortal idioplasm, which is passed on through the generative process. The hypothesis that sexual function differs from other bodily processes due to a special chemistry is also, I believe, a postulate of Ehrlich's school of biological research. Since a study of instinctual life based on consciousness presents nearly insurmountable difficulties, the main source of our knowledge continues to be the psychoanalytic investigation of mental disorders. However, due to the path taken in its development, psychoanalysis has so far been able to provide reasonably satisfactory information only about the sexual instincts, since this is the only group that can be observed in relative isolation, so to speak, in the psychoneuroses. As psychoanalysis extends to other neurotic disorders, we will undoubtedly also find a foundation for our knowledge of the ego instincts, though it would be premature to expect equally favorable conditions for observation in this other field of research. This is all that can be said by way of a general characterization of the sexual instincts. They are numerous, arise from a wide variety of organic sources, act in principle independently of one another, and only later achieve a more or less complete synthesis. The aim each one pursues is the attainment of organ pleasure. Only when synthesis is achieved do they come to serve the reproductive function, at which point they can be broadly identified as sexual instincts. As soon as they appear, they are closely linked to the self-preservative instincts, from which they separate only gradually. Even in object choice, they follow paths initially marked out by the ego instincts. Some remain associated with the ego instincts for life, providing them with libidinal components that, under normal functioning, are not easily observed but become clearly apparent at the onset of illness. They are distinguished by a high degree of mutual substitutability and by the capacity to change objects readily. Because of these qualities, they are capable of functioning far removed from their original intentional actions. That is, they are capable of sublimation. Our investigation into the various vicissitudes that instincts undergo in the process of development and throughout life must remain confined to the sexual instincts, which are more familiar to us. Observation shows us that an instinct can undergo the following vicissitudes: reversal into its opposite, turning back upon the self, repression, sublimation. Since I do not intend to deal here with sublimation, and repression requires a separate chapter, we are left only to describe and examine the first 2 points. Keeping in mind the existence of motor forces that prevent an instinct from being carried through to its end in unmodified form, we may also consider these vicissitudes as modes of defense against the instincts. The reversal of an instinct into its opposite, upon closer examination, resolves into 2 distinct processes: a shift from activity to passivity and a reversal of its content. These 2 processes, being different in nature, must be treated separately. Examples of the first process are found in the 2 opposing pairs: sadism, masochism, and scopophilia, exhibitionism. The reversal affects only the aims of the instincts. The active aim, to torture, to look, is replaced by the passive one, to be tortured, to be looked at. The reversal of content is seen in the isolated case of love transforming into hate. The turning of an instinct back upon the self becomes plausible when we consider that masochism is, in reality, sadism that has turned back upon the individual's own ego, and that exhibitionism encompasses the viewing of one's own body. Analytical observation indeed leaves no doubt that the masochist shares in the pleasure of the assault to which they are subjected, and that the exhibitionist shares in the pleasure of the view of their display. The essence of the process, then, is the change of object, while the aim remains unaltered. We must note, however, that in these examples, the turning back toward the self and the transformation from activity to passivity converge or even coincide. To clarify the situation, a more complete investigation is essential. In the case of the sadism-masochism pair, the process may be represented as follows. A. Sadism consists in exercising violence or power over another person as object. B. This object is abandoned and replaced by the individual's own self. With the turning back upon the self, there is also a shift from an active instinctual aim to a passive one. C. A stranger is once again sought as an object. This person, due to the change in the instinctual aim, must now assume the role of subject. Case C is what is commonly referred to as masochism. Here, too, satisfaction follows the path of original sadism, the passive ego returning, in fantasy, to its original role, which has now, in fact, been assumed by the external subject. Whether a more direct masochistic satisfaction exists is highly doubtful. A primary masochism, not derived from sadism in the manner I have described, does not seem to be found. We will see that it is not superfluous to assume the existence of phase B, based on the behavior of the sadistic instinct in obsessional neurosis. There, the return to the individual's self occurs without a passive attitude toward another person. The modification halts at phase B. The wish to torture transforms into self-torture and self-punishment, not into masochism. The active voice changes not into the passive, but into the reflexive middle voice. Our concept of sadism is further complicated by the circumstance that this instinct, alongside its general aim, or perhaps more accurately within it, seems to strive toward a very specific goal, not merely to humiliate and dominate, but also, in addition, to inflict pain. Psychoanalysis appears to demonstrate that the infliction of pain plays no role among the original intentional actions of the instinct. A sadistic child does not realize whether they are inflicting pain or not, nor do they intend to. But once the transformation into masochism occurs, pain is well suited to serve a passive masochistic aim, for we have every reason to believe that sensations of pain, like other unpleasant sensations, border on sexual excitation and produce a pleasurable state, in the name of which the subject will willingly endure the displeasure of pain. Once feeling pain becomes a masochistic aim, the sadistic aim of causing pain may also arise, retrogressively, since while inflicting pain on others, the subject enjoys it masochistically through identification with the suffering object. In both cases, of course, it is not the pain itself that is enjoyed but the accompanying sexual excitation, making it particularly convenient to achieve from the sadistic position. The enjoyment of pain would thus be an originally masochistic aim, which can only become an instinctual aim in someone who was originally sadistic. For completeness, I may add that feelings of pity cannot be described as the result of a transformation of the instinct occurring in sadism, but instead lack the idea of a reactive formation against this instinct. For the difference, see further ahead. Much simpler and different findings are provided by the investigation of the other pair of opposites. The instincts whose respective aims are to look and to exhibit, scopophilia and exhibitionism, in the language of Perversions. Here again we can postulate the same phases as in the previous example. A. Looking as an activity directed toward a foreign object. B. Abandoning the object and directing the scopophilic instinct toward a part of the subject's own body. Thereby, a transformation into passivity and the establishment of a new aim, the aim of being looked at. C. Introduction of a new subject before whom the person exhibits themselves in order to be looked at by them. Here, too, it is hardly doubtful that the active aim arises before the passive, that looking precedes being looked at. But there is an important divergence from what happens in the case of sadism, in that we can recognize an even earlier phase in the scopophilic instinct than that described in A. At the beginning of its activity, the scopophilic instinct is autoerotic. It actually possesses an object, but this object is a part of the subject's own body. Only later is the instinct led, through a process of comparison, to exchange this object for an analogous part of someone else's body. Phase A. This preliminary phase is interesting because it constitutes the source of both situations represented in the resulting pair of opposites, one or the other depending on the element modified in the original situation. What follows could serve as a diagrammatic outline of the scopophilic instinct. Someone looking at a sexual organ equals a sexual organ being looked at by someone. Someone looking at a foreign object, active scopophilia. An object that is someone or a part of someone being looked at by a stranger, exhibitionism. This type of preliminary phase is absent in sadism, which from the beginning is directed toward a foreign object. Although perhaps it would not be entirely absurd to assume such a phase based on the child's efforts to gain control over their own limbs. Concerning both instincts we have just taken as examples, it must be noted that their transformation through a reversal from activity to passivity and through a turning back toward the subject never implies, in fact, the total quota of instinctual drive. The earlier active direction of the instinct persists, to some extent, alongside its later passive direction, even when the process of its transformation has been very extensive. The only correct statement to make about the scopophilic instinct is that all phases of its development, its autoerotic preliminary phase, as well as its final active or passive form, coexist side by side. And this truth will become evident if we base our opinion not on the actions to which the instinct leads, but on the mechanism of its satisfaction. It may be permissible, however, to view and represent the matter in yet another way. We might divide the life of each instinct into a series of isolated successive waves, each of them homogeneous during whatever period of time it may last, and whose relation to each other is comparable to that of successive lava eruptions. We may then perhaps picture the instinct's original eruption as proceeding unaltered, without experiencing any development. The next wave would be modified from the outset, for example, being transformed from active to passive, and would then, with this new character, be added to the previous wave, and so on. If we were then to take stock of the instinctual drive from its beginning up to a certain point, the succession of waves we have described would inevitably present the image of a deferred development of the instinct. The fact that, in this later period of development, its opposite, the passive form, can be observed alongside it deserves to be marked by the well-suited term introduced by Bleuler, ambivalence. This reference to the instinct's developmental history and the persistence of its intermediate phases should make the development of instincts reasonably intelligible to us. Experience shows that the amount of demonstrable ambivalence varies greatly between individuals, groups, and races. The pronounced instinctual ambivalence in a modern human being can be considered an archaic inheritance, for we have reason to assume that the role played by active impulses in unaltered form in instinctual life was greater in primeval times than it is on average today. We are accustomed to calling the early phase of ego development, during which its sexual instincts find autoerotic satisfaction, narcissism, without immediately engaging in a debate on the relation between autoerotism and narcissism. It follows that the preliminary phase of the scopophilic instinct, in which the subject's own body is the object of scopophilia, must be classified under narcissism, and we must describe it as a narcissistic formation. The active scopophilic instinct develops from this point, leaving narcissism behind. The passive scopophilic instinct, on the other hand, clings to the narcissistic object. Similarly, the transformation of sadism into masochism entails a return to the narcissistic object. And in both cases, i.e., in passive scopophilia and masochism, the narcissistic subject is, through identification, replaced by another foreign ego. If we consider the preliminary narcissistic phase of sadism we have constructed, we will be approaching a more general understanding, namely that the instinctual vicissitudes, which consist in the instinct turning back upon the subject's own ego and undergoing a reversal from activity to passivity, are dependent upon the narcissistic organization of the ego and bear the mark of that phase. They may perhaps correspond to the defensive attempts that, in higher stages of ego development, are carried out by other means. At this point, we may recall that up to now we have considered only two pairs of opposing instincts: sadism, masochism, and scopophilia, exhibitionism. These are the best-known sexual instincts that appear ambivalently. The other components of later sexual function are not yet sufficiently accessible to analysis for us to examine them in a similar way. In general, we may assert in relation to them that their activities are autoerotic, that is, their object is insignificant compared to the organ that serves as their source, usually coinciding with it. The object of the scopophilic instinct, however, though at first also a part of the subject's own body, is not the eye itself, and in sadism the organic source, likely the muscular apparatus with its capacity for action, unmistakably points to another object besides itself, even though that object may be part of the subject's own body. In autoerotic instincts, the role played by the organic source is so decisive that, according to a plausible suggestion by Fettern, 1913, and Jekyll's, 1913, the form and function of the organ determine the activity or passivity of the instinctual aim. The transformation of an instinct's content into its opposite is observed only in one isolated example: the transformation of love into hate. Since it is particularly common to find both directed simultaneously at the same object, their coexistence offers the most important example of emotional ambivalence. The case of love and hate acquires special interest due to the fact that it refuses to fit into our scheme of instincts. It is impossible to doubt the closest connection between these two opposite feelings and sexual life, yet we naturally hesitate to think of love as a kind of specific component instinct of sexuality in the same way as those we have been examining. We would prefer to regard love as the expression of the whole stream of sexual feeling, but this idea does not clarify our difficulties, and we cannot see what meaning could be attributed to an opposite content of that stream. Love does not admit of just one, but three opposites. Besides the antithesis to love to hate, there is the other of to love to be loved. In addition, loving and hating together are the opposite of the condition of disinterest or indifference. The second of these three antitheses, love, being loved, corresponds precisely to the transformation from activity to passivity and can be traced back to an underlying situation, as in the case of the scopophilic instinct. This situation is that of loving oneself, which we regard as the hallmark of narcissism. Then, depending on whether the object or subject is replaced by a stranger, the result is the active aim of loving or the passive aim of being loved, with the latter remaining close to narcissism. Perhaps we will reach a better understanding of the various opposites of loving if we reflect that our mental life as a whole is governed by three polarities: the antitheses: subject, ego; object, external world; pleasure, unpleasure; active, passive; the ego, non-ego, external; antithesis, that is, subject-object, as we have had occasion to say, is imposed on the individual organism at an early stage by the experience that it can silence external stimuli by muscular action, but is helpless against instinctual stimuli. This antithesis remains, above all, sovereign in our intellectual activity and creates for research the basic situation that no effort can alter. The pleasure-displeasure polarity is linked to a scale of feelings, whose supreme importance in determining our actions, our will, has already been emphasized. The active-passive antithesis should not be confused with the ego-subject versus external world-object antithesis. The ego's relationship with the external world is passive insofar as it receives stimuli from it, and active when it reacts to them. It is forced by its instincts into a very special degree of activity toward the external world. So perhaps we could highlight the essential point by saying that the ego-subject is passive regarding external stimuli, but active through its own instincts. The active-passive antithesis then merges with the male-female antithesis, which, until that point, has no psychological meaning. The association of activity with masculinity and passivity with femininity confronts us, in reality, with a biological fact, but it is by no means as completely and exclusively consistent as we tend to presume. The three polarities of the mind are linked to each other in several highly significant ways. There is a primordial psychic situation in which two of them coincide. Originally, at the very beginning of mental life, the ego is cathected with instincts and is, to some extent, capable of satisfying them within itself. We call this condition narcissism, and this form of obtaining satisfaction autoerotic. At this time, the external world is not cathected with interest, in a general sense, and is indifferent to the purposes of satisfaction. During this period, therefore, the ego-subject coincides with what is pleasant, and the external world with what is indifferent, or possibly unpleasant, as being a source of stimulation. If for now we define loving as the ego's relationship with its sources of pleasure, the situation in which the ego loves only itself and is indifferent to the external world illustrates the first of the opposites we encounter for love. Insofar as the ego is autoerotic, it does not need the external world, but as a result of experiences endured by the instincts of self-preservation, it acquires objects from that world, and despite everything, it cannot avoid feeling internal instinctual stimuli as unpleasant for a time. Under the rule of the pleasure principle, a further development now occurs within the ego. As the objects presented to it become sources of pleasure, it takes them into itself, it introjects them, to use Ferenczi's 1909 term, and expels whatever within itself becomes a cause of displeasure. Thus, the original reality ego, which distinguished inner from outer by means of a solid objective criterion, is transformed into a pleasure ego, purified, which places the characteristic of pleasure above all others. For the pleasure ego, the external world is divided into a part that is pleasant, which it has incorporated into itself, and a remainder that is foreign. It isolates a part of its own self, which it projects into the external world and feels as hostile. After this new arrangement, the two polarities once again coincide. The ego-subject coincides with pleasure and the external world with displeasure, with what was formerly indifferent. When, during the phase of primary birth, the object appears, the second opposite to loving, namely hating, reaches its development. As we have seen, the object is initially brought from the external world into the ego by the instincts of self-preservation. It cannot be denied that hating originally characterized the relationship between the ego and the alien external world with the stimuli it introduces. Indifference fits as a special case of hate or displeasure, after having first appeared as its precursor. Early on, it seems the external world, objects, and what is hated are identical. If later an object becomes a source of pleasure, it is loved, but is also incorporated into the ego, so that for the purified pleasure ego, again the objects coincide with what is foreign and hated. Now, however, we may note that just as the pair of opposites love-indifference reflects the ego, external world polarity, so too the second antithesis love-hate reproduces the pleasure-displeasure polarity, which is linked to the first polarity. When the purely narcissistic phase gives way to the object phase, pleasure and displeasure signify relationships between ego and object. If the object becomes a source of pleasurable sensations, a motor urge is established that seeks to bring the object closer to the ego and incorporate it into the ego. We speak of the attraction exerted by the pleasure-giving object and say that we love this object. Conversely, if the object is a source of unpleasant sensations, there is an urge that strives to increase the distance between the object and the ego and to repeat in relation to the object the original attempt to flee from the external world with its emission of stimuli. We feel repulsion for the object and hate it. This hate may then intensify to the point of an aggressive inclination toward the object, a desire to destroy it. In an emergency, we might say that an instinct arms the object in the direction it struggles for purposes of satisfaction, but to say that an instinct hates an object seems strange. Thus, we become aware that the attitudes of love and hate cannot be used for the relationships between instincts and their objects, but are reserved for the relationships between the total ego and its objects. But if we consider linguistic usage, which certainly is not without significance, we see that there is another limitation to the meaning of love and hate. We don't usually say we love the objects that serve self-preservation interests. We emphasize the fact that we need them, and perhaps express a kind of additional, different relation to them using words that denote a very reduced degree of love, such as being fond of, liking, or finding pleasant. Thus, the word love shifts more and more into the realm of the pure pleasure relation between ego and object, and finally becomes fixed to sexual objects in the strictest sense, and to those that satisfy the needs of sublimated sexual instincts. The distinction between ego instincts and sexual instincts that we imposed on our psychology is thus seen as being in accordance with the spirit of our language. The fact that we do not habitually say that an isolated sexual instinct loves its object, but consider the relationship between the ego and its sexual object as the most appropriate case in which to use the word love. That fact teaches us that the word can only begin to be applied in this sense after a synthesis of all component instincts of sexuality has taken place under the primacy of the genital organs and in service of the reproductive function. It is noteworthy that in the usage of the word hate, this intimate connection with pleasure and sexual function does not appear. The displeasure relation seems to be the only decisive one. The ego hates, abhors, and pursues, with intentions to destroy, all objects that are a source of unpleasant sensation for it, regardless of whether they mean frustration of sexual satisfaction or of self-preservative needs. Indeed, one can assert that the true prototypes of the hate relation originate not from sexual life, but from the ego's struggle for self-preservation and self-maintenance. Thus, we see that love and hate, which present themselves as complete opposites in content, after all, do not have a simple relationship to each other. They did not arise from the splitting of an originally common entity, but sprang from different sources, each developing before the influence of the pleasure-displeasure relation transformed them into opposites. We must now gather what we know about the genesis of love and hate. Love derives from the ego's capacity to satisfy some of its instinctual impulses autoerotically by obtaining organ pleasure. It is originally narcissistic, then turns toward objects that have been incorporated into the enlarged ego, expressing the ego's motor efforts toward those objects as sources of pleasure. It becomes intimately connected to the activity of the later sexual instincts and, when these are fully synthesized, coincides with the sexual impulse as a whole. The preliminary phases of love arise as provisional sexual aims, while the sexual instincts go through their complicated development. We recognize the phase of incorporation or devouring as the first of these aims, a kind of love compatible with the abolition of the object's separate existence, and thus describable as ambivalent. In the higher phase of pregenital sadistic anal organization, the struggle for the object appears as an urge to dominate, for which damage or annihilation of the object is irrelevant. Love in this form and preliminary phase is scarcely distinguishable from hate in its attitude toward the object. Only after the genital organization is established does love become the opposite of hate. Hate, as a relationship with objects, is older than love. It derives from the primordial rejection of the narcissistic ego toward the external world and its overflow of stimuli. As an expression of the reaction of displeasure evoked by objects, it always remains in close relation to the instincts of self-preservation, so that the ego instincts and the sexual instincts can readily develop an antithesis that repeats that of love and hate. When the ego instincts dominate the sexual function, as in the anal sadistic organization, they transmit the qualities of hate also to the instinctual aim. The history of the origins and relations of love allows us to understand why love so frequently manifests as ambivalent, that is, accompanied by impulses of hate toward the same object. The hate mixed into love derives partly from not fully overcome preliminary phases of loving. It is also partly based on repudiation reactions from ego instincts, which, due to frequent conflicts between ego interests and those of love, can find justification in real and contemporary motives. In both cases, therefore, the mixed hate has its source in self-preservative instincts. If a love relationship with a given object is broken, hate often arises in its place, giving us the impression of a transformation of love into hate. This account of what happens leads to the concept that hate, which has real motives, is here reinforced by a regression of love to the sadistic preliminary phase, so that hate acquires an erotic character, thereby securing the continuity of a love relationship. The third antithesis of loving, the transformation of loving into being loved, corresponds to the operation of the polarity of activity and passivity and should be judged in the same way as the cases of scopophilia and sadism. We can summarize by saying that the essential trait of the vicissitudes suffered by the instincts lies in the subjection of instinctual impulses to the influences of the three great polarities that dominate mental life. Of these three polarities, we may describe the activity-passivity polarity as the biological one, the ego, external world polarity as the real one, and finally the pleasure-displeasure polarity as the economic one. The infantile genital organization, an interpolation in the theory of sexuality. The difficulty of conducting research in psychoanalysis is clearly demonstrated by the fact that, even after decades of constant observation, it is still possible to overlook widely occurring aspects and characteristic situations, until they eventually confront us in an unmistakable form. The following observations are intended to rectify such a neglect in the field of infantile sexual development. Readers of my 3 essays on the theory of sexuality, 1905, will realize that I have never undertaken a complete remodeling of this work in its later editions, but have retained the original structure and incorporated the progress made in our knowledge through interpolations and changes to the text. In doing so, it may often have happened that the older material and the newer findings could not be merged into a wholly non-contradictory whole. Originally, as we know, emphasis was placed on describing the fundamental differences between the sexual life of children and that of adults. Later, the pregenital organizations of the libido came to the forefront, as did the remarkable and momentous fact of the biphasic onset of sexual development. Eventually, our interest was seized by children's sexual research, and from that standpoint, we were able to recognize how closely the final outcome of sexuality in childhood, around the 5th year of age, approaches the definitive form it takes in adulthood. That was where I left matters in the last edition of my 3 essays. I wrote, "The choice of an object, as we showed to be characteristic of the pubertal phase of development, had already frequently or usually occurred during the years of childhood. That is, the entirety of the sexual currents came to be directed toward a single person with whom they seek to achieve their aims. This is then the closest approach possible in childhood to the final form assumed by sexual life after puberty. The only difference is that in childhood the combination of partial instincts and their subordination to the primacy of the genitals was either very incompletely achieved or not at all. Thus, the establishment of this primacy in the service of reproduction is the final phase through which the organization of sexuality passes. Today, I would no longer be satisfied with the statement that, in early childhood, the primacy of the genitals was only very incompletely affected or not at all. The approximation of the child's sexual life to that of the adult goes much further and is not limited solely to the emergence of object choice. Even if a proper combination of the partial instincts under the primacy of the genitals is not realized, at the height of infantile sexual development, the interest in the genitals and their activity acquires a dominant significance, falling just short of what is attained at maturity. At the same time, the main characteristic of this infantile genital organization is its difference from the final adult genital organization. This difference lies in the fact that, for both sexes, only one genital organ is taken into account, namely the male one. What is present, therefore, is not a primacy of the genitals, but a primacy of the phallus. Unfortunately, we can describe this state of affairs only insofar as it affects the male child. The corresponding processes in girls remain unknown to us. The boy, undoubtedly, perceives the distinction between men and women, but initially has no reason to link it to a difference in their genital organs. For him, it is natural to assume that all other living beings, human and animal, possess a genital organ like his own. We know, in fact, that he also seeks an analogous organ in inanimate objects. This easily excitable, changeable, and sensation-rich body part greatly engages the boy's interest and constantly sets new tasks for his instinct for investigation. He wants to see it on others too, so he can compare it with his own and behaves as if he had a vague idea that this organ could and should be larger. The driving force this male body part will later develop at puberty is, during this life period, expressed primarily as a drive to investigate, sexual curiosity. Many acts of exhibitionism and aggression committed by children, and which in later years would be judged without hesitation as expressions of lust, are shown in analysis to be experiments undertaken in the service of sexual investigation. In the course of these investigations, the child discovers that the penis is not a possession common to all creatures similar to himself. An accidental view of the genitals of a little sister or playmate provides the occasion for this discovery. In unusually intelligent children, the observation of girls urinating may have already aroused suspicion even earlier, leading them to attempt to repeat their observations to gain clarity. We know how children react to their first impressions of the absence of a penis. They reject the fact and believe that they are still seeing a penis. They cover the contradiction between observation and preconception by telling themselves that the penis is still small and will grow later, and then slowly come to the emotionally significant conclusion that the penis was there before and was later taken away. The absence of a penis is seen as the result of castration, and now the child is faced with the task of coming to terms with the idea of castration in relation to himself. The subsequent developments are well enough known that they need not be recapitulated here. It seems to me, however, that the meaning of the castration complex can only be properly appreciated if its origin in the phase of phallic primacy is also taken into account. We also know to what degree the devaluation of women, horror of them, and the disposition toward homosexuality derive from the final conviction that women do not possess a penis. Ferenczi recently traced the mythological symbol of horror, the head of Medusa, back to the impression of the female genitals lacking a penis. It must not be supposed, however, that the child quickly and readily generalizes his observation that some women do not have a penis. In any case, he is prevented from doing so because he assumes the lack of a penis to be the result of punishment, castration. On the contrary, The child believes that only despicable female individuals lost their genitals. Women who were, in all likelihood, guilty of unacceptable impulses similar to his own. Women whom he respects, such as his mother, retain their penis for a long time. For him, being a woman is not yet synonymous with lacking a penis. Later, when the child revisits the questions of origin and childbirth and guesses that only women can give birth, it is only then that the mother loses her penis. Along with this, fairly complicated theories are constructed to explain the exchange of the penis for a baby. In all this, female genitals never appear to be discovered. As we know, the child imagines that the baby lives inside the mother's body, in her intestines, and is born through the anal opening. These latter theories take us beyond the time frame covered by the infantile sexual period. It is not irrelevant to keep in mind the transformations undergone during the sexual development of childhood by the gender polarity we are familiar with. A first antithesis is introduced with object choice, which, of course, presupposes a subject and an object. In the stage of the sadistic anal pregenital organization, there is still no question of male and female. The dominant antithesis is that between active and passive. In the next stage, the infantile genital organization, which we now know masculinity exists, but not femininity. Here the antithesis is between possessing a male genital organ and being castrated. Only after development reaches its completion at puberty does sexual polarity align with male and female. Masculinity then combines the factors of subject, activity, and possession of the penis. Femininity encompasses those of object and passivity. The vagina is now valued as a place of shelter for the penis and becomes part of the inherited function of the uterus. 3 essays on the theory of sexuality. The 3 essays on the theory of sexuality, together with the interpretation of dreams, undoubtedly stand as Freud's most significant and original contributions to human knowledge. Nevertheless, in the form in which we usually read these essays, it is difficult to assess the exact nature of their impact when they were first published. Over the course of successive editions spanning 20 years, they were subjected by their author to more modifications and additions than any of his other writings, except perhaps the interpretation of dreams itself. This edition differs in one important aspect from all those that preceded it, whether in German or English. It will probably come as a surprise to learn that the entire sections on infantile sexual theories and on the pregenital organization of the libido were only added in 1915, 10 years after the book's first edition. That same year also brought the addition of the section on the libido theory in the 3rd essay. Less surprising is that advances in biochemistry made it necessary, in 1920, to rewrite the paragraph on the chemical bases of sexuality. In this case, in fact, the surprise works more in reverse, since the original version of this paragraph, here printed in a footnote, reveals Freud's remarkable foresight and shows how little his conceptions needed to be altered. However, despite the considerable additions made to the book after its original publication, its essence was already present in 1905, and it is possible to trace its origins to even earlier dates. The full history of Freud's interest in the subject can now be followed. Clinical observations on the importance of sexual factors in the causation of anxiety neurosis and neurasthenia at first, and of the psychoneuroses later, were what first led Freud to a general investigation of the subject of sexuality. His early approaches, in the early 1890s, stemmed from the points of view of physiology and chemistry. For example, a neurophysiological hypothesis on the processes of sexual excitation and discharge appears in section 3 of his first article on anxiety neurosis. A remarkable diagram illustrating this hypothesis appears in draft G of the letters to Flies. However, although many elements of Freud's theory of sexuality were already in his mind by around 1896, its cornerstone had yet to be discovered. From the very beginning, there had been a suspicion that the causal factors of hysteria traced back to childhood. There is an allusion to this in the opening paragraphs of the preliminary communication by Breuer and Freud in 1893. By 1895, Freud already had a complete explanation of hysteria based on the traumatic effects of sexual seduction in early childhood. Throughout all the years prior to 1897, infantile sexuality was seen as nothing more than a latent factor, something that could come to light, with disastrous results, only through the intervention of an adult. It is true that one might suppose an apparent exception to this from the contrast Freud drew between the causation of hysteria and that of obsessive neurosis. The former, he claimed, traced back to passive sexual experiences in childhood, whereas the latter originated in active experiences. But Freud makes it very clear, in his second essay on the neuropsychoses of defense, where this distinction is drawn, that the active experiences underlying obsessive neurosis are invariably preceded by passive ones. Once again, infantile sexuality was, in the end, to be attributed to external interference. It was only in the summer of 1897 that Freud found himself compelled to abandon his seduction theory. He announced this event in his letter to Fliess, and his almost simultaneous discovery of the Oedipus complex, made during his self-analysis, inevitably led to the recognition that sexual impulses act normally in very young children, without any need for external stimulation. With this discovery, Freud's sexual theory was truly complete. It took some years for him to fully embrace his own discovery. In a passage from the essay Sexuality in the Etiology of the Neuroses, he speaks now in favor, now against it. On one hand, he states that children are capable of all psychic sexual functions and many somatic ones, and that it is incorrect to suppose their sexual life begins only at puberty. On the other hand, he declares that the organization and evolution of the human species seek to avoid any considerable sexual activity during childhood, that human sexual drives must be stored up and only released at puberty, and that this explains why infantile sexual experiences are bound to be pathogenic. What matters are the later effects produced by such experiences in adulthood, thanks to the development of the somatic and psychic sexual apparatus in the meantime. Even in the first edition of the Interpretation of Dreams, Freud comments that we hold childhood happiness in high regard because it is still innocent of sexual desires. This was no doubt a remnant of an early draft of the book, for in other passages he writes quite unequivocally about the existence of sexual desires even in normal children. And it is evident that, when writing his clinical case of Dora, the main lines of his theory of sexuality were already firmly established. Still, Freud was in no hurry to publish his findings. With the Interpretation of Dreams completed and about to be released, he wrote to Fliess, "It is possible that a theory of sexuality will be the immediate successor to the dream book." And 3 months later, "I am collecting material for the sexual theory and waiting for some spark to ignite the material already accumulated." But the spark would take a long time to arrive. Apart from the short essay on dreams and the psychopathology of everyday life, both published before the fall of 1901, Freud published nothing major in the 5 years that followed. And then suddenly in 1905 he released 3 fundamental works: his book Jokes and Their Relation to the Unconscious, the 3 essays, and the case study of Dora. It's true that the latter had been written, for the most part, for years earlier. The other 2 were released almost simultaneously a few months before, although the exact dates are unknown. Sexual aberrations. The existence of sexual needs in man and animal is expressed in biology by the assumption of a sexual drive. This follows the analogy with the drive for nutrition, hunger. In the case of the sexual drive, everyday language lacks a term equivalent to hunger. Science makes use of the word libido. Popular opinion forms very definite notions about the nature and characteristics of this sexual drive. It is believed to be absent in childhood, to manifest at the time of puberty and in connection with the maturation process, to be expressed in the irresistible attraction one sex exerts over the other, and its goal is considered to be sexual union, or at least acts leading in that direction. But we have every reason to see in these assumptions a very unfaithful picture of reality. Upon closer inspection, they turn out to be filled with errors, imprecisions, and hasty conclusions. Let us introduce 2 terms here: Let us call sexual object the person from whom the sexual attraction originates, and sexual aim the act toward which the drive impels. Doing so, scientifically scrutinized observation will reveal a great number of deviations in both the sexual object and the sexual aim, and the relationship of these to the supposed norm requires close investigation. Deviations in relation to the sexual object. Popular theory regarding the sexual drive finds its most beautiful equivalent in the poetic fable of the division of the human being into two halves, man and woman, who long to reunite in love. That is why it causes great surprise to learn that there are men whose sexual object is not women but other men, and women for whom it is not men but other women who represent the sexual object. Such people are said to be of the opposite sex, or better yet, inverted, and the phenomenon is called inversion. The number of such individuals is fairly considerable, although there are difficulties in determining it precisely. Inversion. Behavior of inverts. The people in question behave quite diversely in various respects. They may be absolute inverts, meaning their sexual object can only be of the same sex, while the opposite sex is never the object of sexual desire, but instead leaves them indifferent or even provokes sexual aversion. In the case of men, such aversion may prevent them from performing the normal sexual act, or else they derive no pleasure from it. They may be amphigenic inverts, sexual hermaphrodites, meaning their sexual object can belong to either the same or the opposite sex. Inversion thus lacks the character of exclusivity. They may be occasional inverts, that is, under certain external conditions, especially the inaccessibility of the normal sexual object or imitation. They may take a person of the same sex as a sexual object and find satisfaction in sexual intercourse with them. Inverts also show varied behavior in how they judge the peculiarity of their sexual drive. Some accept inversion as something natural, just as normals accept the orientation of their libido, and they vigorously defend their equality of rights with normals. Others, however, rebel against their inversion and experience it as a pathological compulsion. Other variations concern temporal relations. The trait of inversion may go back as far as memory allows, or may only become noticeable at a certain time, before or after puberty. This character may remain throughout life, be temporarily suspended, or constitute an episode on the way to normal development, and may even appear for the first time later in life after a long period of normal sexual activity. A periodic oscillation between the normal and the inverted sexual object has also been observed. Particularly interesting are cases in which the libido turns toward inversion after a painful experience with the normal sexual object. In general, these different series of variations coexist independently of one another. In its most extreme form, one may regularly assume that inversion existed from a very early age, and that the person feels in harmony with their peculiarity. Many authors would refuse to group all the cases listed here under a single heading, and would prefer to emphasize the differences rather than the similarities among these groups, which corresponds to their preferred way of viewing inversion. However legitimate such distinctions may be, it is impossible to ignore the abundance of intermediate degrees, so that establishing series seems to be a self-evident necessity. Conception of inversion. The first evaluation of inversion consisted in viewing it as an innate sign of nervous degeneration, and was consistent with the fact that medical observers first encountered it in nervous patients, or in people who gave the impression of being so. This characterization contains two elements that must be considered separately: the innate character and the degeneration. Degeneration. Degeneration is subject to the usual objections raised against the indiscriminate use of this term. It became customary to attribute to degeneration all pathological manifestations not of directly traumatic or infectious origin. Magnan's classification of degenerates is so broad that even the most excellent overall nervous functioning does not exclude one from the concept of degeneration. Under such circumstances, one may ask what benefit or new meaning the judgment degeneration really provides. It seems more appropriate to speak of degeneration only when There is a conjunction of many serious deviations from the norm. The capacity for functioning and survival appears generally and seriously impaired. Several factors suggest that inverts are not degenerates in this legitimate sense of the word. Inversion is found in people who show no other serious deviation from the norm. Likewise, it is found in individuals whose efficiency is not impaired and who even stand out for particularly high intellectual development and ethical culture. If we set aside patients encountered in medical practice and look to a broader horizon, we encounter in two directions facts that prevent us from viewing inversion as a sign of degeneration. We must consider that in ancient peoples, at the height of their cultures, inversion was a frequent phenomenon, almost an institution endowed with important functions. It is extremely widespread among many primitive and tribal peoples, whereas the concept of degeneration is usually restricted to high civilization. And even among civilized peoples of Europe, climate and race exert the strongest influence over the spread and judgment of inversion. Innate character. As is understandable, the innate character is only claimed with respect to the first and most extreme class of inverts, and indeed based on the assertion of these individuals that they never experienced any other orientation of their sexual drive. The existence of the other two classes, especially the third, occasional inverts, is hardly compatible with the concept of an innate character. Therefore, those who hold this view tend to separate the group of absolute inverts from all others, which results in abandoning a universally valid conception of inversion. In this way, inversion would be innate in some cases, while in others it might have originated differently. The opposite of this is the alternative conception that inversion is an acquired characteristic of the sexual drive. It rests on the following considerations. In the lives of many inverts, even absolute ones, one can demonstrate the influence of an early sexual impression whose lasting consequence is represented by the homosexual inclination. In many others, one can indicate favorable or inhibiting external influences that led, at an earlier or later time, to the fixation of inversion, exclusive same-sex relationships, camaraderie in war, imprisonment, risks of heterosexual relations, celibacy, sexual weakness, etc. Inversion can be eliminated through hypnotic suggestion, which would be astonishing for an innate characteristic. From this perspective, one may even question the very existence of innate inversion. It could be argued that a more rigorous examination of cases claimed in favor of innate inversion would also reveal an early childhood experience that determined the direction of the libido. This experience may simply not have been preserved in the person's conscious memory, but could be brought back through appropriate influence. According to these authors, inversion could only be described as a frequent variation of the sexual drive, capable of being determined by a variety of external life circumstances. But the apparent certainty thus gained collapses under the contrary observation that many people are subjected to the same sexual influences, including in childhood, seduction, mutual masturbation, without becoming or remaining inverts. We are thus led to suppose that the innate/acquired alternative is incomplete or does not encompass all situations present in inversion. Explanation of inversion. Neither the hypothesis that inversion is innate nor the alternative conjecture that it is acquired explains its nature. In the first case, one must say what is innate in it, to avoid agreeing with the simplistic explanation that the person is born with a fixed sexual drive toward a given sexual object. In the second case, one must ask whether the multiple accidental influences would suffice to explain the acquisition of inversion, without requiring that something in the individual respond to them. Denying this latter factor, based on our previous statements, is inadmissible. The appeal to bisexuality. Since Lydston, Kiernan, and Chevalier, a series of ideas has been used to clarify the possibility of sexual inversion, which presents a new contradiction to popular opinions. These hold that a human being is either male or female. Science, however, knows of cases where sexual characteristics appear confused, making it difficult to determine the sex, especially in the anatomical realm. The genitals of these individuals combine both male and female features, hermaphroditism. In rare cases, both types of sexual organs coexist fully developed, true hermaphroditism, but more often both are atrophied. The significance of these abnormalities lies in the unexpected way they help us understand normal development. A certain degree of anatomical hermaphroditism constitutes the norm. In no normally formed male or female individual are there lacking traces of the opposite sex's organs, which persist without function as rudimentary structures or have been modified to assume other functions. The concept resulting from these long-known anatomical facts is that of an originally bisexual predisposition, which, in the course of development, transforms into monosexuality, leaving only minimal remnants of the atrophied sex. It seems suggestive to transpose this conception to the psychic field and explain inversion in all its varieties as the expression of a psychic hermaphroditism. To resolve the question, one would then only need to confirm a regular coincidence between inversion and the psychic and somatic signs of hermaphroditism. But this expectation was not fulfilled. It is not possible to imagine such close ties between alleged psychic hybridism and anatomically verifiable hybridism. What is often observed in inverts is a general reduction in sexual drive and a slight anatomical atrophy of the organs. Often, but by no means regularly or predominantly. Therefore, it must be acknowledged that inversion and somatic hermaphroditism are, overall, independent of each other. Much importance has also been attributed to so-called secondary and tertiary sexual characteristics and their frequent prominence among inverts. There is some truth to this, but one must not forget that, in general, the secondary and tertiary sexual characteristics of one sex frequently appear in the other. They are thus signs of hermaphroditism, but they do not necessarily indicate a shift in sexual object preference toward inversion. Psychic hermaphroditism would gain more substance if, with the inversion of the sexual object, there were also at least a change in other psychic qualities, drives, and character traits toward the typical variant of the opposite sex. But such inversion of character can be expected with some regularity only in female inverts, for among men, full psychic virility is compatible with inversion. If one insists on the concept of psychic hermaphroditism, it must be added that its manifestations in different areas reveal only a minimal mutual conditioning. The same applies to somatic hybridism. According to Halban, the atrophy of specific organs and the secondary sexual characteristics appear quite independently of one another. The doctrine of bisexuality was expressed in its bluntest form by a spokesman for male inverts, a female brain in a male body. However, we do not know what the characteristics of a female brain would be. Substituting the psychological problem with an anatomical one is as useless as it is unjustified. Krafft-Ebing's explanatory attempt seems more accurate than Ulrich's, though essentially not much different. According to Krafft-Ebing, bisexual disposition equips the individual with both male and female cerebral centers, as well as somatic sexual organs. These centers begin to develop at puberty, usually under the influence of the sex glands, which are independent of them in origin. But these male and female brain centers are subject to the same doubts expressed regarding male and female brains. And for that matter, we do not even know whether distinct brain areas, centers, can be assumed for sexual functions as we do, for example, for speech. Even so, two ideas remain after these discussions. In some way, a bisexual disposition is involved in inversion, though we do not know what this disposition consists of beyond anatomical formation, and it also involves disturbances affecting the sexual drive in its development. Sexual object of inverts. The theory of psychic hermaphroditism presupposes that the sexual object of inverts is the opposite of the normal. The inverted man would succumb, like a woman, to the charm of the masculine body and soul, feel like a woman, and seek out men. However, as well as this applies to many inverts, it is far from revealing a universal characteristic of inversion. There is no doubt that a large proportion of male inverts preserve the psychic character of virility, display relatively few secondary traits of the opposite sex, and in fact seek feminine traits in their sexual object. Were it not so, it would be incomprehensible that male prostitution, which today, as in antiquity, caters to inverts, imitates women in dress and demeanor. Such imitation would otherwise necessarily offend the ideal of the inverts. Among the Greeks, where the most virile men were often inverts, it is clear that what inflamed a man's love was not the boy's masculine character, but his physical resemblance to a woman and his feminine psychic attributes: modesty, shyness, and the need for guidance and care. As soon as the boy became a man, he ceased to be a sexual object for the man and might himself become a lover of boys. In these cases, then, as in many others, the sexual object is not of the same sex, but a combination of characteristics of both sexes, a compromise between a drive that longs for the man and another that longs for the woman, with the indispensable condition of male anatomy. Genitalia, it is, so to speak, the mirror image of one's own bisexual nature. The situation is less ambiguous among women, in whom active inverts particularly often display somatic and psychic traits of men and desire femininity in their sexual object, although here too closer knowledge may reveal greater variety. Sexual aim of inverts. The important fact to retain is that the sexual aim of inverts cannot in any way be called uniform. Among men, anal intercourse does not coincide at all with inversion. Masturbation is just as often their sole aim, and limitations on sexual aim, to the point of it being merely an emotional discharge, are even more common here than in heterosexual love. Among female inverts, too, sexual aims are varied, with oral mucous contact seeming to be favored. Conclusion. It is true that we find ourselves unable to satisfactorily explain the origin of inversion from the material presented thus far. But we may note that in this inquiry we arrive at a realization, perhaps more important than the solution to the above task. We were struck by how we imagine the connection between sexual drive and sexual object to be too intimate. The experience obtained from abnormal cases teaches us that, in them, there is only a bond between sexual drive and sexual object, one we risk overlooking due to the uniformity of the normal scenario, in which the drive seems to bring the object along with it. Thus, we are taught to loosen the link that exists in our thoughts between the drive and its object. It is likely that, at first, the sexual drive is independent of its object, and neither owes its origin to encounters with it. Sexually immature persons and animals as sexual objects. While people whose sexual objects do not belong to the normally appropriate sex, that is, inverts, appear to the observer as a collection of individuals who may be quite valid in other respects, the cases in which sexually immature persons, children, are chosen as sexual objects are immediately viewed as sporadic aberrations. Only exceptionally are children exclusive sexual objects. In general, they fulfill this role when a cowardly or impotent individual uses them as a substitute, or when an urgent, imperative drive cannot, at the moment, seize upon any more suitable object. Even so, it is revealing about the nature of sexual drive that it allows for such a wide variation and degradation of its object. Something hunger, which clings far more forcefully to its object, would only allow in the most extreme cases. A similar observation is valid for sexual intercourse with animals, which is not rare, especially among peasants, and where sexual attraction seems to cross the species barrier. For aesthetic reasons, such and other serious sexual aberrations have often been attributed to madness, but this is not possible. Experience teaches that no sexual disturbances are observed among the insane that differ from those found among the sane, as well as among entire races and social classes. Thus, with unusual frequency, sexual abuse of children is found among teachers and caregivers simply because they are offered the best opportunity. The insane merely display such aberrations in an intensified degree or, what is especially significant, raised to an exclusive practice, replacing normal sexual satisfaction. This very curious relationship between sexual variations and the scale from health to mental disorder is thought-provoking. I would argue that this fact, still unexplained, suggests that the impulses of sexual life, even in normal circumstances, are among the least governed by higher psychic activities. According to my experience, Those who are mentally abnormal in other aspects, whether socially or ethically, are usually also so in their sexual life. But many are sexually abnormal who, in all other respects, correspond to the average and who have personally undergone human cultural development, whose weakest point continues to be sexuality. Thus, the most general result we would extract from these discussions is the understanding that, under many conditions and in a surprisingly large number of individuals, the nature and value of the sexual object take a secondary role. What is essential and constant in sexual drive is something else. Deviations concerning the sexual aim. The normal sexual aim is considered to be the union of the genitals in the act designated as coitus, which leads to the discharge of sexual tension and the temporary extinction of the sexual drive, a satisfaction analogous to the appeasement of hunger. However, even in the most normal sexual process, one recognizes the rudiments of what, if developed, would lead to the aberrations described as perversions. This is because certain intermediate relations with the sexual object, on the way to coitus, such as touching and gazing at it, are acknowledged as preliminary sexual aims. These activities, on the one hand, bring pleasure in themselves and on the other, intensify the arousal that must persist until the final sexual aim is achieved. Moreover, one such contact, the meeting of the labial mucosae of two individuals, the kiss, has been attributed among many peoples, including the most highly civilized, a high sexual value, even though the body parts involved do not belong to the sexual apparatus, but constitute the entrance to the digestive tract. Here, then, are factors that allow one to link perversions to normal sexual life and that are also applicable to their classification. Perversions are either anatomical transgressions regarding the regions of the body designated for sexual union, or fixations on intermediate relations with the sexual object, which would normally be quickly passed through on the way to the final sexual aim. Anatomical transgressions. Overvaluation of the sexual object. Only in the rarest cases is the psychic valuation bestowed on the sexual object as the desired target of the sexual drive, restricted to its genitals. Rather, it spreads across the entire body and tends to encompass all sensations derived from the sexual object. This same overvaluation radiates into the psychic domain and manifests as logical blindness, a weakening of judgment, toward the object's mental achievements and perfections, as well as a credulous submission to its opinions. Thus, love's credulity becomes an important source, if not the original source, of authority. Now, it is this sexual overvaluation that does not tolerate well the restriction of the sexual aim to the union of the genitals strictly speaking, and contributes to elevating activities involving other parts of the body to the status of sexual aims. The importance of this factor of sexual overvaluation can be studied under better conditions in men, whose love life is the only one that has become accessible to investigation, while that of women, partly due to cultural atrophy, partly due to their conventional discretion and insincerity, remains shrouded in still impenetrable obscurity. Sexual use of the lips and mouth mucosa. The use of the mouth as a sexual organ is considered a perversion when a person's lips and tongue come into contact with another's genitals, but not when both place their labial mucosae in contact. This exception marks the link with the normal. One who, considering them perversions, detests the other practices, surely common since the dawn of humanity, succumbs to a clear feeling of disgust that protects them from accepting such a sexual act. Yet the boundaries of this disgust are often purely conventional. Someone who kisses a beautiful young woman passionately might feel disgusted at using her toothbrush, although he has no reason to assume his own oral cavity is cleaner than hers. What stands out here is the factor of disgust, which hinders the libidinal overvaluation of the sexual object, but which, in turn, can be overcome by libido. One could see in disgust one of the forces that led to the restriction of the sexual aim. In general, these limits stop at the genitals. But there is no doubt that even the genitals of the opposite sex, in themselves, can provoke disgust, and that this response is one of the characteristics of all hysterics, especially women. The strength of the sexual drive enjoys exercising itself in overcoming this disgust. Sexual use of the anal orifice. As for the anus, it is even more evident than in the previous cases that it is repugnance which stamps the sexual aim as perverse. But let me not be accused of bias for observing that the justification for this disgust, that this part of the body serves excretion and comes into contact with filth itself, feces, is not much more convincing than the explanation offered by hysterical girls for their aversion to the male genital organ, that it serves for urination. The sexual role of the anal mucosa is by no means limited to sexual relations between men, nor is the preference for it characteristic of the sensitivity of inverts. On the contrary, it seems that male pedicatio owes its role to its analogy with the act performed with a woman, whereas mutual masturbation is the sexual aim most easily found in sexual relations among inverts. Significance of other body parts. The spread of sexual interest to other parts of the body, with all its variations, offers us nothing fundamentally new. It adds nothing to the knowledge of the sexual drive, which, in this, merely declares its intention to seize the sexual object in every possible way. But alongside sexual overvaluation, another factor appears in anatomical transgressions, one that is unfamiliar to popular understanding. Certain body parts, such as the oral and anal mucosae, which appear repeatedly in these practices, seem to lay claim to being regarded and treated themselves as genitals. We shall later see that this claim is justified by the development of the sexual drive and that it is fulfilled in the symptomatology of certain pathological states. Improper substitution of the sexual object, fetishism. A very peculiar impression results from cases in which the normal sexual object is replaced by another that bears some relation to it, but is entirely unsuitable to serve the normal sexual aim. From the standpoint of classification, we certainly would have done better to mention this highly interesting group of sexual drive aberrations earlier among the deviations concerning the sexual object, but we postponed it until we had introduced the factor of sexual overvaluation, on which these phenomena related to the abandonment of the sexual aim depend. The substitute for the sexual object is generally a part of the body, feet, hair, scarcely appropriate for sexual purposes, or an inanimate object that maintains a demonstrable relation to the person it replaces, preferably to their sexuality, a garment, an intimate item. This substitute has not unjustifiably been compared to the fetish in which the savage sees his god embodied. The transition to cases of fetishism involving a renunciation of the sexual aim, whether normal or perverse, consists of cases in which a fetishistic condition is required of the sexual object in order for the sexual aim to be achieved, a specific hair color, particular clothing, or even physical defects. No other variation of the sexual drive bordering on the pathological deserves our interest as much as this one, given the singularity of the phenomena it produces. A certain weakening of the aspiration toward the normal sexual aim, executive weakness of the sexual apparatus, seems to be a prerequisite in all such cases. The link to the normal is provided by the psychologically necessary overvaluation of the sexual object, which inevitably spreads to all things associatively connected to the object. For this reason, a certain degree of fetishism is often a feature of normal love, especially in the stages of infatuation when the normal sexual aim is unattainable or its satisfaction appears impeded. The case only becomes pathological when the longing for the fetish becomes fixed, going beyond the aforementioned condition and taking the place of the normal sexual aim. And further, when the fetish detaches from a specific person and becomes the sole sexual object. These are the general conditions under which mere variations of the sexual drive transform into pathological aberrations. In the choice of the fetish, just as Binet was the first to claim, and as was later abundantly confirmed, the persistent influence of a sexual impression, most often received in early childhood, is evident, which can be compared to the proverbial persistence of first love. This derivation is particularly clear in cases where there is only a fetishistic conditioning of the sexual object. We shall return to the significance of early sexual impressions at another point. In other cases, what leads to the substitution of the object by the fetish is a symbolic connection of thoughts, which is most often unconscious to the individual. The paths of these associations cannot always be clearly indicated. The foot, for example, is an ancient sexual symbol that already appears in myth, and skins likely owe their fetishistic role to their association with the pubic hair of the mons veneris. Nevertheless, even this symbolism does not seem always independent from childhood sexual experiences. Fixations on provisional sexual aims. Emergence of new intentions. All external and internal conditions that hinder or delay the achievement of the normal sexual aim. Impotence, the high cost of the sexual object, risks of the sexual act. Understandably reinforce the tendency to linger on the preliminary acts and to form from them new sexual aims, which may take the place of the normal ones. A closer examination always shows that these new intentions, even the most unusual, are already sketched out in the normal sexual process. Touching and looking. A certain degree of tactile engagement, at least for human beings, is indispensable for reaching the normal sexual aim. It is also universally known how much pleasure, on one hand, and renewed arousal, on the other, are brought by the sensations of skin-to-skin contact with the sexual object. Therefore, lingering and touching, as long as the sexual act proceeds, can hardly be counted among the perversions. The same applies to seeing, which ultimately derives from touching. The visual impression remains the most frequent path through which libidinal arousal is triggered, and it is with the transitivity of this path, if such teleological reasoning is permissible, that natural selection counted when shaping the sexual object in terms of beauty. The progressive concealment of the body brought about by civilization keeps sexual curiosity awake. Curiosity that seeks to complete the sexual object by revealing the hidden parts, but which can be sublimated into art, if the interest is redirected from the genitals to the form of the body as a whole. Lingering on this sexually charged intermediate aim of seeing arises, to some extent, in most normal individuals, and indeed allows them to channel part of their libido toward higher artistic goals. On the other hand, the pleasure in seeing, scopophilia, becomes perverse, a. when it is restricted solely to the genitals, b. when it is connected to the overcoming of disgust, as in the voyeur, observer of excretory functions, or c. when it supplants the normal sexual aim rather than serving as a preparatory step. The latter is especially true of exhibitionists who, as I deduce from various analyses, display their genitals in order to see, in return, the genitals of others. In this perversion that aspires to look and be looked at, one can distinguish a most curious feature that will occupy us even more closely in the next aberration to be examined, namely, that the sexual aim presents itself in a dual configuration, in both active and passive forms. The force that opposes the pleasure of looking, but which can eventually be overcome by it, as we saw before with disgust, is shame, sadism and masochism. The inclination to inflict pain on the sexual object, as well as its counterpart, are the most frequent and significant of all perversions, and were named by Krafft-Ebing, in their active and passive forms, sadism and masochism. Other authors prefer the stricter designation of algalagnia, which emphasizes the pleasure in pain or cruelty, whereas Krafft-Ebing's terms foreground the pleasure in any form of humiliation or subjugation. As for active algalagnia, sadism, its roots are easy to trace in normal individuals. The sexuality of most men displays a mixture of aggression, of a tendency to dominate, whose biological importance may lie in the necessity of overcoming the resistance of the sexual object by means other than courting. Thus, sadism would correspond to an autonomous and exaggerated aggressive component of the sexual drive, displaced to a dominant position. The concept of sadism, in everyday language, ranges from a merely active or even violent attitude toward the sexual object to satisfaction that is solely dependent on the infliction of humiliation and abuse. In the strict sense, only this extreme latter case deserves the label of perversion. Similarly, the designation masochism encompasses all passive attitudes towards sexual life and the sexual object, the most extreme of which appears to be the conditioning of satisfaction on the experience of physical or emotional pain inflicted by the sexual object. Masochism, as a perversion, seems more distant from the normal sexual aim than its counterpart. For one, it is debatable whether it ever appears as a primary phenomenon or, rather, arises regularly from sadism through transformation. It is often possible to recognize that masochism is nothing more than a continuation of sadism turned against the individual themselves, who thereby initially takes the place of the sexual object. Clinical analysis of extreme masochistic perversions reveals the contribution of a broad array of factors, such as the castration complex and guilt consciousness, in the exaggeration and fixation of the original passive sexual attitude. The pain that is thereby endured aligns with disgust and shame, which previously stood as resistances to libido. Sadism and masochism occupy a special place among the perversions, as the contrast between activity and passivity at their root is one of the universal features of sexual life. That cruelty and the sexual drive are intimately connected is taught to us beyond all doubt by the history of human civilization. But attempts to clarify this connection have gone no further than to emphasize the aggressive component of libido. Some authors have suggested that this aggression mixed into the sexual drive is actually a residue of cannibalistic desires and, therefore, a co-participation of the apparatus of domination, which satisfies another ontogenetically older major need. It has also been claimed that all pain inherently contains the potential for pleasurable sensation. Here we are content to state that the clarification of this perversion has in no way been satisfactory, and that possibly various psychic aspirations combine within it to produce a single effect. The most remarkable particularity of this perversion lies, however, in the fact that its active and passive forms are usually found together in the same person. One who takes pleasure in inflicting pain on the other during sexual activity is also capable of enjoying any pain that can be derived from sexual relations as pleasure. The sadist is always also a masochist, even if one aspect, active or passive, has developed more intensely and represents their predominant sexual activity. Thus, we see that some of the tendencies toward perversion regularly appear as pairs of opposites, which, along with material to be presented later, may claim a high theoretical significance. It is also evident that the existence of the sadism-masochism pair of opposites cannot be deduced directly from a mixture of aggression. On the contrary, we are tempted to relate the simultaneous presence of these opposites to the opposition between masculine and feminine that is combined in bisexuality, an opposition often replaced in psychoanalysis by the contrast between active and passive. General considerations on perversions. Variation in disease. It's natural that physicians, who initially studied perversions in well-marked cases and under special conditions, lean toward attributing to them the character of a degenerative sign or illness, just as they did with inversion. Nonetheless, it's even easier to reject such an opinion in the present case. Everyday experience shows that most of these transgressions, at least the less extreme among them, are a component rarely absent from the sexual lives of healthy individuals and are judged by them as any other form of intimacy. When circumstances are favorable, even normal people may substitute the normal sexual aim for one of these perversions for a period of time, or allow it a place alongside it. There's no healthy individual who doesn't add some element to the normal sexual aim that could be called perverse. And this universality alone suffices to demonstrate how inappropriate it is to use the word perversion in a condemning sense. In the realm of sexual life especially, one encounters peculiar and currently insoluble difficulties in drawing a clear boundary between what is mere variation within the physiological range and what constitutes pathological symptoms. Even so, in many perversions, the quality of the new sexual aim is such that it requires special consideration. Some of them deviate so far from the norm in their content that we cannot refrain from calling them pathological, especially in cases where the sexual drive accomplishes astonishing feats, such as licking excrement or abusing corpses, to overcome resistance, shame, disgust, horror, or pain. But not even in such cases can we reliably expect to find in their authors other serious abnormalities or signs of mental illness. Nor can we ignore the fact that people who behave normally in all other aspects may be considered ill only in the domain of sexual life, under the rule of the most irrepressible of all drives. Conversely, abnormality manifesting in other life domains often reveals an underlying abnormal sexual conduct. In most cases, the pathological character of a perversion lies not in the content of the new sexual aim, but in its relationship to normality. When the perversion does not appear alongside the normal sexual aim and object, emerging only in propitious situations and under adverse conditions that impede normality, but instead displaces and replaces the normal in all circumstances, in other words, when it becomes exclusive and fixed, then we are justified, in most cases, in judging it a pathological symptom. The psychic participation in perversions. It may be precisely in the most abject perversions that we should recognize the strongest psychic participation in transforming the sexual drive. These are the works of a psychic labor to which, despite its grotesque outcome, we cannot deny a kind of idealization of the drive. Perhaps love's omnipotence never manifests more intensely than in such aberrations. The noblest and the most vile, in all matters of sexuality, appear in the most intimate mutual dependency. 2 conclusions. From the study of perversions, we arrived at the insight that the sexual drive must contend with certain psychic forces acting as resistances. Foremost among them, clearly, shame and disgust. It's reasonable to suppose that these forces help keep the sexual drive within socially acceptable limits, and that if they develop too early in the individual, before the drive reaches full strength, they may steer its path of development. We've also observed that some of the perversions we investigated can only be understood through the convergence of several motives. If they allow for analysis, if they can be broken down, then they must be of composite nature. This provides a hint that the sexual drive itself may not be a simple force, but one composed of elements that separate again in the perversions. Clinical practice would then be warning us of fusions that disappear from expression in the uniformity of normal behavior. The sexual drive in neurotics. An important contribution to understanding the sexual drive in people who at least approximate normality comes from a source accessible only through a specific method. There's only one way to obtain exhaustive and reliable information about the sexual life of the so-called psychoneurotics, those suffering from hysteria, obsessional neurosis, the wrongly named neurasthenia, and certainly also dementia praecox and paranoia through psychoanalytic investigation. The therapeutic technique introduced by Joseph Breuer and myself in 1893, then called the cathartic method. Let me clarify, repeating what I've said in earlier publications, that these psychoneuroses, as far as my experience extends, are based on sexual drive forces. I don't mean merely that sexual drive energy contributes to the forces sustaining the pathological phenomena, the symptoms, but I explicitly affirm that this contribution is the only constant energy source of neurosis, and the most important of all. Thus, the sexual life of these individuals is expressed exclusively, predominantly, or at least partially, in their symptoms. As I've stated elsewhere, symptoms are the sexual activity of the patients. This claim is supported by the growing number of psychoanalyses of hysterics and other neurotics I've conducted over the past 25 years, whose results I've reported in other publications, and will continue to do so. Psychoanalysis eliminates hysterical symptoms based on the assumption that such symptoms are substitutes, a kind of transcription, of a series of processes, desires, and affect-laden aspirations that, through a special psychic mechanism, repression, are denied discharge through conscious mental activity. These mental formations, held in unconscious suspension, still seek expression appropriate to their effective value, a release, and in hysteria, they find it through conversion into bodily phenomena, the hysterical symptoms. By systematically retransforming these symptoms into effectively invested representations now made conscious, using a specific technique, we become able to uncover with great precision the nature and origin of those previously unconscious mental formations. Results of psychoanalysis. Through this method, it was confirmed that symptoms represent substitutes for desires whose energy comes from the sexual drive. This aligns perfectly with what we know about the character of hysterics, here taken as a model for all psychoneurotics, before their illness, as well as the occasions that precipitate the disorder. The hysterical character reveals an above-normal degree of sexual repression, an intensified resistance to the sexual drive, which we already know as shame, disgust, and morality, and an instinctive avoidance of any intellectual engagement with sexual issues. This leads, in the more pronounced cases, to a complete sexual ignorance even after sexual maturity has been reached. This character trait, so essential in hysteria, often escapes casual observation, remaining hidden behind the second constitutional factor of hysteria, the excessive development of the sexual drive. Only psychological analysis can consistently uncover it and resolve the enigmatic contradiction of hysteria, recording the presence of this pair of opposites, an overwhelming sexual need and an excessive renunciation of sexuality. The onset of illness occurs in a hysterically predisposed person when, due to progressive maturation or external life conditions, the real demands of sexuality become serious. Caught between the urgency of the drive and the antagonism of sexual renunciation, the person turns to illness, not to resolve the conflict, but to escape it by transforming libidinal aspirations into symptoms. The apparent exception of a hysteric, a man, for example, falling ill due to a banal emotion or a conflict unrelated to sex is revealed by psychoanalysis to be only an illusion. Such cases are regularly shown to have been enabled by the sexual component of the conflict, which robbed the psychic processes of their normal expression. Neurosis and perversion. Much of the opposition to my theses is clarified by the fact that sexuality, from which I derive psychoneurotic symptoms, is viewed as being identical with the normal sexual drive. But psychoanalysis teaches us even more. It shows that symptoms do not arise solely at the expense of the so-called normal sexual drive, at least not exclusively or predominantly, but rather represent the converted expression of drives that would be labeled perverse, in the broadest sense, if they could be expressed directly, without diversion through consciousness, in fantasy or in action. Thus, symptoms are formed, in part, at the expense of abnormal sexuality. Neurosis is, so to speak, the negative of perversion. The sexual drive of psychoneurotics reveals all the aberrations we have studied as variations of normal life and as pathological manifestations. In the mental life of all neurotics, without exception, one finds motions of inversion, fixation of libido on same-sex individuals. Without an in-depth discussion, it is impossible to adequately assess the importance of this factor in shaping the pathological picture. I can only affirm that the unconscious tendency toward inversion is never absent and, in particular, offers the greatest clarity when explaining male hysteria. In the unconscious of psychoneurotics, one can demonstrate, as symptom-forming, all tendencies toward anatomical transgression, among which those claiming the mucous membranes of the mouth and anus as genital substitutes appear with particular frequency and intensity. Among the symptom-forming elements in psychoneuroses, a very prominent role is played by partial drives, which usually appear as pairs of opposites and which we have already encountered as carriers of new sexual aims. The drive for pleasure in looking and exhibitionism, and the drive for cruelty in both its active and passive forms. The contribution of the latter is indispensable to understanding the painful nature of symptoms and almost invariably dominates a part of the patient's social behavior. It is also through this link between libido and cruelty that the transformation of love into hatred, of affectionate motions into hostile ones, occurs, something characteristic of many neuroses and seemingly of paranoia in general. Interest in these findings grows even more with certain particularities of the facts. Whenever one finds in the unconscious a drive of this kind, capable of being paired with its opposite, it's usually possible to demonstrate the latter's effectiveness as well. Every active perversion, therefore, is accompanied by its passive counterpart. Whoever is an exhibitionist in the unconscious is also, at the same time, a voyeur. Whoever represses sadistic impulses finds reinforcement for the symptom in masochistic tendencies. The complete agreement with the behavior of positive perversions is certainly noteworthy, even though in pathological cases, one of the opposing inclinations generally takes the leading role. In the most evident cases of psychoneurosis, it is rare to find only one of these perverse drives fully developed. Usually we find many of them, and generally traces of all. But the intensity of each isolated drive is independent of the development of the others. In this respect, too, the study of positive perversions offers a precise counterpart. Partial drives and erogenous zones. If we combine what the investigation of positive and negative perversions has revealed, it seems plausible to trace them back to a series of partial drives, which, however, are not primary, since they can be further decomposed. By drive, we may initially understand only the psychic representative of a continuously flowing endosomatic source of stimulation, to differentiate it from stimulus, which is produced by isolated excitations coming from outside. Drive, then, is a concept marking the boundary between the psychic and the physical. The simplest and most appropriate hypothesis about the nature of drive would be that it has no quality in itself and should only be regarded as a measure of the demand for work imposed upon mental life. What distinguishes the drives and gives them their specific properties is their relation to their somatic sources and aims. The source of a drive is an excitatory process in an organ, and its immediate aim consists in eliminating that organic stimulus. Another provisional hypothesis, unavoidable in drive theory, is that the body's organs provide two kinds of excitation, based on differences in chemical nature. One of these classes of excitation is designated as specifically sexual, and we refer to the relevant organ as the erogenous zone of the partial drive that arises from it. In the perverse inclinations that assign sexual significance to the oral cavity and anal orifice, the role of the erogenous zones is immediately perceptible. In every aspect, they behave like part of the sexual apparatus. In hysteria, these areas of the body and their mucous tracts become the site of new sensations and altered innervation, sometimes even of processes comparable to erection, just like the genitals during normal sexual excitation. The meaning of erogenous zones as accessory organs and substitutes for the genitals is most clearly revealed among the psychoneuroses. In hysteria, though this doesn't mean that it's any less important in other forms of illness. In these obsessional neurosis, paranoia, it's simply less recognizable because symptom formation occurs in parts of the psychic apparatus more distant from the specific centers that govern the body. In obsessional neurosis, what stands out most is the significance of impulses that create new sexual aims and seem independent of erogenous zones. Nonetheless, in scopophilia and exhibitionism, the eye corresponds to an erogenous zone. In the case of pain and cruelty as components of the sexual drive, the skin takes on this same role. The skin, which in certain parts of the body has evolved into sense organs and transformed into mucous membrane, making it the erogenous zone par excellence. Clarifications on the apparent prevalence of perversion in psychoneuroses. The previous discussion may have presented the sexuality of psychoneurotics in a false light. It may have created the impression that, due to their predisposition, psychoneurotics closely resemble perverts in their sexual conduct and diverge from normals to the same degree. Indeed, it is quite possible that the constitutional makeup of these patients includes, besides an excessive degree of sexual repression and an overpowering sexual drive, an unusual tendency toward perversion in the broadest sense. Even so, the investigation of milder cases shows that this latter assumption is not necessarily indispensable, or that, at the very least, when forming a judgment on these pathological effects, we must account for the influence of another factor. In most psychoneurotics, illness appears only after puberty, triggered by the demands of normal sexual life. It is against these that repression is primarily directed. Or the illness appears later, when libido is deprived of satisfaction through normal channels. In either case, libido behaves like a current whose main course has been dammed. It then floods the collateral pathways that may have previously remained dry. Thus, even what appears to be a powerful tendency toward perversion, albeit negative, in psychoneurotics may be due to collateral factors and, in any case, must be collaterally intensified. In fact, sexual repression must be aligned as an internal factor with external factors, such as restricted freedom, the inaccessibility of a normal sexual object, the risks of normal sexual activity, etc., which allow perversions to emerge in individuals who might otherwise have remained normal. In this regard, different cases of neurosis may behave differently. In one case, the innate strength of the perverse tendency predominates. In another, it's the collateral increase in that tendency due to libido being diverted from normal aims and objects. It would be a mistake to presume opposition where there is in fact cooperation. Neurosis always produces its most extreme effects when constitution and experience work in the same direction. A strong constitution may dispense with the support of life experiences, and a major life trauma may trigger neurosis even in a commonplace constitution. This view of the etiological importance of innate versus accidental experience applies equally in other fields. However, if one prefers the hypothesis that a particularly marked tendency toward perversion is one of the peculiarities of the psychoneurotic constitution, the possibility arises of distinguishing among multiple constitutions, depending on the innate predominance of this or that erogenous zone, or this or that partial drive. As with many other things in this domain, it has not yet been studied whether a special relationship exists between perverse disposition and the choice of specific form of illness. Indication of the infantile nature of sexuality. By demonstrating perverse motions as symptom-forming in psychoneuroses, we have greatly increased the number of human beings who could be considered perverse. Not only are neurotics themselves a very large class, but we must also account for the fact that descending and uninterrupted series connect neurosis, in all its forms, with health. For this reason, Mobius justifiably claimed that we are all a little hysterical. Thus, the extraordinary diffusion of perversions forces us to conclude that the predisposition to perversion is not some rare peculiarity, but must, instead, be part of what passes as a normal constitution. As we've seen, it's debatable whether perversions stem from innate conditions or arise, as Binet supposed regarding fetishism, from accidental experiences. Now we're led to conclude that there is indeed something innate at the base of perversions, but that this something is innate in all human beings, though it may vary in intensity as a disposition and be reinforced by life's influences. These are the innate roots of the sexual drive given by constitution, which sometimes, as in perversions, become the actual bearers of sexual activity. Other times they undergo insufficient repression, drawing sexual energy to themselves indirectly as pathological symptoms. And in the most favorable cases between these two extremes, they, through effective restriction and other elaborations, allow for the emergence of what we call a normal sexual life. But we must also say that this supposed constitution that contains the germs of all perversions is only demonstrable in the child, even though, in the child, all these drives can only emerge with moderate intensity. Thus, we glimpse the formula that neurotics have either preserved the infantile state of their sexuality or have been regressed to it. Hence, our interest turns to the sexual life of the child, and we shall proceed to study the interplay of influences that govern the development of infantile sexuality toward its outcome in perversion, neurosis, or normal sexual life. Infantile sexuality. The disregard for childhood. It is part of popular opinion about the sexual drive that it is absent during childhood and only awakens during the stage of life referred to as puberty. But this is not just any error. It is a misconception with serious consequences, for it is the main culprit behind our current ignorance regarding the basic conditions of sexual life. A thorough study of sexual manifestations in childhood would likely reveal the essential features of the sexual drive, unveil its evolution, and allow us to see how it is composed from various sources. It is noteworthy that authors who have focused on elucidating the properties and reactions of the adult individual have paid far more attention to the prehistoric phase represented by ancestral life, that is, given greater importance to heredity, than to the other prehistoric phase, which takes place in the individual's own existence, childhood. As can be assumed, the influence of this period of life would be easier to understand and deserves consideration prior to that of heredity. Indeed, the literature contains occasional notes about early sexual activity in young children, about erections, masturbation, and even behaviors resembling intercourse. But these are always cited only as exceptional cases, curiosities, or alarming examples of early depravity. No author, to my knowledge, has clearly acknowledged the normativity of sexual drive in childhood, and in the numerous writings on child development, the chapter on sexual development is usually omitted. Infantile amnesia. The reason for this strange neglect can be sought partly in conventional considerations that authors uphold due to their own upbringing, and partly in a psychic phenomenon that has thus far escaped explanation. I refer to the singular amnesia that, in most people, though not all, covers the early years of childhood up to the age of 6 or 8. Until now, we have not found it surprising that such amnesia exists, though we should have. Indeed, we are informed that during those years, of which we retain only a few fragmented and incomprehensible memories, we responded vividly to impressions, could express pain and joy in a human way, showed love, jealousy, and other intense passions, and even formulated sentences that adults considered proof of insight and early judgment. Yet of all this, as adults, we know nothing firsthand. Why has our memory lagged so far behind our other mental functions? We have reason to believe that at no other time in life is the capacity for reception and reproduction greater than precisely during childhood. On the other hand, we must assume, or can be convinced through the psychological investigation of others, that these forgotten impressions nonetheless left the deepest traces on our psyche and became decisive for all of our later development. Thus, there is no actual decline in childhood impressions, but rather an amnesia similar to that seen in neurotics regarding later experiences, whose essence lies in a mere inhibition of infantile impressions. Whoever solves this enigma will also have clarified hysterical amnesia. Nevertheless, we must point out that the existence of infantile amnesia provides yet another point of comparison between the mental state of the child and that of neurotics. We encountered another such point when we were led to the idea that the sexuality of neurotics preserves the infantile state or is regressed back to it. And what if infantile amnesia itself is also related to sexual impulses from childhood? Indeed, linking infantile and hysterical amnesia is more than mere wordplay. Hysterical amnesia, which serves repression, is only explainable by the fact that the individual already has a repository of psychic traces that are no longer accessible to consciousness and which, through associative connections, seize upon what is targeted by the repelling forces of repression. It can be said that without infantile amnesia, there would be no hysterical amnesia. Therefore, I believe that infantile amnesia, which turns everyone's childhood into a sort of prehistoric era and hides from them the origins of their own sexual life, is to blame for the lack of value placed on the childhood period in the development of sexual life. An isolated observer cannot fill the gaps thus created in our knowledge. Already in 1896, I emphasized the importance of childhood for the origin of certain phenomena dependent on sexual life, and since then, I have consistently placed the infantile factor at the forefront of sexuality. The sexual latency period of childhood and its breakdowns. The extraordinarily detailed findings of supposedly exceptional and abnormal sexual impulses in childhood, as well as the revelation of previously unconscious childhood memories in neurotics, may allow us to draw the following picture of childhood sexual behavior. It seems certain that the newborn carries the seeds of sexual impulses which continue to develop for a time, but then undergo progressive suppression, which in turn may be interrupted by regular advances of sexual development or suspended due to individual peculiarities. Nothing certain is known about the regularity and periodicity of this fluctuating course of development. However, it seems that the sexual life of the child usually becomes observable around the age of 3 or 4. Sexual inhibitions. During this total or partial latency period, the psychic forces that will later act as obstacles to the sexual drive are erected, narrowing its path like dams, disgust, the feeling of shame, aesthetic, and moral ideals. In civilized children, there is the impression that the building of these dams is the work of education, and education certainly plays a role in this. In reality, however, this development is organically conditioned and determined by heredity, capable of occurring at the proper time without any help from education. Education remains within its proper scope when it merely follows what was organically preordained and impresses it a bit more finely and deeply. Reaction formation and sublimation. By what means are these important structures for the person's later culture and normality erected? Probably at the expense of the child's own sexual impulses, whose flow does not cease even during this latency period, but whose energy, entirely or mostly, is diverted from sexual use and redirected toward other purposes. Cultural historians seem unanimous in supposing that, through this redirection of sexual drives away from sexual goals and toward new aims, in a process worthy of the name sublimation, powerful components for all cultural achievements are acquired. We would therefore add that the same process takes place in the development of each individual, beginning in the childhood latency period. We may also hazard a guess regarding the mechanism of this sublimation process. The sexual impulses of these childhood years are, on the one hand, unusable, since reproductive functions are deferred, this being the main trait of the latency period, and on the other hand, inherently perverse, stemming from erogenous zones and relying on drives that, given the individual's developmental direction, would only provoke unpleasant sensations. Consequently, they arouse opposing psychic forces, reactive motions, that, to effectively suppress this displeasure, erect the already mentioned psychic dams: disgust, shame, and morality. Breakdowns of the latency period. Without deceiving ourselves about the hypothetical nature and limited clarity of our knowledge regarding the processes of the infantile latency or postponement period, let us return to reality to point out that this use of infantile sexuality represents an educational ideal from which the development of each individual almost always deviates in some way, often considerably. Occasionally, a fragment of sexual expression escapes sublimation, or some sexual activity is preserved throughout the latency period until the pronounced outbreak of sexual drive during puberty. Insofar as they pay any attention to infantile sexuality, educators act as if they shared our views on the building of moral defense mechanisms at the expense of sexuality, and as if they knew that sexual activity renders the child uneducable, since they pursue all its manifestations as vices, even if they cannot do much against them. We, however, have every reason to direct our interest toward these phenomena so feared by educators, as we hope they will clarify the original configuration of the sexual drive. Manifestations of infantile sexuality. Thumbsucking. For reasons that will later become clear, we will take as a model of infantile sexual manifestations thumbsucking, pleasurable sucking, to which the Hungarian pediatrician Lindner, 1879, devoted an excellent study. Thumbsucking, which appears already in infancy and may continue into maturity or persist throughout life, consists of a rhythmic repetition of sucking contact with the mouth, the lips, where any nutritive purpose is excluded. A part of the lips themselves, the tongue, or any other area of skin within reach, even the big toe, may be taken as the object upon which this sucking is exercised. A grasping impulse arising simultaneously may express itself in rhythmic tugs at the earlobe or seize a part of another person, usually the ear, for the same purpose. Pleasurable sucking is accompanied by complete absorption of attention and leads either to sleep or even to a motor reaction resembling an orgasm. It is not uncommon for it to combine with the rubbing of some sensitive part of the body, such as the breasts or external genitals. Many children proceed from thumb-sucking to masturbation along this path. Lindner himself recognized the sexual nature of this activity and emphasized it unequivocally. In childhood, thumb-sucking is often equated with other sexual bad habits of children. Many pediatricians and neurologists have vigorously protested against this conception, partly, no doubt, due to a confusion between sexual and genital. This protest raises a difficult and unavoidable question. By what general characteristic can we recognize the sexual manifestations of children? It seems to me that the chain of phenomena revealed by psychoanalytic investigation justifies regarding thumb-sucking as a sexual manifestation and studying in it the essential features of infantile sexual activity. Autoeroticism. We are obliged to examine this example in depth. The most prominent feature of this sexual practice is that the drive is not directed toward another person, but is satisfied on the child's own body. It is autoerotic, to use the apt term introduced by Havelock Ellis. Moreover, it is clear that the child's act of sucking is determined by the search for a pleasure already experienced and now remembered. In the simplest case, satisfaction is found through the rhythmic sucking of a part of the skin or mucous membrane. It is also easy to guess the occasions on which the child first experienced this pleasure, which it now strives to renew. The first and most vital activity of the child, sucking at the mother's breast or its substitutes, must have acquainted it with this pleasure. We would say that the child's lips behaved as an erotogenic zone, and the stimulation by the warm flow of milk was undoubtedly the source of the pleasurable sensation. Initially, the satisfaction of the erotogenic zone must have been associated with the need for nourishment. Sexual activity first leans upon one of the functions serving self-preservation, and only later becomes independent of them. Anyone who has seen a satiated child sink back from the breast, cheeks flushed, with a blissful smile and fall asleep, will have to admit that this picture persists as a prototype of sexual satisfaction in later life. The need to repeat sexual satisfaction then becomes dissociated from the need for nourishment, a separation that becomes inevitable with the appearance of teeth, when food is no longer taken solely by sucking, but is also chewed. The child does not use an external object for sucking but prefers a part of its own skin because it is more convenient, because it makes the child independent of the external world, which it cannot yet control, and because it provides, as it were, a second erotogenic zone, albeit of lesser value. The inferiority of this second region will later impel the child to seek the corresponding part, the lips, on another person. It's a pity I can't kiss myself, one might say to underlie this. Not all children suck their thumbs. It may be assumed that those who do have a constitutionally reinforced erotogenic significance in the labial zone. If this significance persists, such children, as adults, will become connoisseurs of kissing, will tend toward perverse kissing, or, if male, will have a powerful motive for drinking or smoking. If repression occurs, however, they will feel disgust at food and produce hysterical vomiting. Due to the dual purpose of the labial zone, repression extends to the nutritive drive. Many of my patients with eating disorders, globus hystericus, throat constriction, and vomiting, were avid thumbsuckers in childhood. In thumbsucking, or pleasurable sucking, we can already observe the three essential characteristics of an infantile sexual manifestation. It arises in connection with a vital somatic function, does not yet recognize a sexual object, being autoerotic, and its sexual aim is under the dominance of an erotogenic zone. We may anticipate that these features will also apply to most other activities of the infantile sexual drives. The sexual aim of infantile sexuality. Characteristics of the erotogenic zones. From the example of thumbsucking, we can further deduce several points for characterizing an erotogenic zone. It is a part of the skin or mucous membrane where certain kinds of stimulation produce a pleasurable sensation of a particular quality. There is no doubt that the stimuli that produce pleasure are linked to special conditions still unknown to us. Among these, rhythm must play some role. The analogy with tickling is compelling here. Less certain is whether the nature of the pleasurable sensation can be described as specific, a specificity in which the sexual factor would lie. In matters of pleasure and unpleasure, psychology still gropes in such darkness that the most cautious hypotheses are the most advisable. Later, we may encounter reasons that seem to support the idea of a particular quality of pleasurable sensation. The erotogenic property may be more distinctly attached to certain parts of the body. Predestined erotogenic zones exist, as thumb-sucking shows. But this example also teaches that any other point of the skin or mucous membrane can assume the functions of an erotogenic zone, and must therefore have a certain aptitude for it. Thus, the quality of the stimulus, rather than the nature of the body part, is what matters in producing the pleasurable sensation. The thumb-sucking child searches its body for a part to suck, which then, by habit, becomes the preferred one. If it chances upon one of the predestined zones, nipples, genitals, this will certainly retain preference. A fully analogous capacity for displacement reappears in the symptomatology of hysteria. In this neurosis, repression affects primarily those erotogenic zones otherwise neglected in adult life, which then behave exactly like genitals. But beyond this, just as in thumb-sucking, any other part of the body can acquire the excitability of the genitals and be elevated to the status of an erotogenic zone. Erotogenic and hysterogenic zones exhibit the same characteristics. The infantile sexual aim. The sexual aim of the infantile drive consists in obtaining satisfaction through the appropriate stimulation of an erotogenic zone that has somehow been selected. This satisfaction must have been experienced before, so that a need for its repetition remains, and we may reasonably expect that nature has made secure arrangements to prevent this experience from being left to chance. We have already learned what promotes the satisfaction of this aim in the case of the labial zone: its simultaneous connection with the act of nursing. We shall encounter other similar contrivances as sources of sexuality. The state of needing to repeat a satisfaction manifests in two ways: through a peculiar feeling of tension, which has rather the character of unpleasure, and through a sensation of itching or stimulation, centrally conditioned and projected onto the peripheral erotogenic zone. Thus, the sexual aim may also be formulated differently. It would replace the projected sensation of stimulation in the erotogenic zone by an external stimulus that removes it by producing the sensation of satisfaction. This external stimulus usually consists in a manipulation analogous to sucking. It is entirely consistent with our physiological knowledge that the need may also be evoked peripherally through an actual modification in the erotogenic zone. Only somewhat puzzling is that, to remove one stimulus, the application of a second in the same place seems necessary. The masturbatory sexual manifestations. It can only greatly please us to discover that, once the drive originating from a single erotogenic zone is understood, we do not have much more of importance to learn about the sexual activity of children. The most significant differences concern the measures necessary for satisfaction, which, in the case of the labial zone, consisted of sucking, and which must be replaced by other muscular actions, depending on the location and nature of the other zones. Activity of the anal zone. Like the labial zone, the anal zone is, by its position, suited to mediate the attachment of sexuality to other bodily functions. It is to be presumed that the erotogenic importance of this part of the body was originally very great. Through psychoanalysis, we have learned, not without some astonishment, of the transformations that the sexual excitations arising from it normally undergo, and of the frequency with which this zone retains throughout life a considerable share of genital excitability. The intestinal disorders so common in childhood ensure that this zone is not lacking in intense excitations. Intestinal catarrhs in earliest infancy leave the child nervous, as is commonly said. In later neurotic illness, they have a determining influence on the somatic expression of the neurosis and place at its disposal the whole sum of intestinal disturbances. Considering the erotogenic significance of the rectal zone, which is preserved at least in its transformed state, we can no longer laugh at the influence of hemorrhoids, to which old-fashioned medicine attached such importance in explaining neurotic conditions. Children who exploit the erotogenic excitability of the anal zone betray themselves by retaining their feces until their accumulation brings about violent muscular contractions and, as they pass through the anus, can produce an intense stimulation of the mucous membrane. In this way, voluptuous sensations are produced alongside painful ones. One of the best prognostic signs of later eccentricity or nervousness is an infant's obstinate refusal to empty the bowels when placed on the potty, that is, when it is desired by the person in charge of him, reserving this function for when he himself chooses to perform it. Naturally, it is not that he takes pleasure in dirtying his bed. He is merely ensuring that he does not miss the bonus of pleasure that accompanies defecation. Once again, educators are right in calling children who delay these functions perverse. The intestinal contents, which, as a stimulating body, act upon a sexually sensitive area of mucous membrane, serve as the precursor of another organ destined to come into action after the phase of infancy. For the infant, they also have other important meanings. They are obviously treated as part of his own body, representing the first gift. By parting with them, the little creature can express his compliance toward those around him, and by withholding them, his defiance. From the meaning of gift, this content later passes into that of baby, which, according to one of the infantile sexual theories, is acquired by eating and born through the bowels. The retention of fecal matter, initially practiced intentionally to exploit the stimulation as a kind of masturbatory satisfaction of the anal zone, or to use it in relation to the child's caregivers, is, moreover, one of the roots of the constipation so common in neurotics. Further, the full significance of the anal zone is mirrored in the fact that very few neurotics are to be found without their special scatological rituals, ceremonies, and the like, which they carefully keep secret. The actual masturbatory stimulation of the anal zone with the help of a finger, provoked by an itch centrally determined or peripherally maintained, is by no means rare in older children. Activity of the genital zone. Among the erotogenic zones of the infantile body, there is one that certainly does not play the principal role and cannot be the vehicle of the earliest sexual impulses, but which is destined for great things in the future. In children of both sexes, it is connected with urination, glands, clitoris, and in the former is enclosed in a mucous sac so that it cannot escape stimulation by secretions that precociously activate sexual excitation. The sexual activities of this erotogenic zone, which forms part of the actual sexual organs, are undoubtedly the beginning of the future normal sexual life. Given its anatomical position, the secretions in which it is bathed, the washing and friction involved in bodily care, and certain accidental excitations, such as the migration of intestinal worms in girls, it is inevitable that the pleasurable sensation these parts of the body can produce should make itself noticed by the infant even during the nursing period, awakening a need for its repetition. Considering the sum of existing arrangements and reflecting that measures for maintaining cleanliness can hardly operate otherwise than by stimulating it, it is hard to avoid the conclusion that the future primacy of this erotogenic zone in sexual activity is established through the masturbation of infancy, from which hardly any individual escapes. The action that removes the stimulus and brings about satisfaction consists in a contact by manual friction or in pressure, certainly prepared on the model of a reflex, exerted with the hand or by pressing the thighs together. The latter method is by far the more common in girls. In boys, the preference for the hand already indicates the important contribution that the instinct for mastery is destined to make to masculine sexual activity. For the sake of clarity, I should point out that 3 phases of infantile masturbation must be distinguished. The first belongs to the period of infancy, the second to the brief efflorescence of sexual activity about the 4th year of life, and only the third corresponds to the masturbation of puberty, which is often the only one taken into account. The second phase of infantile masturbation. The masturbation of infancy seems to disappear after a short time, but its uninterrupted continuation until puberty may constitute the first great deviation from the development aimed at for human beings in a state of civilization. At some time in childhood after the nursing period, usually before the 4th year, the sexual impulse of this genital zone is apt to revive and persist for a while until it is once more suppressed or continues without interruption. The possible circumstances are very various and can only be properly appreciated by a more exact analysis of individual cases. But all the details of this second phase of infantile sexual activity leave behind the profoundest unconscious traces in the person's memory, determine the development of his character if he remains healthy, and the symptomatology of his neurosis if he falls ill after puberty. In the latter case, we find that this sexual period has been forgotten and that the conscious memories that bear witness to it have been displaced. I have already stated that I should connect normal infantile amnesia with this infantile sexual activity. By psychoanalytic investigation, it is possible to bring the forgotten material into consciousness, and in this way to remove a compulsion that arises from the unconscious psychical material. The return of infantile masturbation. The sexual excitation of infancy returns in the years of childhood already indicated, either as a centrally conditioned itching stimulus urging masturbatory satisfaction, or as a process in the nature of an emission which, in analogy with the emissions of maturity, achieves satisfaction without the help of any action. The latter case is the more frequent in girls and in the second half of childhood. Its determining factors are not entirely intelligible, and often, though not invariably, it appears to have as a prerequisite a previous period of active masturbation. The symptomatology of these sexual manifestations is scanty. What gives evidence of the still undeveloped sexual apparatus is, for the most part, the urinary apparatus, which functions, so to speak, as its trustee. Most of the so-called bladder disorders of this period are sexual disturbances. Nocturnal enuresis, unless it represents an epileptic attack, corresponds to an emission. For the reappearance of sexual activity, internal causes and accidental external factors are decisive, both of which can be inferred in cases of neurotic illness from the form taken by the symptoms and can be discovered with certainty by psychoanalytic investigation. The internal causes will be discussed later. Accidental external factors acquire at this period a great and lasting importance. Foremost among these is the effect of seduction, which treats a child prematurely as a sexual object and in circumstances that make a deep impression teaches him the satisfaction that can be obtained from his genital zones, a satisfaction which he is then usually obliged to repeat by masturbation. This influence may proceed from adults or from other children. I cannot admit that in my essay on the Etiology of Hysteria, I exaggerated the frequency or importance of that influence, though I did not then know that persons who remain normal may have had the same experiences in their childhood, and though I consequently attributed too great an importance to seduction in comparison with the factors of sexual constitution and development. It is obvious that seduction is not required in order to arouse a child's sexual life. That can also come about spontaneously from internal causes. Polymorphously perverse disposition. It is instructive that a child, under the influence of seduction, can become polymorphously perverse and be led into all possible transgressions. This shows that they carry within their disposition an aptitude for them. Thus, their execution meets little resistance, since, depending on the child's age, the psychic dams against sexual excesses, shame, disgust, and morality, have either not yet been erected or are still in the process of construction. In this respect, the child does not behave differently from the average uncultivated woman, in whom the same polymorphously perverse disposition persists. Under ordinary conditions, she may remain sexually normal, but if guided by a skillful seducer, she will take pleasure in all perversions and retain them in her sexual activity. This same polymorphous, and thus infantile, disposition is also exploited by prostitutes in the practice of their profession, and in the vast number of women who engage in prostitution or who must be presumed to have an aptitude for it, even if they have escaped its practice. It is impossible not to recognize in this uniform tendency toward all kinds of perversions something universally human and primordial. Component instincts. Moreover, the influence of seduction does not help clarify the initial circumstances of the sexual instinct, but rather confuses our view of it, since it prematurely presents the child with a sexual object for which, at first, the infantile sexual instinct shows no need. Nevertheless, we must admit that even infantile sexual life, despite the predominant dominance of the erotogenic zones, exhibits components that from the very beginning involve other people as sexual objects. Of this nature are the instincts of scopophilia, pleasure in looking, and exhibitionism, as well as cruelty, which appear with a certain independence from the erotogenic zones and only later enter into close relations with genital life. Yet even in infancy, they make themselves noticeable as autonomous strivings, initially separate from erotogenic sexual activity. The small child is, above all, devoid of shame, and during certain periods of their earliest years, they display an unmistakable satisfaction in exposing their body, with particular emphasis on the sexual parts. The counterpart of this inclination, deemed perverse, the curiosity to see the genitals of others, probably only becomes manifest somewhat later in childhood, when the obstacle of shame has already reached a certain development. Under the influence of seduction, the perversion of looking can attain great importance in the child's sexual life. However, my investigations into the childhood of both healthy individuals and neurotics compel me to conclude that the scopic instinct can arise in the child as a spontaneous sexual manifestation. Small children whose attention has been drawn at some point to their own genitals, usually through masturbation, often take the next step without external assistance and develop a keen interest in the genitals of their playmates. Since opportunities to satisfy this curiosity generally arise only in connection with the fulfillment of excretory needs, such children become voyeurs, eager spectators of others' urination and defecation. Once repression sets in against these inclinations, the curiosity to see the genitals of others, whether of the same or the opposite sex, persists as a tormenting urge, which in many cases of neurosis later supplies the most powerful driving force for symptom formation. With even greater independence from other sexual activities linked to erotogenic zones, the component of cruelty in the sexual instinct develops in the child. Cruelty is entirely natural in the child's character, since the inhibition that prevents the instinct for mastery from proceeding in the face of another's pain, the capacity for compassion, develops relatively late. It is well known that a thorough psychological analysis of this instinct has not yet been achieved. We may suppose that the cruel impulse originates from the instinct for mastery and emerges in sexual life at a time when the genitals have not yet assumed their later role. Thus, it dominates a phase of sexual life that we will later describe as the pregenital organization. Children who exhibit peculiar cruelty toward animals and playmates generally arouse, often justifiably, the suspicion of intense and precocious sexual activity arising from the erotogenic zones. Even in cases of precocious and simultaneous maturation of all sexual instincts, erotogenic sexual activity appears to be primary. The absence of the barrier of compassion carries the risk that this connection established in childhood between cruel and erotogenic instincts may later become indissoluble in adult life. Since the Confessions of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the painful stimulation of the skin of the buttocks has been recognized by all educators as one of the erotogenic roots of the passive instinct of cruelty, masochism. From this, they rightly concluded that corporal punishment, which almost always targets this part of the body, should be avoided in all children whose libido, due to the later demands of cultural education, might be forced into deviant pathways. Infantile sexual research. The impulse for knowledge. At the same time that a child's sexual life reaches its first flowering between the ages of 3 and 5, the activity linked to the impulse for knowledge or investigation also emerges. This impulse cannot be counted among the elementary instinctual components, nor is it exclusively subordinated to sexuality. On one hand, its activity corresponds to a sublimated form of mastery, and on the other, it operates with the energy of scopophilia. However, its connection to sexual life is particularly significant, since psychoanalysis reveals that in children, the impulse for knowledge is drawn, with unexpectedly early intensity, to sexual problems and may even be awakened by them. The riddle of the Sphinx. It is not theoretical but practical interests that set the child's investigative activity in motion. The threat to their existence posed by the arrival, real or suspected, of a new baby, along with the fear of losing care and love, makes the child thoughtful and perceptive. The first problem that preoccupies them, in line with this awakening of the impulse for knowledge, is not the question of sexual difference, but rather the riddle. Where do babies come from? In an easily reversible distortion, this is also the riddle posed by the Sphinx of Thebes. Conversely, the existence of two sexes is initially accepted by the child without resistance or hesitation. For the boy, it is natural to assume that all people he knows possess genitalia like his own, and he finds it impossible to reconcile their absence with his mental representation of others. Castration complex and penis envy. This conviction is vigorously maintained by boys, stubbornly defended against contradictory observations, and only abandoned after serious internal struggles, the castration complex. The substitute formations for this lost female penis play a major role in the structure of various perversions. The assumption of identical male genitalia in all human beings is the first of the remarkable and momentous infantile sexual theories. It matters little to the child that biological science later justifies their prejudice by recognizing the female clitoris as a genuine substitute for the penis. The little girl, however, does not engage in such denials upon seeing the differently shaped genitalia of boys. She recognizes it immediately and is seized by penis envy, culminating in the consequential wish to be a boy herself. Theories of birth. Many people vividly recall the intensity of their prepubertal interest in the question of where babies come from. The anatomical solutions they conceived were varied. Babies emerge from the breast, are cut out of the belly, or the navel opens to let them pass. Outside analysis, memories of such investigations in early childhood are rare, as they have long succumbed to repression. Yet their results are uniform. Babies arrive after eating something special, as in fairy tales, and are born through the intestines like feces. These infantile theories recall conditions in the animal kingdom, particularly the cloaca of species lower than mammals. The sadistic conception of coitus. When children at this tender age witness sexual intercourse between adults, often due to the mistaken belief that they cannot comprehend anything sexual, they inevitably interpret the act as a kind of maltreatment or subjugation, viewing it in a sadistic light. Psychoanalysis also shows that such early impressions contribute significantly to a later sadistic displacement of sexual aims. Moreover, children ponder deeply what sexual intercourse, or being married, entails, often seeking answers in activities related to urination or defecation. The typical failure of infantile sexual research. Infantile sexual theories generally reflect the child's own sexual constitution. Despite their grotesque errors, they demonstrate a keener understanding of sexual processes than their creators are credited with. Children also notice changes in their mother's pregnancy and interpret them correctly. The stork fable is often met with deep, if silent, skepticism. But since two elements remain unknown in infantile sexual research, the role of fertilizing semen and the existence of the vaginal opening, precisely where the child's sexual organization lags, their investigative efforts usually prove futile, ending in resignation that often leaves lasting damage to the impulse for knowledge. This early sexual research is always conducted in solitude. It marks a first step toward autonomous orientation in the world and creates a profound estrangement from previously trusted adults. The developmental phases of sexual organization. Thus far, we have emphasized two key traits of infantile sexual life. Its essentially autoerotic nature, with the child's own body as the object, and the disjointed independence of its partial drives in seeking pleasure. The endpoint of development is the so-called normal sexual life of adulthood, where pleasure serves reproduction and partial drives unite under the primacy of a single erotogenic zone to form a firm organization directed toward a sexual aim in an external object. Pregenital organizations. Studying the inhibitions and disturbances of this developmental process through psychoanalysis allows us to identify rudimentary stages of such organization. Transitional sexual regimes that normally pass smoothly, leaving only faint traces. In pathology, however, they are revived and observable. We term pregenital those sexual organizations where genital zones have not yet assumed dominance. Two such phases are known, both resembling regressions to earlier animal states. 1. The oral cannibalistic organization. Here, sexual activity remains fused with nutrition, and opposing currents are undifferentiated. The object of one activity is also the object of the other, with the sexual aim being incorporation, a prototype for later psychic identification. A residue of this phase is thumb-sucking, where sexuality, detached from nourishment, relinquishes external objects for the child's own body. 2. The sadistic anal organization. Now a polarity emerges, not yet masculine/feminine but active/passive. Activity is driven by muscular mastery. Passivity centers on the erotogenic intestinal mucosa. The two aims have separate objects. Other partial instincts operate autoerotically. This phase establishes sexual polarity and external objects, but lacks reproductive organization and subordination. Ambivalence. This form of sexual organization may persist throughout life and permanently attract a significant portion of sexual activity. The predominance of sadism and the cloacal role of the anal zone give it a distinctly archaic character. An additional feature is the approximately equal development of opposing pairs of drives, a state aptly termed ambivalence by Bleuler. The hypothesis of pregenital sexual organizations rests on the analysis of neuroses and is difficult to evaluate independently of this context. We may expect that continued analytic efforts will yield further insights into the structure and development of normal sexual function. To complete the picture of infantile sexual life, we must add that often, or even regularly, an object choice occurs in childhood resembling the pubertal phase, where all sexual strivings converge upon a single person. This represents the closest approximation in childhood to the definitive form of post-pubertal sexual life. The difference lies in the incomplete subordination of partial drives to genital primacy, which only fully consolidates in service of reproduction. The two periods of object choice. Typically, object choice unfolds in two waves. 1. The first begins between ages 2 to 5, interrupted by the latency period, and is marked by infantile sexual aims. 2. The second emerges with puberty, determining the final configuration of sexual life. This dichotomy, essentially a consequence of latency, critically influences developmental disruptions. The results of infantile object choice persist into later periods, either unchanged or reactivated at puberty. However, due to repression between the two phases, these early aims are softened into what we might call the tender current of sexual life. Psychoanalysis alone reveals that behind this tenderness, reverence, and respect lie the now unusable sexual strivings of infantile partial drives. Puberty's object choice must relinquish infantile objects and restart as a sensual current. The failure of these two currents to merge often prevents the ideal of unifying all desires in a single object. The sources of infantile sexuality. Tracing the origins of the sexual drive, we find sexual arousal arises. 1. As a reproduction of satisfaction linked to organic processes, e.g. nursing. 2. Through peripheral stimulation of erotogenic zones. 3. From drives of obscure origin, e.g. scopophilia, cruelty. Psychoanalytic reconstruction and direct childhood observation jointly identify further sources of sexual excitation. Observation risks misinterpretation, while analysis reaches conclusions circuitously. Yet together they achieve reliable knowledge. Earlier, we noted that erotogenic zones exhibit an intensified stimulability inherent to the entire skin surface. Thus, we are unsurprised to find clearly erotogenic effects in certain types of general skin stimulation, particularly thermal stimuli, e.g., the therapeutic effect of warm baths. Mechanical excitations. Sexual arousal also arises from rhythmic mechanical agitation of the body, involving the vestibular nerves, the skin, deep tissues, muscles, joints. The pleasurable sensations thus produced, note, we may loosely equate sexual arousal and satisfaction here, pending later clarification, are evident in children's love of passive motion, e.g., swinging, tossing, and their demands for repetition. Restless children are often rocked to sleep, while older children are enthralled by carriage or train motion. So much so that many boys aspire to be train conductors, embedding railroads in prepubertal sexual symbolism. The pleasure of movement underlies this link. When repression later transforms childhood preferences into their opposites, these individuals may react to motion with nausea, exhaustion, or travel-induced anxiety, even developing railway phobias to avoid distressing repetition. Here, too, belongs the incompletely understood fact that fright combined with mechanical agitation produces severe hysteriform traumatic neurosis. We may surmise that these influences, which normally excite sexuality, provoke profound dysfunction in sexual chemistry or mechanics when excessive. Muscular activity. It is well known that intense muscular activity is a necessity for children, from which they derive extraordinary pleasure. Whether this pleasure is connected to sexuality, whether it contains sexual satisfaction in itself, or whether it can become the occasion for sexual excitation. All this is open to critical consideration, which might indeed also argue against the assertion in the preceding paragraphs that the pleasure derived from passive movement sensations is of a sexual nature or produces sexual excitation. However, the fact remains that many people report experiencing the first signs of genital excitation during wrestling or roughhousing with playmates, a situation involving not only generalized muscular exertion, but also close contact with the opponent's skin. The tendency to engage in physical struggles with a particular person, as well as, in later years, a penchant for verbal disputes, provoking the one you love, is a reliable sign that object choice has fallen upon that person. In the promotion of sexual excitation through muscular activity, we might recognize one of the roots of the sadistic drive. In many individuals, the childhood connection between physical combat and sexual excitation codetermines the preferred direction their sexual drive will later assume. Affective processes. Less doubt attaches to other sources of sexual excitation in children. It is easy to demonstrate, through both direct observation and retrospective investigation, that all intense affective processes, including frightening excitations, extend into sexuality, which may also contribute to understanding the pathogenic effect of such emotional shocks. In school children, exam anxiety or the tension of solving a difficult task may be significant not only for their relationship with school, but also for the emergence of sexual manifestations. In such circumstances, it is very common for a stimulating sensation to arise, prompting contact with the genitals, or even an emission-like process with all its bewildering consequences. The behavior of children in school, which poses many puzzles for teachers, generally deserves to be linked to the awakening of their sexuality. The sexually exciting effect of many inherently unpleasant affects, such as anxiety, fear, or horror, persists throughout life in a great number of people. This undoubtedly explains why so many seek opportunities to experience such sensations, provided certain secondary conditions, belonging to a fictional world, reading, or theater, mitigate the severity of the unpleasurable feeling. Assuming that intense pain sensations also produce the same erotogenic effect, particularly when softened or kept at a distance by some concomitant condition, we might locate here one of the main roots of the sadomasochistic drive, whose manifold complexities we are gradually beginning to discern. Intellectual work. Finally, it is undeniable that concentrated intellectual effort, as well as mental exertion in general, has the concomitant effect of producing sexual excitation in many individuals, both young and adult. This is likely the only justifiable basis for the much disputed practice of attributing nervous disorders to intellectual overwork. General characteristics of infantile sexual excitation. Surveying these proofs and indications regarding the sources of infantile sexual excitation, though the list is neither complete nor exhaustive, we may discern the following universal traits. It appears that abundant provisions exist to set in motion the process of sexual excitation, whose nature remains quite enigmatic to us. These provisions are served primarily, and more or less directly, by 1. Stimulation of sensitive surfaces, the skin and sensory organs. 2. The more immediate influence of stimuli on certain designated erotogenic zones. The decisive factor in these sources of sexual excitation is undoubtedly the quality of the stimulus, though the intensity, as in pain, is not entirely irrelevant. Beyond this, however, the organism contains arrangements ensuring that sexual excitation arises as a concomitant effect in numerous internal processes whenever their intensity exceeds certain quantitative limits. What we call the component instincts of sexuality derive directly from these internal sources of sexual excitation, or else consist of contributions from both these sources and the erotogenic zones. It is possible that nothing of major importance occurs in the organism without supplying components for the excitation of the sexual drive. At present, I do not believe it possible to bring greater clarity or certainty to these general propositions. Two factors are responsible. 1. The novelty of this entire methodological approach. 2. The fact that the nature of sexual excitation remains entirely unknown to us. Nevertheless, I would not forego two observations that promise to open broad perspectives. The different sexual constitutions. Just as we previously saw it possible to base a multiplicity of innate sexual constitutions on the differential development of erotogenic zones, we may now attempt the same by including the indirect sources of sexual excitation. We may assume that while these sources contribute in all individuals, they do not have equal intensity in everyone, and that the preferential development of each excitation source provides another basis for differentiating sexual constitutions. Pathways of reciprocal influence. If we abandon the figurative expression of sources of sexual excitation, we arrive at the hypothesis that all connecting pathways leading to sexuality from other functions must also be traversable in the opposite direction. For example, if the lip zone's dual function explains why food intake generates sexual satisfaction, this same factor helps us understand nutritional disturbances when the erotogenic functions of this shared zone are disrupted. Similarly, since attentional concentration can provoke sexual excitation, we infer that sexual arousal may conversely influence the availability of directed attention. Much neurotic symptomatology, which I trace to disturbances in sexual processes, manifests as impairments in non-sexual bodily functions. This previously incomprehensible circumstance becomes less enigmatic when viewed as the counterpart of the very influences that produce sexual excitation. Yet these same pathways that transmit sexual disturbances to other bodily functions also serve another vital purpose in health. They facilitate the redirection of sexual drive energy toward non-sexual aims, that is, the sublimation of sexuality. Here we must confess that our knowledge of these undoubtedly bidirectional pathways remains fragmentary. The transformations of puberty. With puberty, changes emerge that mold infantile sexual life into its definitive normal configuration. Until then, the sexual drive was predominantly autoerotic. Now it finds its sexual object. Previously, it operated through separate partial drives and erotogenic zones, each independently pursuing its own pleasurable aim. Now, however, a new sexual aim emerges, one that consolidates all partial drives while subordinating erotogenic zones to genital primacy. Since this new aim assigns markedly different functions to each sex, their sexual development now sharply diverges. The male path is more consistent and comprehensible, while the female even represents a kind of involution. Normal sexual life depends on the precise convergence of two currents directed toward the sexual object and aim, the tender and the sensual. The former carries forward residues of childhood's early sexual flowering. It resembles tunneling through from both ends. The male's new sexual aim is the discharge of sexual products, though the earlier aim, pleasure attainment, remains integral, with the highest pleasure linked to this final act. The sexual drive now serves reproduction, becoming altruistic, so to speak. This transformation relies on innate dispositions and the peculiarities of the component drives. As with all biological reorganizations into complex mechanisms, pathological disturbances arise when reordering fails. All such disturbances may justly be considered developmental inhibitions. Genital primacy and forepleasure. The starting point and final goal of this developmental process are clear, but intermediate transitions remain obscure in many respects, leaving several enigmas unresolved. The most conspicuous pubertal change, the marked growth of external genitals, previously latent during childhood, is often taken as its essence. Simultaneously, internal genital development progresses sufficiently to discharge sexual products or, in females, receive them for procreation. A highly complex apparatus now stands ready for use. This apparatus requires activation by stimuli from three pathways. 1. The external world via known erotogenic zones. 2. The organism's interior through unexplored routes. 3. Mental life, which stores external impressions and internal excitations. All three produce sexual excitation, manifesting psychically as a peculiar, urgent tension and somatically through genital changes, e.g., penile erection, vaginal lubrication. Sexual tension. The tension of sexual excitation poses a problem whose solution would critically illuminate sexual processes. Despite psychological controversies, I maintain that tension inherently presses for psychic change, a dynamic foreign to pure pleasure. Yet while tension feels unpleasurable, it is undeniably experienced as pleasurable in sexual contexts. Even preparatory genital changes yield satisfaction. How then reconcile this unpleasurable tension with pleasure? Matters of pleasure/unpleasure touch psychology's most sensitive points. We shall extract what we can from this specific case, while avoiding broader theoretical entanglements. Consider first how erotogenic zones fit the new order. Their key role is initiating sexual excitation. The eye, perhaps farthest from the sexual object, is most frequently stimulated during courtship by beauty, an object quality termed attractiveness. This stimulation yields pleasure, while simultaneously heightening sexual excitation. Add stimulation of another zone, e.g., touching the hand, and the effect replicates. Immediate pleasure intensifies through preparatory genital changes, while mounting tension becomes sharply unpleasurable if denied further satisfaction. Even clearer is stimulating a non-aroused erotogenic zone, e.g., a woman's breast. The contact produces pleasure, yet uniquely arouses sexual excitation, demanding more pleasure. Here lies our core problem. How can experienced pleasure awaken the need for greater pleasure? The mechanism of forepleasure. The role of erotogenic zones in this process is clear. What applies to one applies to all. They serve to provide, through appropriate stimulation, a certain quantum of pleasure. This pleasure increases tension, which in turn generates the motor energy required for the sexual act. The penultimate stage of this act involves the appropriate stimulation of an erotogenic zone, the genital zone itself, the glans penis, by its most suitable object, the vaginal mucosa. The pleasure from this excitation reflexively produces the motor energy needed for the expulsion of sexual substances. This final pleasure is of the highest intensity and differs mechanistically from its predecessors. It arises entirely from discharge, a pure satisfaction pleasure that temporarily extinguishes libidinal tension. It seems justified to designate this qualitative difference. The pleasure from erotogenic stimulation may be termed forepleasure, contrasting with the end pleasure or satisfaction pleasure of sexual activity. Forepleasure mirrors what infantile sexuality could already produce, though on a smaller scale, while end pleasure is novel, likely tied to pubertal conditions. Thus, the new function of erotogenic zones follows this formula. They enable, via the forepleasure they yield, just as in childhood, the production of the greater satisfaction pleasure. The dangers of forepleasure. Forepleasure's link to infantile sexuality is underscored by its pathogenic potential. The mechanism incorporating forepleasure risks disrupting normal sexual aims if 1. Forepleasure becomes excessive at any preparatory stage. 2. Its contribution to tension proves insufficient. When this occurs, the drive force to complete the sexual process falters. The path short-circuits and preparatory actions replace the normal sexual aim. Experience shows this pernicious outcome presupposes that, in infancy, the relevant erotogenic zone or partial drive contributed unusually intense pleasure. Fixation compounds this, creating a compulsion in later life that resists integrating this forepleasure into a new context. This mechanism underlies many perversions, arrested development at preparatory stages. Genital primacy, if established early, mitigates such failures. From age 8 to puberty, the genitals already function quasi-maturely. They become sites of excitation and preparatory changes when other erotogenic zones are satisfied, though still without advancing the sexual process. Thus, even in childhood, pleasure is accompanied by some sexual tension, less constant and abundant, clarifying why we earlier equated certain processes with both sexual satisfaction and sexual excitation. Our initial overemphasis of the infantile/adult sexual divide now requires correction. Both deviations from and the normal configuration of sexual life are determined by infantile sexuality. The problem of sexual excitation. The origin and nature of tension arising alongside erotogenic satisfaction remain obscure. The obvious assumption, that tension somehow stems from pleasure itself, is improbable and contradicted by maximal pleasure, during sexual discharge, abolishing, not producing tension. Thus, pleasure and tension can only be indirectly related. The role of sexual substances. Beyond the fact that sexual discharge normally terminates excitation, other evidence connects tension to sexual products. Incontinence, the sexual apparatus expels substances nocturnally, via nocturnal emissions, with pleasurable dream hallucinations of coitus. This suggests tension, finding an hallucinatory shortcut, depends on seminal accumulation. Exhaustion of seminal reserves renders both coitus and erotogenic stimulation pleasureless, implying tension is prerequisite for erotogenic excitability. This supports the widespread hypothesis that accumulated sexual substances create and maintain tension, possibly via pressure on seminal vesicles stimulating spinal centers, perceived consciously as tension. Erotogenic zones would then heighten tension through prefigured anatomical links to these centers, triggering either sexual acts, if tension suffices, or increased seminal production. Yet this theory, endorsed by Krafft-Ebing, falters when applied to children, women, and castrated men, where accumulation lacks the male-specific mechanism. While adaptations might reconcile these cases, we must acknowledge the theory's limitations. Observations on internal sex organs. Castration observations show sexual excitation can persist independent of seminal production. Though libido often diminishes post-castration, the operation's intent, it sometimes escapes unscathed. Similarly, diseases destroying sperm cells may spare libido and potency. Thus, as Rieger, 1900 notes, postpubertal castration need not markedly alter psychic behavior. Prepubertal castration, however, suppresses sexual characteristics, likely due to developmental inhibition beyond glandular loss. The chemical theory. Experiments with gonad removal/transplantation in animals, e.g. Steinacke's sex reversal studies, have clarified sexual excitation's origins, further diminishing the accumulation theory's scope. Psychosexual behavior in these animals aligns with somatic sex traits, implicating not sperm/egg-producing gonadal tissue, but the interstitial cells, puberty gland. This gland may be inherently hermaphroditic, anatomically grounding bisexuality theory. It likely isn't the sole organ governing sexual excitation/traits. Thyroid parallels suggest broader endocrine involvement. We thus hypothesize that interstitial cells produce specific chemicals absorbed into the bloodstream, charging central nervous regions with sexual tension. While toxicology shows how foreign substances target specific organs, the precise mechanisms linking erotogenic stimulation, central excitation, and physiological/toxic interactions remain hypothetical. The core of this sexual process theory lies in positing unique substances derived from sexual metabolism. This seemingly arbitrary postulate finds support in an underappreciated but critical observation. Neuroses, attributable solely to sexual disturbances, clinically mirror the phenomena of intoxication/withdrawal from habit-forming pleasure toxins, e.g. alkaloids. The theory of libido. These notions that we use to try to master the psychic manifestations of sexual life align well with these hypotheses about the chemical basis of sexual excitement. We established the concept of libido as a quantitatively variable force that could measure the processes and transformations occurring in the field of sexual arousal. We differentiated this libido, in terms of its specific origin, from the energy assumed to underlie psychic processes in general, thereby also conferring a qualitative character to it. By separating libidinal energy from other forms of psychic energy, we give expression to the premise that the sexual processes of the organism differ from nutritional processes by a special chemistry. The analysis of perversions and psychoneuroses led us to understand that this sexual excitation is provided not only by the so-called sexual parts, but by all organs of the body. Thus, we arrived at the representation of a quantum of libido whose psychic substitute we call ego libido, and whose production, increase or decrease, distribution, and displacement should provide us with possibilities to explain the observed psychosexual phenomena. However, this ego libido is only suitably accessible to analytical study after it has been psychically used to invest sexual objects. That is, when it has been converted into object libido. We then see it concentrate on objects, become fixed on them or abandon them, move from one to another, and from these positions guide in the individual the sexual activity that leads to satisfaction. That is, to the partial and temporary extinction of the libido. The psychoanalysis of the so-called transference neuroses, hysteria and obsessive neurosis, gives us a clear view of this. We can also learn, regarding the destinies of the libido, that it is withdrawn from objects, held in suspense in particular states of tension, and finally brought back into the ego, thus reconverting into ego libido. In contrast to object libido, we also call ego libido narcissistic libido. From the viewpoint of psychoanalysis, we can observe, almost as if from a boundary we are not permitted to cross, the movements of narcissistic libido, thus forming an idea of the relationship between it and object libido. The narcissistic or ego libido appears to us as the great reservoir from which object cathexes depart and to which they are reabsorbed, and the narcissistic libidinal cathexis of the ego seems to us the original state realized in early childhood, only masked by later emissions of libido, but fundamentally preserved behind them. It should be the task of a libido theory, in the field of neurotic and psychotic disorders, to express all observed phenomena and deduced processes in terms of libidinal economy. It is easy to infer that, in this context, the destinies of ego libido hold greater significance, especially when it comes to explaining deeper psychotic disturbances. The difficulty lies in the fact that the vehicle of our investigations, psychoanalysis, only provides us with reliable information, for now, on the transformations of object libido, but cannot establish an immediate distinction between libido and other forms of energy operating in the ego. Therefore, at the moment, the continuation of the libido theory is only possible by the path of speculation. However, all that has been gained so far from psychoanalytic observation is relinquished when, following the example of C.G. Jung, one dissolves the very concept of libido by equating it with psychic drive energy in general. The distinction between sexual drive impulses and others, and thus the restriction of the concept of libido to the former, finds strong support in the already discussed hypothesis of a special chemistry of sexual function. Differentiation between man and woman. It is known that only with puberty does a clear separation between masculine and feminine traits establish itself, in a contrast that from then on has a more decisive influence than any other on the shaping of human life. It is certain that even in childhood, masculine and feminine dispositions are quite recognizable. The development of sexual inhibitions, shame, disgust, compassion, etc., occurs earlier and with less resistance in girls than in boys. In general, girls seem to have a greater tendency towards sexual repression, and when the partial sexual drives become visible, they prefer the passive form. But the autoerotic activity of the erogenous zones is identical in both sexes, and this conformity suppresses, in childhood, the possibility of sexual differentiation, such as that which establishes itself after puberty. With regard to autoerotic and masturbatory manifestations of sexuality, one could formulate the thesis that girls' sexuality has an entirely masculine character. Strictly speaking, if we could give the concepts of masculine and feminine a more precise content, it would be possible to argue that libido is regularly and normatively of a masculine nature, whether it occurs in a man or in a woman, and regardless of its object, whether that object is male or female. Since I became familiar with the notion of bisexuality, I have considered it the decisive factor, and I believe that without taking it into account, one can hardly arrive at an understanding of the actual sexual manifestations in man and woman. Dominant zones in man and woman. I only have the following to add. In girls, the dominant erogenous zone is located in the clitoris and is therefore homologous to the male genital zone, the glans. Everything I have been able to ascertain through experience about masturbation in girls relates to the clitoris, and not to the parts of the external genitalia that are later significant for sexual functions. I even doubt that a girl, under the influence of seduction, could be led to anything other than clitoral masturbation. The occurrence of anything else is entirely exceptional. Spontaneous discharges of sexual arousal, so common especially in little girls, manifest as clitoral contractions, and the frequent erections of this organ allow the girl to form an accurate judgment, even without any instruction, about the sexual manifestations of the opposite sex. She merely transfers to boys the sensations of her own sexual processes. When one wants to understand the transformation of the girl into a woman, one must follow the later vicissitudes of clitoral excitability. Puberty, which in boys brings such a great advance of libido, is distinguished in girls by a new wave of repression that affects precisely clitoral sexuality. What thus succumbs to repression is a portion of masculine sexuality. The reinforcement of sexual inhibitions caused by this pubertal repression in women then provides a stimulus to the man's libido and compels an increase in his activity. With this intensification of libido also comes sexual overvaluation, which appears fully only before the woman who refuses, who denies her sexuality. When finally the sexual act is allowed, the clitoris itself is excited and plays the role of relaying this excitation to the neighboring female parts, just as splinters of resinous wood can be used to kindle a piece of harder wood. For this transfer to occur, a certain time interval is often needed, during which the young woman remains insensitive. This anesthesia can become permanent when the clitoral zone refuses to relinquish its excitability, which is precisely prepared by its intense activity in early life. It is known that many times a woman's anesthesia is only apparent and localized. They become anesthetized in the vagina, but are by no means incapable of clitoral or even other zone excitation. To these erogenous determinants of anesthesia are then added the psychic determinants, also conditioned by repression. When the woman transfers clitoral erogenous excitability to the vagina, she changes the dominant zone for her later sexual activity, whereas the man retains his from childhood. In this change of dominant erogenous zone, as well as in the wave of pubertal repression, which eliminates, so to speak, infantile masculinity, lie the main determinants of women's propensity for neurosis, especially hysteria. These determinants are therefore intimately related to the nature of femininity. The encounter of the object. During the processes of puberty, the primacy of the genital zones is established, and in the male, the drive of the now erectile member imperiously points to the new sexual aim, the penetration of a body cavity that excites his genital zone. At the same time, on the psychic side, the encounter with the object is consummated, a path for which had been prepared since the earliest infancy. At the time when the most primitive sexual satisfaction was still linked to feeding, the sexual drive had an object outside the body, at the mother's breast. Only later is it lost, perhaps precisely when the child manages to form a global representation of the person to whom the satisfying organ belonged. In general, the sexual drive becomes autoerotic, and only after overcoming the latency period is the original relationship reestablished. It's not without good reason that, for the child, breastfeeding at the mother's breast becomes the model for all love relationships. The encounter with the object is, in fact, a re-encounter, the sexual object in the nursing phase. Yet, even after sexual activity becomes separate from nourishment, a significant portion of these earliest and most important of all sexual bonds remains, helping to prepare the choice of object and thus restore lost happiness. Throughout the latency period, the child learns to love other people who assist in its helplessness and satisfy its needs, following the model of, and continuing, its nursing relationship with its caregiver. One might object to equating sexual love with the tender feelings and esteem the child holds for those who care for it, but I believe that a more rigorous psychological investigation will confirm this identity beyond any doubt. The child's interaction with its caregiver is an unceasing source of sexual excitation and satisfaction stemming from the erogenous zones, especially since this person, usually the mother, regards the child with feelings derived from her own sexual life. She caresses, kisses, and rocks it, treating it unmistakably as a substitute for a fully legitimate sexual object. The mother would likely be horrified if she were made to understand that, through all her expressions of tenderness, she is awakening her child's sexual drive and preparing its later intensity. She considers her behavior pure, asexual love, since she carefully avoids stimulating the child's genitals any more than is necessary in bodily care. But the sexual drive, as we know, is not awakened solely by genital stimulation. What we call tenderness will one day inevitably exert its effects on the genital zones as well. Moreover, if the mother better understood the supreme importance of drives for mental life as a whole, for all ethical and psychic achievements, she would spare herself self-reproach even after this realization. By teaching her child to love, she is merely fulfilling her task. After all, the child must grow into a capable human being with a robust sexual need, able to fulfill in life all that human beings are driven to by their instincts. It is true that excessive parental tenderness becomes harmful insofar as it accelerates sexual maturity and, by spoiling the child, renders it incapable of temporarily renouncing love in later life or contenting itself with less. One of the clearest signs of a future neurosis is when a child shows an insatiable demand for parental tenderness. Conversely, it is precisely neurotic parents, who generally tend to display excessive tenderness, that most contribute, through their caresses, to awakening the child's predisposition to neurotic illness. This example also shows that neurotic parents have more direct paths than heredity for transferring their disturbances to their children. Infantile anxiety. From an early age, children behave as though their affection for their caregivers were of a sexual nature. Originally, a child's anxiety is nothing but an expression of missing the loved person. Thus, they grow anxious in the presence of any stranger, fear the dark because they cannot see the loved one, and are soothed when they can hold that person's hand in the darkness. To blame all the bogeymen of childhood and the frightening tales told by nursemaids for making children nervous is to overestimate their effect. Only children predisposed to anxiety take these stories to heart, while others remain entirely unaffected. And only those children with an excessive, prematurely developed, or overly demanding sexual drive, due to excessive pampering, tend toward anxiety. In this respect, the child behaves like an adult, transforming its libido into anxiety when it cannot satisfy it. Conversely, the adult neuroticized by unsatisfied libido behaves like a child in their anxiety. They begin to feel afraid as soon as they are alone, that is, without someone whose love they feel secure of, and seek to assuage this fear through the most childish measures. The incest barrier. If parental tenderness succeeds in preventing the child's sexual drive from being prematurely awakened, that is, before the sympathetic conditions of puberty arise, and from being awakened with such force that mental excitation unmistakably erupts in the genital system, then this tenderness can fulfill its task of guiding the child, in maturity, toward its choice of a sexual object. Undoubtedly, the shortest path for the child would be to choose as sexual objects the same people it has loved since infancy with a libido that, let us say, has been subdued. However, with the postponement of sexual maturation, time is gained to erect, alongside other sexual inhibitions, the barrier against incest, thereby integrating the moral precepts that expressly exclude childhood loved ones as blood relatives from object choice. Respect for this barrier is, above all, a cultural demand of society, which must defend itself against the family's disruption of the interests necessary for establishing higher social units. Thus, society employs all means, especially in adolescence, to loosen their ties with the family, the only ones that were decisive in childhood. But object choice initially takes place in the realm of imagination, and the maturing youth's sexual life has no other space than that of fantasies, representations not meant to be realized. In these fantasies, childhood inclinations reemerge in all individuals, now intensified by somatic urgency, and among them, with uniform frequency and primacy, is the child's sexual impulse toward the parents, nearly always differentiated by attraction to the opposite sex. The sons toward the mother and the daughters toward the father. Simultaneously with the subduing and repudiation of these clearly incestuous fantasies, one of the most significant, yet also most painful psychic achievements of puberty is accomplished: the detachment from parental authority. Only through this does the opposition between the new and the old generation arise, a conflict so crucial for cultural progress. At every stage of development that all individuals must pass through, some remain stuck, never overcoming parental authority or withdrawing their tenderness from them, or doing so only very incompletely. Most of these are girls who, to their parents' delight, persist in their childish love long beyond puberty. It is highly instructive to observe that these are the very girls who, in later marriage, lack the capacity to give their husbands what is due to them. They become cold wives and remain sexually numb. This teaches us that sexual love and what appears to be non-sexual love for parents draw from the same sources, the latter merely representing a fixation of infantile libido. The closer one gets to the deeper disturbances of psychosexual development, the more unmistakably the importance of incestuous object choice stands out. In psychoneurotics, much, or even all, of the psychosexual activity meant for finding an object remains unconscious due to their repudiation of sexuality. For girls with an exaggerated need for tenderness and an equally excessive dread of the real demands of sexual life, it becomes an irresistible temptation to realize in their lives the ideal of asexual love, while concealing their libido behind a tenderness they can express without self-reproach, clinging lifelong to their childhood inclination, renewed in puberty, for their parents or siblings. Psychoanalysis effortlessly shows these individuals that they are in love, in the ordinary sense of the word, with these blood relatives, since, through symptoms and other manifestations of illness, it traces their unconscious thoughts and translates them into conscious ones. Even in cases where a previously healthy person falls ill after an unhappy love experience, one can safely discover that the mechanism of their illness lies in a regression of their libido to those preferred in childhood. The aftereffects of infantile object choice. Even those fortunate enough to avoid an incestuous fixation of their libido do not entirely escape its influence. A clear echo of this developmental phase is observed when a young man's first serious love, as often happens, falls upon a mature woman or a young woman's upon an older, authoritative man. Figures that revive the images of mother and father. Perhaps object choice generally occurs with freer reliance on these models. A man, above all, seeks the memory image of his mother, which has dominated him since earliest childhood. It is entirely consistent with this that a living mother opposes this recreation of herself and reacts with hostility. Given the importance of the infantile relationship with parents for later sexual object choice, it is easy to understand that any disturbance in this relationship will have the gravest consequences for mature sexual life. Even lovers' jealousy never lacks an infantile root, or at least an infantile reinforcement. Parental discord or an unhappy marriage creates the most serious predisposition for disturbed sexual development or neurotic illness in the children. Childhood affection for parents is undoubtedly the most important, though not the only trace that, reawakened in puberty, points the way to object choice. Other remnants of the same origin allow a person, always drawing from childhood, to develop multiple sexual orientations and create highly varied conditions for their object choice. Prevention of inversion. One of the implicit tasks in object choice is to avoid straying from the opposite sex. As is well known, this is not achieved without some fumbling. Often, the first stirrings after puberty go astray without causing any permanent harm. Dessoir, 1894, correctly noted the regularity observable in the passionate friendships of adolescent boys and girls with others of the same sex. The primary force repelling permanent inversion of the sexual object is undoubtedly the attraction exerted between opposite sexual characteristics, though in this discussion we can offer no further explanation for it. However, this factor alone is not enough to exclude inversion. Several other auxiliary factors come into play. Above all, there is the authoritative prohibition of society. Where inversion is not considered a crime, it is found to fully align with the sexual inclinations of a not insignificant number of individuals. Furthermore, regarding men, we may presume that their childhood memories of tenderness from their mothers and other female caregivers strongly guide their choice toward women, while early sexual intimidation by the father and a competitive attitude toward him divert them from their own sex. Yet both factors also apply to girls, whose sexual activity is under the special guardianship of their mothers. This results in a hostile relationship with their own sex, decisively influencing object choice in the direction considered normal. The education of boys by male caregivers, such as slaves in antiquity, appears to favor homosexuality. The frequency of inversion in today's aristocracy becomes somewhat more understandable given their employment of male servants and the greater personal attention mothers devote to their sons. In many hysterics, we observe that the early absence of a parent, due to death, divorce, or separation, leaving the remaining one absorbing all the child's love, determines the sex of the later chosen sexual object, thereby enabling permanent inversion. Summary. It is time to attempt a summary. We began with the deviations of the sexual drive concerning its aim and object, and confronted the question of whether they stem from an innate disposition or are acquired through life's influences. The answer came from psychoanalytic investigation into the conditions of the sexual drive in psychoneurotics, a large group not far removed from the healthy. Thus, we discovered that in these individuals, the inclination toward all perversions is demonstrable as unconscious forces and betrays itself in symptom formation. We could assert that neurosis is, as it were, the negative of perversion. Given the now recognized widespread prevalence of perverse tendencies, we were led to the view that the disposition to perversions is the original, universal disposition of the human sexual drive, from which normal sexual behavior develops through organic modifications and psychic inhibitions during maturation. We hope to trace this original disposition back to childhood. Among the forces restricting the direction of the sexual drive, we emphasized shame, disgust, compassion, and the social constructs of morality and authority. Thus, we had to regard every fixed deviation in sexual life as a fragment of developmental inhibition and infantilism. While we had to foreground the importance of variations in the original disposition, we also had to assume a cooperative, not antagonistic, relationship between them and life's influences. Moreover, since the original disposition is necessarily complex, the sexual drive itself appeared to us as something composed of multiple factors, which in perversions seem to break apart into their components. Thus, perversions revealed themselves, on one hand, as inhibitions of normal development and on the other, as dissociations from it. These two conceptions were united in the hypothesis that the adult sexual drive arises from the convergence of various childhood impulses into a single striving with a unified aim. We added the clarification that the preponderance of perverse inclinations in psychoneurotics represents the collateral filling of secondary channels due to the blockage of the main current of sexual flow by repression. We then proceeded to examine childhood sexual life. It struck us as regrettable that the existence of the sexual drive in childhood was denied, and that the sexual manifestations frequently observed in children were dismissed as irregular occurrences. On the contrary, we found that the child is born with the seeds of sexual activity and that even while nursing, it experiences sexual satisfaction, which it later seeks to reproduce through the familiar activity of sucking. However, childhood sexual activity does not develop in step with other functions. After a brief period of flowering between ages 2 and 5, it enters the so-called latency period. During this time, the production of sexual excitation is by no means suspended but continues, supplying energy largely diverted to non-sexual ends, contributing to social feelings through sexual components and via reaction formation, constructing later barriers against sexuality. Thus, in childhood, at the cost of much perverse sexual energy, and with the aid of education, the forces destined to keep the sexual drive on certain paths are built. Another portion of childhood sexual impulses escapes these uses and manages to express itself as sexual activity. We then confirmed that childhood sexual excitation arises from multiple sources. Satisfaction comes primarily through appropriate sensory stimulation of the so-called erogenous zones. Though likely any point on the skin or any sense organ, perhaps any organ, can function as such. Certain prominent erogenous zones are assured stimulation from the outset by organic arrangements. Additionally, sexual excitation appears as a byproduct, so to speak, of many bodily processes once they reach a certain intensity, especially strong emotions, even painful ones. Excitations from all these sources are not yet unified. Each pursues its own aim, which is merely the attainment of some pleasure. Thus, in childhood, the sexual drive is not centralized and is initially objectless, that is, autoerotic. Even in childhood, the genital erogenous zone begins to make itself felt, either because, like any other erogenous zone, it produces satisfaction through appropriate stimulation, or because, in a not entirely intelligible way, satisfaction from other sources simultaneously generates sexual excitation with a special relation to the genital zone. We must regretfully admit that the relationship between sexual satisfaction and sexual excitation, as well as between genital activity and other sources of sexuality, remains insufficiently clarified. Through the study of neurotic disturbances, we observe that the rudiments of an organization of the sexual drive's components can be identified in childhood from its earliest stages. In a first, very early phase, oral erotism takes precedence. A second of these pregenital organizations is characterized by the predominance of sadism and anal erotism. Only in a third phase, developed in the child up to the primacy of the phallus, Does sexual life come under the influence of the genital zones proper? One of our most surprising discoveries was that this early flowering of childhood sexuality, ages 2 to 5, also involves object choice with all the accompanying psychic richness. Thus, this phase, despite the lack of synthesis among isolated drive components and the uncertainty of the sexual aim, must be regarded as an important precursor to the definitive sexual organization. The biphasic onset of sexual development in humans, interrupted by the latency period, struck us as particularly noteworthy. It appears to be one of the conditions enabling humanity's capacity for higher cultural development, but also its susceptibility to neurosis. As far as we know, nothing analogous is demonstrable among humans' animal relatives. The origin of this peculiarity must be sought in the protohistory of the species. We could not determine to what extent childhood sexual activity might be described as normal, as not harmful to later development. The character of these manifestations proved predominantly masturbatory. Experience also showed us that external seduction can provoke premature disruptions, or even suppression, of latency, and that, in this respect, the child's sexual drive indeed proves to be polymorphously perverse. We further confirmed that such premature sexual activity impairs the child's educability. Despite gaps in our knowledge of childhood sexual life, we nevertheless attempted to study the transformations occurring with puberty. We highlighted two decisive ones: the subordination of all other sources of sexual excitation to the primacy of the genital zones and the process of object finding. Both are prefigured in childhood. The first is accomplished through the mechanism of forepleasure. Formerly autonomous sexual acts, linked to pleasure and excitation, become preparatory acts for the new sexual aim, the discharge of sexual products, whose achievement, accompanied by immense pleasure, brings sexual excitation to an end. In this regard, we considered the differentiation of the sexes into male and female and discovered that, in becoming a woman, a fresh repression is necessary, suppressing part of infantile masculinity and preparing for the shift in the dominant genital zone. Finally, we found that object choice is guided by childhood traces, renewed in puberty, of the child's sexual inclination toward its parents and other caregivers. Diverted from these figures by the incest barrier erected in the interim, it turns toward others resembling them. One last point. During the transitional period of puberty, somatic and psychic developmental processes continue for some time without connection until the eruption of an intense psychic love impulse, leading to genital innervation, produces the unity of the love function demanded by normality. Factors disturbing development. Every step in this long developmental path can become a point of fixation. Every juncture in this complex assembly can lead to a dissociation of the sexual drive, as we have discussed in various examples. It remains for us to survey the internal and external factors that disturb development and to indicate where the mechanism affected by them lies. Of course, factors mentioned in the same series may not carry equal weight, and we must be prepared for difficulties in properly assessing each. Constitution and heredity. First, we must mention the innate diversity of sexual constitution, which likely bears the greatest responsibility. Though, understandably, it can only be inferred from later manifestations, and even then not always with certainty. We conceive this diversity as the predominance of one or another of the multiple sources of sexual excitation, and believe that such differences in disposition must express themselves in the final outcome, even within normal limits. It is certainly conceivable that some variations in original disposition lead necessarily, without other factors, to an abnormal sexual life. These might be described as degenerative and considered expressions of hereditary deterioration. In this context, I have a remarkable observation to report. In more than half the cases of hysteria, obsessional neurosis, etc., that I treated psychotherapeutically, I could conclusively demonstrate that the father had suffered from syphilis before marriage, whether as tabes or general paralysis or indicated otherwise in the anamnesis. I must explicitly note that the later neurotic children showed no physical signs of hereditary syphilis, so their abnormal sexual constitution had to be regarded as the last offshoot of their syphilitic inheritance. While I am far from claiming that syphilitic parentage is an invariable or indispensable etiological condition of neuropathic constitution, I do not believe the coincidence I observed is accidental or insignificant. The hereditary conditions of positive perverts are less known, as they evade investigation. Still, there is good reason to suppose that what holds for neuroses also applies to perversions. It is not uncommon to find perversion and psychoneurosis in the same family, distributed such that the male members, or one of them, are positive perverts, while the female members, consistent with their sex's tendency toward repression, are negative perverts, i.e., hysterics. This is strong evidence of the essential relationship we have discovered between the two disorders. Further elaboration. On the other hand, one cannot maintain the view that the configuration of sexual life is unequivocally determined by the establishment of the various components of sexual constitution. Rather, the process of determination continues, and further possibilities arise depending on the vicissitudes undergone by the tributary streams of sexuality originating from different sources. Undoubtedly, it is this further elaboration that ultimately decides the outcome, whereas what might be described as an identical constitution can lead to three different results. 1. Perverse sexual life. When all dispositions persist in their relative proportion, considered abnormal, and are reinforced with maturation, the outcome can only be a perverse sexual life. The analysis of these abnormal constitutional dispositions has not yet been properly undertaken, but we already know cases that can be easily explained by such hypotheses. Some authors, for example, argue that an entire series of perversions due to fixation presupposes an innate weakness of the sexual drive. Expressed in this form, such a claim seems untenable to me, but it becomes meaningful if we consider a constitutional weakness of a specific factor in the sexual drive, namely the genital zone. This zone later assumes the function of unifying all isolated sexual activities into a whole, with reproduction as its aim. If the genital zone is weak, the unification demanded at puberty is bound to fail, and the strongest among the other components of sexuality imposes its practice as a perversion. 2. Repression. A different outcome arises when, in the course of development, some excessively strong components of the disposition undergo the process of repression, a process we must emphasize is not equivalent to elimination. In this case, the corresponding excitations continue to be produced as before, but are blocked by a psychic obstacle from reaching their aim and are diverted into many other paths until they manage to express themselves as symptoms. The result may approximate a normal sexual life, albeit often restricted, but is supplemented by psychoneurotic illness. These are precisely the cases that have become familiar to us through the psychoanalytic investigation of neurotics. The sexual life of such individuals begins like that of perverts, and a significant portion of their childhood is occupied by perverse sexual activity, which occasionally extends beyond maturity. Then, due to internal causes, usually before puberty, though sometimes even after, a reversal occurs through repression, and from then on, the neurosis takes the place of the perversion, without the old impulses ever being extinguished. This brings to mind the proverb that youth was too short. The substitution of perversion with neurosis among different members of the same family aligns with the conception that neurosis is the negative of perversion. 3. Sublimation. The third possible outcome of an abnormal constitutional disposition is made possible by the process of sublimation, in which excessively intense excitations from various sexual sources find discharge and employment in other fields, so that a disposition that is inherently dangerous results in a not insignificant increase in psychic efficiency. Here we find one of the sources of artistic activity. Depending on how complete this sublimation is, the character analysis of highly gifted individuals, particularly those with artistic dispositions, reveals a mixture in varying proportions of efficiency, perversion, and neurosis. A subvariety of sublimation may be suppression through reaction formation, which, as we have discovered, begins in the child's latency period and, in favorable cases, continues throughout life. What we call a person's character is built to a considerable extent from the material of sexual excitations, composed of impulses fixed since childhood, others obtained through sublimation, and constructions designed to effectively restrain perverse impulses deemed unusable. Thus, the universally perverse sexual disposition of childhood can be regarded as the source of many of our virtues, insofar as it drives their creation through reaction formation. Accidental experiences. Compared to sexual discharges, waves of repression, and sublimations, the internal conditions of the latter two processes being entirely unknown to us, all other influences seem far less significant. Those who include repressions and sublimations within constitutional disposition and regard them as vital manifestations of it may justifiably assert that the final shaping of sexual life is determined above all by innate constitution. Yet no discerning person would deny that, in this interplay of factors, there is also room for the modifying influences of what was accidentally experienced in childhood and afterward. It is not easy to assess the relative effectiveness of constitutional and accidental factors. In theory, there is always a tendency to overestimate the former. Therapeutic practice emphasizes the importance of the latter. But in no case should we forget that the relationship between them is one of cooperation, not exclusion. The constitutional factor must await experiences to activate it. The accidental must rely on constitution to produce an effect. In most cases, we may imagine what has been called a complementary series, in which decreasing intensities of one factor are compensated by increasing intensities of the other. However, there is no reason to deny the existence of extreme cases at both ends of the spectrum. Psychoanalytic investigation aligns even better with giving a prominent place, among accidental factors, to experiences of early childhood. The single etiological series then divides into two, which may be called the dispositional and the definitive. In the first, constitution and accidental childhood experiences interact in the same way as, in the second, disposition and later traumatic experiences. All factors harmful to sexual development exert their effect by promoting regression, a return to an earlier phase of development. Let us now proceed with our task of enumerating the factors we have found to influence sexual development, whether they represent effective forces or mere manifestations of them. Precocity. One such factor is spontaneous sexual precocity, which is demonstrably significant, at least in the etiology of neuroses, though, like other factors, it is not in itself a sufficient cause. It manifests in the interruption, shortening, or termination of the infantile latency period and becomes a source of disturbances by provoking sexual manifestations that, due to the incomplete state of sexual inhibitions on one hand and the underdeveloped genital system on the other, can only assume the character of perversions. These perverse tendencies may then persist as such, or, once repression sets in, transform into driving forces behind neurotic symptoms. In any case, sexual precocity complicates the desired later mastery of the sexual drive by higher psychic agencies and intensifies the compulsive character that the psychic substitutes of the drive otherwise claim for themselves. Sexual precocity often runs parallel to premature intellectual development and is found in the childhood histories of the most eminent and capable individuals. Under such conditions, it does not appear to be as pathogenic as when it occurs in isolation. Temporal factors. Similarly, other factors must be considered alongside precocity, factors that may be grouped under the designation of temporal. The sequence in which the various drive components are activated, as well as the span of time during which they may manifest before succumbing to the influence of an emerging new drive component or a typical repression, appears to be phylogenetically determined. However, variations in both this temporal sequence and its duration seem to exert a decisive influence on the final outcome. It is not irrelevant whether a given current emerges before or after its opposing counterpart, for the effect of repression cannot be undone. Any temporal deviation in the assembly of components invariably produces an alteration in the result. Conversely, drive components that emerge with exceptional intensity often follow an astonishingly rapid course. For example, the heterosexual attachments of those who later become overt homosexuals. There is no justification for fearing that tendencies established with greater force in childhood will permanently dominate adult character. It is equally plausible that they may disappear, yielding to their opposites. We are not even in a position to suggest the causes of these temporal complications in developmental processes. Here, a dense phalanx of biological, and perhaps even historical, problems opens before us, problems we have not yet approached closely enough to engage in battle with them. Adhesiveness. The significance of all premature sexual manifestations is heightened by a psychic factor of unknown origin, which for now can only be presented as a provisional psychological hypothesis. I refer to the high adhesiveness or fixation tendency of these impressions from sexual life, a characteristic we must assume to account for the facts in individuals who later become neurotic or perverse. For in others, the same premature sexual manifestations do not imprint themselves so deeply as to produce a compulsive repetition or dictate the paths of the sexual drive for life. Part of the explanation for this adhesiveness may lie in another psychic factor that we cannot overlook in the causation of neuroses, namely, the preponderance of memory traces in mental life compared to recent impressions. This factor is obviously dependent on intellectual development and increases with the advancement of personal culture. In contrast, due to the inverse relationship between culture and the free development of sexuality, whose consequences can be closely traced in the shaping of our lives, the importance of childhood sexual development for later life is minimal at lower cultural or social levels and very significant at higher ones. Fixation. The groundwork laid by the psychic factors just mentioned creates favorable conditions for the accidental stimuli of infantile sexuality. These stimuli, particularly seduction by other children or adults, provide the material that, with the help of the former factors, can become fixed as a permanent disturbance. Many of the deviations from normal sexual life later observed in both neurotics and perverts are established from the outset by impressions from the supposedly asexual infantile period. Their causation involves constitutional compliance, precocity, the trait of high adhesiveness, and the fortuitous stimulation of the sexual drive by external influences. Yet the unsatisfactory conclusion emerging from these investigations into disturbances of sexual life stems from our insufficient knowledge of the biological processes that constitute the essence of sexuality. We lack enough understanding to synthesize our fragmentary insights into a theory capable of explaining both the normal and the pathological. The different forms of psychic organization. Throughout his work, Freud sought to investigate, elaborate, and suggest an entire idea of how the psychic structure is organized and develops throughout life. It was years and years between clinical practice and theoretical construction that culminated in the beginning of the psychoanalytic path. We have already had the opportunity to become familiar with some of the most important and crucial elements of Freud's work, which does not exhaust his theory and other constructs. And, at this moment, we dedicate ourselves to the investigation of some forms of psychic organization proposed by Freud. That is, within an analytic experience, the author was able to perceive that each individual had a certain, and predominant, subjectivity, which gives the psyche a way of functioning, with its specific defenses, ways of interacting with the world, patterns of suffering, among others. Freud basically lists three mechanisms of psychic organization, which became known as neuroses, psychoses, and perversions. It is important to emphasize and understand that these organizations, or subjectivities, will guide the individual in their intrapsychic relationships, their internal contents, and interpsychic relationships, relationship with the other. In this sense, despite the idea that each person is structured upon one of these organizations, this does not exempt the fact that they may present traces of another mode of functioning, since the human psyche is as complex as it can hide its deepest mysteries. The neuroses. The main object of study in Freudian psychoanalysis, neurosis marks, so to speak, the beginning of the understanding and conceptions of the mind, in what refers to the nervous pathologies presented at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century. In this sense, we can, in general terms, understand that neurosis is a psychogenic condition in which the symptoms are the symbolic expression of a psychic conflict that has roots in the subject's childhood history and constitutes compromises between desire and defense. Currently, the term tends to be reserved, when used alone, for the clinical forms that may be linked to obsessive neurosis, hysteria, and phobic neurosis. Here, it is important to understand that desire and defense refers to a conflict between the ego and the libido, later assumed by the figure of the ID. In other words, the great conflict of the neurotic lies in the need to obtain satisfaction of their desire, libidinal drive, and the impossibility of realizing it immediately, defense mechanism of the ego. Regarding the understanding of the functioning of the neurotic structure, it is possible to understand that these individuals present some degree of suffering and maladaptation in one or more important areas of their lives: sexual, family, professional, or social. This implies that the patient symptomatically feels this psychic conflict as something strange within themselves, which escapes their conscious perception and, in some way, causes them suffering. This suffering, in turn, is responsible for manifesting behavioral changes, such as alcoholism, drug use, inhibitions, development of phobias, etc. However, although the suffering and harm, in some cases, may reach serious levels, neurotic individuals always maintain a reasonable integration of the self, as well as a good capacity for critical judgment and adaptation to reality. Another characteristic of neurotic states is that the defense mechanisms used by the ego are not as primitive as, for example, those present in psychotic states. In this way, it is possible to understand that the neurotic has a psychic structure, let's say more evolved, better structured, where the ego is strengthened and capable of establishing itself in a more organized way, allowing the individual to tolerate certain distressing experiences. In a way, neurosis is a behavior present in all people, and the pathological condition will depend on its degree and the discomfort that its symptoms cause the person. In this sense, the ego resorts to its defense mechanisms, thinking of the neurotic structure as a way to protect the psychic structure from psychic conflicts. Thus, the neurotic uses more elaborate defenses. Freud conceived that these defenses maintained a neurotic condition. A brief review of these ego defense mechanisms is appropriate here to exemplify the neurotic dynamic with them. Repression. Repression arises from the conflict between two opposing instances: the demands of the ID and the censorship of the superego. Now, if the ego has the task of protecting the psyche from destructive energies, it is in this context that potentially harmful contents, representations and effects, current or mnemonic, and/or intolerable ones are unconsciously repressed by the ego and thrown into the darkness of the unconscious, in a constant struggle, whose goal is to escape the displeasure caused by the conflict. For example, the unconscious ego may repress traumatic experiences, pushing them to the ID, which allows the ego to move on. Even though symptoms of the return of the repressed may appear, these symptoms would still be less severe than the manifest and persistent memory of the traumatic event. Regression. This defense manifests itself when the conscious ego is not able to maintain control of a situation that posed a threat to its integrity. Thus, a regression to the so-called fixation points, certain stages defined by the psychosexual development phases, makes the subject return to a primitive/childish functioning, according to their childhood reference point. For example, due to an unresolved Oedipus complex, the adult ego regresses to the phallic stage of life, when he still had the fantasy of fulfilling his satisfaction with his mother and rivaling his father. The individual may become fixated on the phallic stage, rejecting affective bonds, socializations, and refusing any and all sets of rules. Remember, relationships are not always mechanical and simplistic. It is up to the psychoanalyst to assess the specificity of each case. Psychoanalysis does not defend blind adherence to rules, especially because it admits an individual composed of multiple layers and driven by subjective desires, although it accepts the idea that socio-political, historical, cultural factors influence people's ways of acting and thinking. Conversion, somatization in this defense, the psychic conflicts resulting from some impediment, wish fulfillment, and/or trauma from effectively distressing experiences or fantasies, seek in the soma body the possibility of discharging this repressed drive. In this context, the physical symptom presents a symbolic correspondence associated with the traumatic event of sexual origin. In Freud's example in his study with hysterics, they temporarily lost their vision, but since there was no physiological problem, it could be a sign that the ego is struggling with traumatic visual memories, which could indirectly affect the useful side of current vision. Projection. This is one of the most commonly found mechanisms. It consists of transferring everything that, due to internal conflicts, is not acceptable to the ego. Thus, drives, aggressive or sexual, are projected outward, attributing these intolerable characteristics to other objects, people, or things. For example, a person may direct their anger or desire toward a person, institution, social group, lifestyle, etc., as a way of channeling an aggressive instinct that cannot be directed to the original cause, the father or mother, for example. Displacement. We can think of it as a variant of projection. In this mechanism, the sexual and aggressive impulses generated in relation to a certain object, and that for some reason cannot be directed at it, are displaced to other objects, which become targets of these unrealized discharges. Rationalization. Frequently used by the conscious ego, this defense consists of a rational, logical elaboration of events, perceptions, or experiences that cannot be comprehended by the psyche. In this way, a whole rational construct is elaborated to handle these incomprehensible contents. For example, an unbearable event in the phallic or latency phase made the individual turn inward and not have much interest in learning about the world, which their ego rationalizes as a mere, "I've never liked theory because I'm a practical person." Reaction formation. A manifestation that was repressed, due to its potential to cause suffering, is replaced by an opposite reaction as a way of dealing with the difficulty of facing that feeling. For example, a person who is cruelly violent, unconsciously repressed, chooses a caregiving profession, adopting an extremely gentle behavior. Sublimation. In this mechanism, potentially destructive drives are, so to speak, modified or sublimated, and with this begin to take on a positive realization, socially accepted by society. For example, a drive energy with destructive potential is transformed by the ego into compulsive work or an artistic creation, activities that may have social utility. With all the advances in the psychoanalytic field, certain denominations and concepts have been complemented, altered, or revised, since ideas related to this area of knowledge were gradually being discovered and elaborated. As seen in the previous module, Freud divides neurosis into two aspects: actual neuroses, neurasthenia and anxiety neurosis, and psychoneuroses, also called transfer neuroses, phobia, hysteria, and obsession. Later, Freud suggested a narcissistic neurosis, referring to psychotic functioning. But the concept soon became absorbed into the neurotic framework, as it belongs to the set of psychoses. Thus, it is important to reinforce that, since transference is the main mechanism for Freudian analysis, only the transfer neuroses, or psychoneuroses, can be considered analyzable through the Freudian method. Characteristics of a neurotic person. Neurosis is known as a neurotic disorder. It refers to mental imbalances of anguish and anxiety, but which do not affect rational thinking. Moreover, it can affect emotions and self-confidence, causing emotional instability, disturbances in meaning and action. Thus, the three important characteristics of a neurotic person are: compulsion. The person replaces unconscious pleasure with a bearable conscious suffering, which generates a feeling of compulsion. Obsession. The patient causes the unconscious object to separate from the original thought situation, replacing that original with imaginary things. Phobia. The individual projects pleasure outside of their self, in which the threatened object represents anguish. We are all a little neurotic, according to Freud. He even defined himself as one. Woody Allen's movies, Annie Hall, are rich in portraying the more or less everyday neuroses of archetypal characters. The problem of pathology begins when there is exaggeration, which bothers others and, above all, the person themselves. Origin. Neurosis is a conflict that can affect the individual as early as childhood, thus causing difficulty in adaptation, even though at this stage, the child is not yet capable of establishing emotional bonds. At this stage, the child is capable of studying and engaging with the family. However, always entering into conflict with reality, without having real knowledge of the symptoms that prevent them from living pleasurably. Nowadays, it is common to hear people talking about behavioral changes, mood swings, bipolar individuals, schizophrenics, often without even knowing that these are neuroses that require treatment. Furthermore, neurosis as a disease is linked to emotional distress, unconscious conflicts, mental disturbances, and anxiety. Neurosis and psychosis. We can mention character neurosis, compensatory neurosis, depressive psychotic, each of which leads the individual to behavioral disorder situations. For example, social dissatisfaction, stress linked to the end of a marriage, and various other disorders. An individual affected by neurosis should not be confused with a psychotic person. In psychoses, one usually loses the notion of reality, whereas in neurosis, the person remains connected to reality. In neurotic crises, the organism releases its defense mechanisms which, in most cases, conflict with traumas and repressions, placing the individual in suffering beyond the situations experienced. The 5 main types of neurosis. Obsessive, fixed thinking on ideas and actions, such as obsession with tragic thoughts. Compulsive, exaggerated repetitive behavior, such as compulsive eating. Anxious, thoughts of insecurity and restlessness about what might happen in the future. Phobic, fear or dread of the most diverse types, such as agoraphobia, the fear of being in public. Hysterical, involuntary bodily actions, transient paralyses or explosive behavioral outbursts. Characteristics. Hysteria, compulsion, and phobia aim to replace unconscious pleasure with bearable conscious suffering. For example, if the individual has a repressed desire in the unconscious, maintaining this repression has its price. In this example, hysteria, phobia, or compulsion may arise as ways to block or distract the mind so that it does not gain access to the unconscious desire. In obsession, the object separates from the original thought situation, replacing the original with imaginary things. For example, a person may have an obsessive thought every night of aligning their slippers to one side of the house, fearing that the absence of this act will bring harmful consequences. In phobia, pleasure is projected outside the subject, where the threatened object represents anguish. The unconscious desire is incorporated into the representation of a fear. For example, fear of heights could be a substitute for what was once desired. By fearing height, the object of desire is kept isolated. Hysteria happens with bodily suffering, in which unconscious pleasure is transformed into bodily suffering. Thus, it can affect all body movements and cause general paralysis. Most of the time, neurosis is the disproportionate psychic reaction that leads a person to inappropriate behaviors in relation to the size of the problem. That is, even being aware, the individual feels powerless to change it. If untreated, neuroses can cause various disorders. For example, constipation, frightening visions, headaches, diarrhea, congestions, sexual disorders, respiratory and cardiac disturbances. For Freud, sexual disorders are of great relevance in neurotic crises, being responsible for a large part of the disorders. According to Laplanche and Pontalis, neurosis can be a psychogenic affliction disease, with expressive symptoms causing psychic conflicts that originate in childhood history and constitute compromises between desire and defense. Neurosis is known as a personality disease and directly affects the mind. Since every crisis is accompanied by great anxiety, symptoms vary from person to person. Even when showing delusions, people affected by obsessive-compulsive disorders during crises do not lose touch with reality. The need for early diagnosis. The person who suffers from any type of neurosis constantly suffers from behavioral and mood changes, causing limitations in daily life. Neurotic symptoms appear quickly and need to be identified and treated with the same speed. Otherwise, they may hinder personal, professional, and emotional life. Therefore, it is necessary to diagnose the functions of the nervous system in order to provide follow-up with a specialist according to each case. However, neurosis is an emotional, affective, and personality disease. So, it is not a lack of positive thinking, lack of will, spiritual influence, or family problems. It is a mental illness that causes great suffering in the person's life. Thus, neuroses directly interfere with family problems, marital crises, learning, and personality, causing conflicts between desire and morality, triggering disorders in the ego's defense mechanisms. To prevent neurotic illnesses, it is necessary to control behaviors, avoiding acting impulsively. That is, think before acting, breathe well, have good relationships, exercise, avoid hectic environments, alcoholic beverages, and maintain good family relationships. Finally, in postmodernity, the treatment of neuroses is carried out by specialists such as psychologists and psychiatrists. Depending on the evolution of each case, the use of tranquilizers and antidepressants may be recommended. Freud already understood that we are all a little neurotic. Magical thinking and what we call quirks are examples of daily neurosis present in our society. Now, when something becomes excessive, bothers the individual, or puts them or others at risk, we understand it is time to seek professional help. What is neurosis? Neuroses are phenomena generated by a psychic conflict involving the frustration of an instinctive impulse. Moreover, we can understand neurosis as the result of our experiences. Whether they are life experiences, traumas, or repressions, as psychoanalysis points out. It is also understood as problems related to libido fixation and problematic fixation. Freud deepened his studies on what neurosis is, its causes and symptoms. And he used his studies to support part of his psychoanalytic theories, as well as the therapeutic methodologies he created. For Freud, the unconscious nourished instincts and impulses, and it should be worked on to heal neuroses. He carried out his self-analysis in which he calmly faced his own mental ghosts. And thus, he sought to assess how they affected him. His self-analysis turned to childhood memories after going through subjects from his adult life. Also, the death of his father in 1896 was decisive for the study of himself. From this deep analysis, he began to analyze his patients and ground his theories. What is neurosis in Freudian theory? Neurosis is one of the main points of Freud's theory, just as he relates it to sexuality and its importance to mental life. When developing his theory of sexuality, he demonstrated several origins that lead man to suffering. Freud pointed out, among these issues, some phenomena related to specific bodily states that would be of eminently somatic nature. He considered these phenomena characteristic of what became known as actual neurosis. This term includes neurasthenia, anxiety neurosis, and hypochondria. Among the main symptoms found in neurasthenia are the brutality of the sexual factor when it appears as a problem for human life. There are also headaches and constipation, among others that may arise due to unsatisfactory sexual activity, such as excessive masturbation. As for anxiety neurosis, some of its main symptoms can be of diverse natures. Among them, diarrhea and congestions, respiratory or cardiac disturbances, etc. Hypochondria does not present concrete somatic symptoms. However, it leads to nosophobia, which is the fear of becoming ill linked to the symptoms of anxiety neurosis. According to Freud, these would be the actual neuroses. To them, he assigns a contemporary character of the sexual factors involved in their symptomatology. Unlike psychoneuroses, which have a historical character regarding sexuality. In this way, the term actual neurosis would be the opposite of psychoneurosis, in what concerns the subjective historicity of this phenomenon. Neuroses and sexuality. When defining what neurosis is for psychoanalysis, we see that many of its symptoms or origins are linked to sexuality. There is a diversion of libido from its satisfactory application in anxiety neurosis, for example. This excitation would have a somatic order, as if there were a somatic accumulation of sexual excitation. This excitation would come accompanied by a decrease in sexual processes on the part of the psyche. Sexual excitation has great importance in psychic processes. Freud theorized that several symptoms and manifestations, with their respective peculiarities, would have sexuality as the center of the neurosis issue. Among these manifestations would be hysterical conversions, anxiety neuroses and neurasthenias, obsessive ideas, etc. It can be seen that actual neuroses and psychoneuroses clinically appear simultaneously mixed. Thus, the connection between the two is configured within what Freud called libido. For him, the actual neurosis is contained within the psychoneurosis, as if it were its core. Symptoms may vary from individual to individual, but some may indicate a warning sign for the existence of the disorder. Fear of common everyday situations. Mood changes without apparent reason. Great worry that remains even without a specific cause. Traits of hysteria. Phobia. As stated, symptoms may vary, as well as the type of neurosis they represent, so it is important to stay alert to any indication. Anxiety neurosis is a simple type of psychoneurosis, in which anxiety is its main symptom. It evolves in crises, which may be more or less frequent. Anxiety neurosis occurs more frequently in individuals with an anxious constitution. Abandonment neurosis characterizes a condition in which the anguish of abandonment predominates, as well as the need for security. Family neurosis occurs when, in a given family, individual neuroses complement each other. Thus, they end up conditioning each other reciprocally. It may highlight the influence exerted over children by their family structure, including the parental couple. Phobia, also called by Freud anxiety hysteria, not to be confused with conversion hysteria. This form of neurosis has phobia as its central theme, characterized by a combination of drives, fantasies, anxieties, ego defenses, and pathogenic identifications. In this sense, the characterization of this disorder can be determined by various aspects, and its degree of impairment can be so intense that it is capable of incapacitating or paralyzing the individual in their actions. Being easily assimilated to the clinical picture related to panic, phobias present a clearly defined circumstance, an object, place, setting, or context. For the individual, it would be enough to avoid these experiences so that the anxiety does not impose its drive. In disorders related to panic, however, the origin that triggers the crisis cannot be so clearly determined. From the etiological point of view, the study of the origin of the disorder, and considering the phases of psychosexual development studied in this chapter, it is difficult to discern exactly in which phase of psychosexual development the fixation may trigger this phobic neurotic psychopathology, since several criteria influence its constitution. However, it is worth considering that a possible and valid genesis of phobia would be rooted in experiences during the phallic stage and Oedipal conflicts. In fact, it is in this context that the castration complex becomes evident, and as a result, the representatives linked to the processes of individuation and identification are compromised, possibly giving rise to phobic representations. To this is added the feeling of helplessness, the anguish of annihilation commonly seen in this phallic stage of development. One example, through the primary process, symbolization and displacement, would be the association of fear of the dark with the feeling of loss of the mother and/or her love. Inevitably, it is the subjective experiences and the relationship the child has with the feelings and experiences provided to them that will contribute to the development of phobias. To the potentially traumatic experiences in this, or other, stages, we can attribute a meaning or significance, as seen in the example. If, in the face of thunder on rainy days, The mother panics and creates a scene of terror at home, with 1,000 warnings for the children. She is creating an excellent breeding ground for the development of a phobia. If, on the contrary, this mother faces the thunder naturally and, even better, is able to explain that it always follows lightning as a result of the laws of nature, when positive and negative electromagnetic charges meet, and that thunder comes after lightning because light travels faster than sound, the child remains calm. At least from that phobia they are free and even gained a new learning. Phobia, also called anxiety hysteria. Contact with or the memory of a specific object causes phobic, fear, reactions, often inexplicable and disproportionate. Main fixation stage. Phallic stage, castration anxiety, annihilation, and helplessness. Little Hans case. In the book Analysis of a Phobia in a 5-year-old Boy, published in 1909, Freud presents the case of little Hans, a 3-year-old boy who was brought by his father to be analyzed by the psychoanalyst. According to the father, Hans had a phobia not commonly seen. He hated horses. He was afraid of being bitten by one or of falling from the carriages pulled by the animal. Another issue that worried the father was an unusual affection directed toward the mother figure, described by him as a sexual overexcitation. Initially, little Hans became known to Freud through letters exchanged between the psychoanalyst and his father. This began when Hans was still very young, and only at 5 years old did the boy have the opportunity to meet Freud in person. In those personal meetings, the psychoanalyst observed that the boy was clever, communicative, and very affectionate. When collecting information about the boy, Freud identified that Hans also presented a fear of the idea of the large penis associated with the horse. In addition to having this type of thought regarding the animal, Hans also questioned the figure of his mother. Since she was also large, maybe she could have a member similar to that of the horse, but he had no phobia of her. The concept of phobia. Up to this point, we imagine you're very confused. What could a fear of horses possibly have to do with the animal's penis and abnormal attachment to the mother? Really, it all seems very disconnected. However, if you are familiar with the main elements of psychoanalytic theory, it becomes easier to link one thing to another. Phobia has fear and anxiety as its main elements, widely known feelings. In addition, its occurrence arises from a repression that comes from the formation of symbols recognized by a patient after a traumatic event. The phobia manifests in an element or individual through which the person releases the anxiety caused by trauma. In Hans's case, the anxiety caused by some trauma was directed toward horses. Freud's analysis. Sexuality. Sexuality is a central theme for psychoanalysis, and, in this case, it also bears a connection with the emergence of the phobia. Whether we like it or not, many of Freud's explanations end up returning to the notion of the Oedipus complex. In Hans's case, we see an explanation entirely based on this experience. In the Oedipus complex, the child develops a libidinal feeling toward the father and mother. However, faced with the impossibility of a sexual relationship between the parties, the child ends up repressing the feeling. This movement of repression is performed by the ego, a kind of mental mechanism that prevents this now unconscious passion from returning to the field of consciousness. Thus, ideally, the child's passion for one of the parents remains trapped in the unconscious and would only become accessible through dreams or neuroses. However, what happened with little Hans was that he displaced his libido to another object instead of repressing it. According to Freud, this feeling is responsible for the formation of the phobia, since the child needed to release the anxiety. Childhood. In this case, childhood is a very important field of study because, in theory, it is the place of both the Oedipus complex and libido repression. However, with Hans, this process of repression was impaired. By displacing the libido from the father, Hans began to show hostility toward his progenitor. Here enters the strong attachment the boy felt toward his mother, a feeling that was noticed with strangeness by his father. Hysteria. Finally, it is worth recalling here the concept of hysteria as it was understood by Freud. Earlier we mentioned that libido repressed in the unconscious becomes available to the individual in two ways. On the one hand, it is possible to access the unconscious through dreams. On the other hand, there is the possibility of recovering elements from the unconscious when the person presents neurotic symptoms. Hysteria is a concept that fits into this context. According to Freud, little Hans was a hysterical child. Thus, it becomes clearer why he was able to access what should have been repressed. Obsession-compulsion. Notoriously known as obsessive neurosis within the psychoanalytic field, this psychoneurosis constitutes, along with hysteria, one of the main psychopathological conditions within the psychoanalytic clinic. In the field of psychiatry, it is known as obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD. Like other forms of neurotic psychic organization, obsession presents various levels of impact on the individual's life, ranging from shaping subjectivity through obsessive traits, which can healthily determine characteristics socially viewed as positive, such as discipline, order, respect, morality, and ethics, to its imprisonment within the constant repetition of rituals, fixations, and compulsive acts that never end, incapacitating the individual's life. Zimmerman recalls the case of a young hospitalized patient whose hands were raw flesh from how constantly she washed them, vigorously scrubbing with soap. In the work Totem and Taboo, Freud said that primitive animistic thought has an obsessive nature. As animism, the idea that everything has anima, a soul, even mineral objects, and everything can be controlled by the individual's thought. Freud conceived the idea that individuals nurtured obsessive habits and rituals, believing they would have influence over the external world. For example, an individual believes that harboring certain thoughts or arranging personal objects in a specific way will alter physical events in the outer world, such as bringing luck. Animism is all the stronger the more obsessive the individuals are. Some might feel guilty over the death of their parents due to, technically inevitable, episodes or conflicting thoughts they had toward their parents. In this sense, it is fitting to think that the psychic conflict lies in the reception of obsessive thoughts, which occur intrusively, without conscious understanding of them, and that confront the ego and ego-dystonic character, which leads to immobilization through compulsive behaviors, with the intention of repairing this psychic conflict, since these conflicts are related to distressing contents, relating to moral, sexual, traumatic values, among others, that are inaccessible to consciousness. From an etiological point of view, study of the origin of the disorder. Despite the imprecisions in determining exactly the phase of psychosexual development attributed to obsessive neuroses, in general, it is a fixation in the anal stage where this structure is organized. Indeed, it is a very delicate moment for the ego to deal with the feeling of ambivalence, of control, and even of an internalized sadomasochistic relationship in the form of a tension between the ego and a cruel superego. With this, we are allowed to think that the structure organized within the subjective experiences of obsession will be linked to marks stemming from parents with an excessively rigid and/or punitive superego, aggressions to the ego that did not allow the development of its ability to synthesize or understand contradictions. Structurally, the ego finds itself in an intrasystemic conflict, ego-superego, as it simultaneously suffers a cruel superegoic submission and the pressure of the energetic demands of the id. Phobia, also called anxiety hysteria. Contact with or the memory of a specific object causes phobic, fear, reactions, often inexplicable and disproportionate. Main fixation stage. Phallic stage, castration anxiety, annihilation and helplessness. Obsession-compulsion. Also called obsessive neurosis, OCD obsession. Obsessive habits and rituals of animistic nature. Believing that individual thought has control over the external world. Main fixation stage. Anal stage, first impositions of rules, differentiation from the mother, aggressions to the ego, first id-superego conflicts. OCD in psychoanalysis. Excessive anxiety can lead a person to develop obsessive-compulsive disorder. People with this type of condition exhibit compulsive behaviors that can spread into all areas of their lives. How do OCD symptoms develop? A person with OCD lives each day as if fighting against themselves constantly, both mentally and physically. That's because not all OCD symptoms are visible to the naked eye. Some of them, for example, gain strength in the subconscious, such as praying, repeating words and phrases endlessly. All of this generates tremendous and very concerning mental confusion, which in fact ends up ruining the person's quality of life. OCD is a chronic illness, and its progression can vary greatly from one patient to another. It may arise unexpectedly, suddenly, and abruptly after a triggering event, or, as more commonly diagnosed, without being associated with any significant stressor. The progression may include worsening, stabilization of symptoms, or presentation in the form of episodic crises. The fundamental characteristics of patients with OCD, as we mentioned, are compulsions and obsessions. What are obsessions? Obsessions are thoughts or ideas that repeat through mental attitudes and invade human consciousness involuntarily. That is, without realizing it, the person gets lost in this behavior. Usually, obsessive thoughts are recognized as inappropriate or strange by the person with OCD, and all of this unfortunately causes more anxiety and emotional distress. In such cases, the person tries to resist these thoughts or ignore them with other actions and thoughts. Compulsions, in turn, are behaviors that are repeated with extremely high frequency in people's daily lives, such as washing hands, checking things, locking doors 4 times, looking under the bed every night before sleep, etc. However, they can also be represented through mental acts such as praying, counting, repeating words or phrases. Experts understand that compulsive behaviors or mental acts aim to prevent or reduce the discomfort caused by the obsession. On the other hand, they also serve to prevent some feared situation or event. In this scenario, researchers note that the patient is aware of the excess in their behavior, but is unable to act autonomously to overcome it. Signs of obsession. Obsessive ideas in patients vary from person to person. However, many of them are linked to hygiene habits, contamination, disease transmission, bacteria, viruses, organization, or similar things. In addition, occasional suicidal impulses are also common, such as the idea of having an uncontrollable impulse to jump from the window of a tall building or suddenly being overtaken by aggressive impulses and hurting others, especially children. Researchers point out that compulsive symptoms are normally present in several other psychiatric conditions. According to them, notably in depressive and anxiety-related affective disorders. Freud's studies contributed to the understanding that OCD results from ambivalence in the human condition. That is, from conflicting feelings and thoughts that torment the patient. In this context, the psychoanalyst works with the patient by analyzing in order to make this conflict evident for both, and thus build mechanisms so that irrational and excessive behaviors can be managed. Treatment and therapy. Although many people always seek a complete cure from psychoanalysts, it is important to understand that this type of disorder is part of the neurotic structure of the human being diagnosed with OCD. For this reason, it is more appropriate to avoid promises of total cure, since the individual is considered neurotic, not temporarily neurotic. It means that it is not a passing or momentary condition. The treatments and therapies that achieve the greatest success aim to ease the problem in people's lives. In this sense, analysis with a psychoanalyst will provide greater comfort to the patient, as it promotes means for the anxiety condition to be stabilized and controlled. This allows the person with the disorder to continue their life normally. It is important to emphasize that, in addition to psychoanalytic support, patients should receive assistance with medication in some cases, in order to reduce the physiological damage that the illness may cause in the body. Types of compulsion. Many people fall for the lie that compulsive behaviors are caused only by chemical substances. Thus, only drug addicts or alcoholics would truly be considered compulsive individuals. However, this is not true. A compulsive behavior is one that leads a person to do something that at first brings pleasure, but later brings guilt and resentment. So, it is true that many addicts and alcoholics feel this way, but many other things can feed compulsion. It is a major problem of control, since the desire that drives the person to action is very strong. Our brain is conditioned to repeat situations that bring us pleasure. This is a reward circuit that runs through all pleasurable situations we experience. In this context, when we hug someone we love, if that gesture brings us pleasure, we will want to repeat it. The same goes for food, sex, and many other experiences we appreciate as human beings. This natural stimulus of ours is entirely associated with the release of dopamine, a neurotransmitter responsible for our sensation of pleasure. That's why we say the brain is conditioned to reward a positive experience with pleasure. Dopamine is released when this happens. However, when we look at the brain of a compulsive person, we observe that it presents an alteration regarding dopamine. Certain experiences or substances make this individual feel the same sensation of pleasure as that released by the neurotransmitter. Here, the problem is that compulsion leads the person to repeat the same pleasure-generating behavior many times. Thus, the frequency of such actions increases. Examples: compulsive eating. Many people cannot stop eating. So, following a diet with only 6 or fewer meals a day is an impossible task. The person eats for some reason, like when they feel anxious and cannot stop anymore. Once compulsion sets in, every time the person feels this way, they will have to eat to relieve the bad feeling. Compulsive physical activity. Often observed in people with eating disorders, it is possible to have this compulsive need to exercise to relax. Work compulsion. People who are unable to disconnect professional and personal life. The workaholics. Compulsive shopping disorder. It almost never involves something necessary, but the pleasure of buying something leads the individual to keep spending money unnecessarily. Gambling compulsion. Even if we don't often see bingo halls or gambling houses, many people are addicted to both the game and the illegality of the experience. The pleasure of winning a few times does not outweigh the loss of money, which happens more frequently. The gambler lives like this, in an eternal loop of excitement and guilt. Onychophagia. Nail biting. It can occur due to anxiety, fear, nervousness, or frustration. In this context, what matters is shifting attention away from what is causing nervousness to something simpler. Trichotillomania. Pulling out one's own hair. Compulsion to lie. Also known as mythomania. Excessive sexual impulse. Nomophobia. Compulsion for using the cell phone. Hysteria. Recognizably found at the genesis of psychoanalysis, hysteria, also known as hysterical neurosis, is perhaps the neurotic organization that most closely approaches a conventional normality. It is worth noting that Freud had a very clear vision of the distinction between normal and pathological. Like other neurotic structures, hysteria presents a wide variation in its spectrum, ranging from hysterical personality traits to more severe and limiting manifestations in the individual's life. Conceptually, hysteria has evolved since its initial understanding. Originating from the Greek hysteron, meaning uterus, it was once believed that hysterical women were afflicted by psychological disorders caused by evil spirits and were thus subjected to exorcism rituals through torture. The influence of the physician Charcot on the treatment of hysterical patients enabled Freud to develop treatment techniques, ranging from hypnosis to free association, for this pathology. Etiologically speaking, the libidinal fixation behind the hysterical condition would be related to the phallic stage, although there are corresponding elements in the oral and anal stages, primarily involving Oedipal issues. In this sense, the sexual trauma is experienced passively, as seen in either real or imagined situations. Moreover, one can observe a pronounced narcissistic aspect, an excessively imposing ego, within the personality structure, which would result in some consequences, such as a preference on the part of the hysterical individual to be loved rather than to love, thus, an exaggerated cult of the body. The choice of a man would be according to the ideal man she would like to be. There is a constant existence of penis envy, from which a masculinity complex originates. The woman would seek to fulfill this through a child, among other related aspects. As stated, hysteria presents a vast spectrum, with the most well-defined clinical conditions being conversion hysteria and dissociative hysteria. In conversion hysteria, psychic conflicts are converted into the soma body, affecting either the sensory organs, causing blindness, deafness, among others, or the nervous system, leading to muscular contractions, limb paralysis, etc. Thus, within the psychic organization, the body expresses, through the symptom, a symbolism of its psychic conflict, just as occurs in dreams. That is, the physical affliction possesses one or more representatives from the psychic universe. A particular conversion symptom can hold many meanings, such as the cough that afflicted the famous patient Dora, which represented three aspects: a symbolism of sexual, aggressive, narcissistic, and melancholic feelings, a form of identification with Mrs. K's cough, her sexual rival, and the acquisition of a secondary gain. It is important to highlight the idea of secondary gain. This concept can be understood as a kind of advantage the individual obtains once their behavior, usually pathological, results in some sort of positive gain. In hysteria, for example, the physical affliction may cause the person to receive extreme care and/or the indulgence of others. Behind this action lies the need/desire to assume the role of the victim, who begs for attention, affection, and care. And thanks to the symptoms, this fulfillment is achieved, thus becoming a secondary gain. Dissociative hysteria, as the name suggests, refers to the fact that various distinct representations coexist within the ego, dissociated from one another, and that emerge separately into consciousness according to certain needs and circumstances. In other words, the stimulus is felt so intensely that disconnected actions, which lack a certain logical sense, and therefore are dissociated, lead to external states of depersonalization, epileptic seizures, fainting, among others. A clear and common example might be attributed to the fear of cockroaches. The repulsive and disgusting sensation is so intense, and certainly stems from a past experience, with its representative remaining inaccessible to consciousness, that one climbs onto a chair, for example, and screams incessantly in a frenzy, almost maddening, as if the threat were to life itself. From a psychiatric point of view, beyond the understanding of these types of hysteria, conversion, and dissociative, there is a broader, more comprehensive concept that addresses the idea of disorders, each with its specific characteristics, such as hysterical personality disorder, infantile dependent personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, among others which, once considered from a medical perspective, will not be further explored here. Neuroses. Phobia, also called anxiety hysteria. Contact with or the memory of a specific object causes phobic, fear, reactions, often inexplicable and disproportionate. Main fixation stage. Phallic stage, castration anxiety, annihilation and helplessness. Obsession-compulsion. Also called obsessive neurosis, OCD obsession. Habits and rituals of animistic nature. Believing that individual thought has control over the external world. Main fixation stage. Anal stage. First impositions of rules, differentiation from the mother, aggressions to the ego, first ID superego conflicts. Hysteria, also called hysterical neurosis. Types: conversion hysteria, somatic and dissociative, depersonalization sensations, epileptic seizures, fainting. Main fixation stage, phallic stage. Histrionic personality. Histrionic personality is a disorder that makes certain people feel the need to always be in the spotlight. This craving for visibility and being the center of attention can bring various problems to the histrionic individual's life. Histrionics are seductive people. A person with histrionic personality disorder usually adopts a provocative and seductive attitude to impress those around them. Their clothes tend to be flashy and, when talking to others, they tend to flirt. For this reason, the behavior of the histrionic individual may be considered threatening or inappropriate by others. This behavior usually begins in late adolescence. The exhibited behavior shows signs during adolescence and strengthens in adulthood. It is from the beginning of adulthood that the individual will seek more attention, social prominence, and compliments. Great concern with physical appearance. Due to the constant pursuit of prominence, this individual will emphasize physical appearance. They will be concerned with showing what they have, how much they earn, and overvalue vanity. Idolatry of symbols of glamour and celebrities. The vanity the histrionic individual has toward themselves also tends to be valued in others. This individual usually praises the figure of personalities considered superficial, but who symbolize grandeur and ostentation. Of course, a histrionic person may approach people with the same characteristic, but since they are competitive, they will often reject their equals or those who are seen as inferior. At the same time, they value celebrities or even people they interact with in person, as long as they feel that this person is a quasi-celebrity. Exaggerated behavior in public environments. It is important to make clear that it is very unlikely that a person with this type of personality will go unnoticed in a conversation circle. That's because they will do whatever it takes to be in the spotlight. To achieve this, they will likely tell life stories in which they were in a prominent role, possibly even inventing facts to interest their listeners. Megalomaniac ideas, flashy clothes, loud voice, the need to talk about trips and possessions, excessive praise for children or spouse, and fanciful stories meant to stand out. These are some of the tactics used in environments with many people. They are dramatic people with shallow emotions. The attention-seeking of those with this disorder may lead them to behave inappropriately in situations where they are not the focus. For example, a histrionic woman may wear a white and extravagant dress to a wedding. Additionally, a histrionic man may act hysterically to draw the attention of his co-workers. Histrionics often display scandalous behavior. It is also possible that they will make a scene to attract attention from their group. About people with this disorder, it is also important to state that they generally display their emotions publicly and in an exaggerated way. Thus, they may react to certain events disproportionately. In general, this brings much embarrassment to their family and friends. They may also change their emotions very quickly. One moment they may be desperate, and the next appear perfectly calm. For this reason, many people consider histrionics to be deceitful and fake. They are fickle individuals who need affirmation. Histrionic individuals can also change their opinions quickly. This happens because they tend to express views that please those around them. For this reason, they often struggle to defend their positions. They end up making statements full of conviction without having real knowledge of what is being discussed. Given this need to always be approved by others, histrionics tend to adapt their lives to be accepted by their acquaintances. Because of this, they may change hobbies and switch styles without major issues. They may even develop the habit of giving gifts to others to please them. Histrionic people have difficulty in relationships. Histrionics also tend to act intimately with people they don't know well. This happens due to their need for attention. They also tend to make friends quickly due to their seductive abilities and charisma. Tendency toward dependency, sadness, and depression. On the other hand, relationships involving individuals with this disorder tend to be conflictive, since histrionics are usually needy and manipulative. It can be said that it's quite possible for someone with this disorder to make suicide threats to those who try to distance themselves. Such people will create an expectation of reality and appearance that is difficult to sustain over time. The psychic energy required to maintain the mask of this life drive in full force is costly. When psychic exhaustion is added to the potential relational conflicts, these individuals are prone to develop depression. History of hysteria. The word hysteria has been in circulation for over 2,000 years. When analyzing the history of hysteria, it is assumed that Hippocrates, the father of medicine, was the first to use the word as a generic term designating illnesses of the uterus. However, a disease corresponding to the term was recorded in Egyptian manuscripts. Hysteria, as a descriptive category, has been employed in various ways, across historical periods and different cultural contexts. To explain hysteria, there were attempts to point to a particular affliction that made the uterus migrate. Additionally, hypotheses were raised regarding patients' tendencies toward lying and manipulation, nerve injuries, states of ecstasy, and several other aspects. As a disease, hysteria has a long-standing connection to women. Although male patients were sometimes identified and discussed, hysteria was primarily seen as a female disorder. The manifestation of hysteria. A fundamental aspect of the history of hysteria was that it manifested in the patient's body in a mutable way and could not be attributed to any concrete cause. This fact gave rise to some theories that associated hysteria with demonic states. Among the symptoms were sensation of suffocation, coughing, dramatic fits, paralysis of limbs, fainting spells, sudden inability to speak. In short, it was a disease that seemed baseless and difficult to diagnose. The documented history of hysteria begins with the earliest medical and philosophical writings. Hippocrates, born in 460 BC, already referred to this ailment, about which only rudimentary knowledge existed. They were described as people who sought the temple of Apollo amidst convulsions and screams, but were, in reality, hysterical individuals. Hippocrates was the first to attempt to explain such manifestations, linking them to a displacement of the uterus, hysteron in Greek, giving rise to the name hysteria. For him, then, it was a gynecological anomaly. This conception endured in the clinical and therapeutic approaches to hysteria until the 19th century. The matrix of hysteria. The physicians of Egypt and other ancient peoples also believed that the root of the disease was an organ that could move around the body. In this way, Plato upheld the same theory. He also described hysteria as an affliction that affects women who remain sterile for a long time after puberty. This theory in some way anticipates the psychosomatic maxim which stated that an unsatisfactory sex life can provoke a neurosis. Centuries later, Galen, a Roman physician and philosopher, with his knowledge of anatomy, disagreed with this theory. Galen asserted that the uterus could not move from its place. However, during the Middle Ages, the concept of hysteria based on ancient medicine was attributed to a displacement of the uterus and the action of toxic vapors. These vapors were thought to be of genital origin, but always with a causal factor: the intervention of the devil. Only with the Renaissance, a period marked by the transition from feudalism to capitalism, did hysteria return to the field of medicine. Thus freed from the concept of the devil, doctors returned to consider hysteria from a somatic point of view, and some researchers pointed out the resemblance between hysterical fits and orgasm. In 1616, Charles Lepois, a French physician, broke with traditional theories. From a clinical perspective, he recognized male and childhood hysteria. He also noted that hysteria particularly affected hypochondriacal individuals. In 1862, with Charcot's research, hysteria began to be considered a nervous affliction. He was able to demonstrate, through the use of hypnosis, that paralyses were representations of the patient's psyche. Freud's legacy in the history of hysteria. Years later, Breuer and Freud developed their theories of neurosis. In 1893, they published the preliminary study on the psychic mechanism of hysterical phenomena. In 1895, the book Studies on Hysteria was published, and with it, the foundations of the psychoanalytic conception were laid. The fact is that hysteria was the ailment that allowed Freud to begin linking the first elements that would lay the foundations of psychoanalysis. Hysteria, with its characteristics, encompassed a general mobilization of symptoms and motivations, making it understandable that psychoanalysis would begin to develop along this path. Psychic organization. In the 1894 text, Freud distinguishes between actual neuroses and psychoneuroses. These psychoneuroses were divided into three: hysteria, obsession, and psychoses. Furthermore, Freud argues that in hysteria there is a psychic division of consciousness which, unlike Breuer's view, is not merely a hypnoid state similar to sleep. Three divisions of hysteria. In this text, hysteria is divided into three parts: hypnoid, a secondary state resulting from a defense, but located within consciousness. Retention, in which there is no psychic division. That is, the ego cannot react. It is an impact to which the body will react, meaning the reaction occurs later. Defensive, a voluntary act of setting aside the representation incompatible with the ego. Here, the subject is not passive. They defend themselves against the representation that is incompatible with their ego. It is an intentional forgetting. Something is unbearable for the subject, and for that reason, it is repressed. Thus, Freud distances himself from Breuer, as he believes that defensive hysterias are linked to a sexual etiology, a hypothesis Breuer rejected. Freud also distances himself from Breuer regarding the formulation of a second consciousness. His argument refers to forms of hysteria he encountered where it is not possible to speak of a division of primary consciousness. The division of consciousness and psychic organization. In one of these forms, retention hysteria, when the person cannot adequately react to an effect that remains suffocated, the issue of division of consciousness does not apply. In the second form, he observes that there is a voluntary act to defend against a representation. He calls this defensive hysteria, due to the necessity of defense. Thus, it is acquired, it is not given to the individual. When something appears in experience, there is a need to defend oneself. In hysteria, this defense is repression, a term not explicitly used in this 1894 text. He speaks of the defense of an incompatible representation. In defensive hysteria, the subject is not passive in the face of something, but rather had to defend against something unbearable. Therefore, he says defense is a voluntary act that confronts incompatible representations, all of which, in the cases he observed, were of a sexual nature with the ego. Defense mechanisms in psychic organization. Faced with these representations unbearable for the subject's ego, how could I have felt attracted to my own brother-in-law? The defense would be deliberate. So, the psychoneuroses are divided into three. Conversion hysteria, obsessive neurosis, phobia, also known as psychosis. They differ in their defense mechanisms, since there is a difference in how the effect and the representation are expressed in these psychoneuroses. Moreover, defensive or conversion hysteria is that in which a traumatic experience incompatible with the subject occurs, and the subject reacts passively, such that there is a kind of conversion of the energy of the representation into somatic innervation. Thus, this representation incompatible with the subject's ego is converted into somatic innervation, in such a way that it exits the psychic field and moves into the somatic field. Here, what determines the outcome is the transformation of the energy of the representation into something somatic, a symptom. In the case of neuropsychoses, the representation goes to the unconscious, while the effective excitation charge takes another path. This excitation charge may be converted into somatic innervation, defensive hysteria, or displaced to another representation, phobias and obsessions. Therefore, in psychic organization, in phobias and obsessions, there is no somatic innervation. There is no discharge of excitation in the body. Instead, it links to another psychic representation, which is always connected to something affective. Affect in phobia. Thus, the charge of one idea is transferred to another, and the effect is displaced. In phobia, this path also occurs, except the defense mechanism is to transpose the effect into an object. Furthermore, affect is an energy linked to the representation. He says that, however, in the person predisposed to neurosis but who cannot perform this conversion, the effect cannot be discharged into the body. Nevertheless, it binds to another representation present in the unconscious, one that is not incompatible in itself, but that maintains some relation to the original representation. In the case of phobia, it becomes possible to avoid that thing. Therefore, it becomes a more compatible idea with the ego. In obsessive neurosis, actions are carried out to contain those repressed representations that try to return, actions that are not themselves incompatible. One flees from the conflict and manages to escape it, but there still remains something, a symptom. What Freud proposes is to relink the symptom to the incompatible representation, to find the conflict, and thus be able to take another position. In the case of phobia, often there is a renewal of defense. Psychosis and neurosis. In psychosis, a flight occurs, a form of defense in which the representation is rejected, along with the effect. However, since this is impossible for the body, there is a flight into psychosis. This flight is qualified as hallucinatory confusion. The sexual representation is incompatible and thus is rejected. But with it, reality is also rejected, and for this reason, the individual begins to hallucinate. Here, there is a rupture with both the representation and reality, so that the ego may find satisfaction. The effect in the case of defensive hysteria is converted, discharged into a symptomatic field that produces the symptom. Meanwhile, in obsessive or anxiety neurosis, the effect is not converted into the body, but rather remains in the psychic sphere and binds to another idea. This new idea might be the phobogenic object, which is filled with the effect originating from another idea, or it may be an obsession. The effect must take a path, find a destination. If the defense is conversion, the path is the body. If it is phobia, the path is the phobogenic object. If it is obsession, the path is an obsession. The idea imposes itself upon me by force, a charge that originally belonged to something else. Conclusion. Finally, what leads something to become an obsession or phobia in psychic organization? Freud speaks of neurosis choice, which cannot be predicted. In obsession, he says it is a ritual, a charge from another idea that has been transferred into a right. Furthermore, the effect is not converted into the body, because effect is the quantity of excitation, while the representation is the memory trace. Moreover, the quantity of excitation may be expressed as anxiety, sadness, or anger. In neurotic defense, the representation is separated from the effect. The memory is stripped of its excitation charge. That's why anxiety is an effect, but not every effect is anxiety. These two dimensions of the psychic process become divorced. One thing happens to the representation, and another to the effect. In hysteria, the representation is excluded from consciousness, while the effect is converted into somatic innervation. The Psychoses. A conceptual and fundamental idea for beginning the understanding of this psychic organization in psychoanalysis can be found in the words of Laplanche and Pontalis, 1998. Fundamentally, it is in a primary disturbance of the libidinal relationship with reality that psychoanalytic theory sees the common denominator of psychoses, where most of the manifest symptoms, particularly delusional constructions, are secondary attempts to restore the object relationship. In this sense, we are allowed to think that the main conflict lies between the ego and reality. That is, the ego is so disorganized and or fragmented that there is a serious compromise in its functioning, and within its anxiety, the ego becomes dominated by the ID. In neurosis, the ego tries to meet the demands of reality while seeking to satisfy the ID's drives. In a second effort, the delusion, the ID creates a new reality so that the subject can endure their suffering. As the process of creating this reality does not pass through the conscious level, the psychotic takes it as absolutely real. Regarding conceptual definitions, from a psychoanalytic point of view, ideas linked to psychosis would appear in the Freudian work under the term paraphrenia, certain chronic delusional psychoses that did not involve intellectual compromise, in a sense encompassing paranoia and schizophrenia, as stated in On Narcissism, an introduction from 1914. Another term that has fallen out of use, and also referred to psychotic structures, is narcissistic neurosis, which consisted of a mental illness characterized by the withdrawal of libido onto the ego. It is worth noting at this point that two important psychoanalytic authors dedicated and invested their time in addressing the psychotic structure, each in their own professional path and in their own way, Melanie Klein and Wilfred Bion. In general terms, we say that psychosis is a very primitive organization. This implies that, Just as with the fixation points addressed in the Etiology of Neuroses, subjective experiences and traumatic events refer to the earliest stages of psychosexual development. We will not enter, as we did with neuroses, into the stratification of age ranges, since there is a diversity of understandings, varying by the viewpoint and theory of different authors, about these early moments and the impact of those experiences on the formation of psychic organization. The fact is that, returning to the central idea of the concept, especially from the Freudian perspective, there are two stages within the process of psychotic organization. At first, there is a distancing of the ego, due to lived stimuli, from reality, as a way of avoiding contact with these distressing and unnameable sensations/feelings. Secondly, as a way of repairing this distancing, the idea is responsible for providing a new possibility of experience with surrounding reality, thus creating a new reality. Just like neurosis, psychosis is also spread across a broad spectrum of manifestations, both personality-related, thinking in terms of psychic functioning, and psychopathological, symptomatic. In this sense, from a clinical perspective, it can be understood in three subcategories: psychotic states, psychotic conditions, and true psychoses. In understanding psychotic states, we may think of people who present a relative ability to adapt to the external world. They are therefore closer to neurosis, which suggests that some areas of the egoic structure are preserved. This is the case, for example, of patients known as borderline, i.e., those who are in a borderline condition, almost as if standing on the edge between neuroses and psychoses. In psychotic conditions, patients maintain within their structure some psychotic nuclei. This implies understanding that there is a more elaborated organization in which the patient appears to be well adapted to the social environment. However, due to the considerable presence of these psychotic nuclei, there is a tendency to resort to more primitive mechanisms of psychotic nature when anxiety or anguish arises. Wilfred Bion named these conditions the psychotic part of the personality, meaning certain behaviors and/or psychotic defenses may compose part of the subject's personality, making them susceptible to crises of that order. In true psychoses, we find an entire psychic organization based on this model. Just like neurosis, we can understand it as possessing mechanisms of communication and language with the external world, as well as its own defense mechanisms, precisely so that it can deal with threats to the ego. In clinical settings, from the psychoanalytic point of view, especially considering Freud, we can identify three specific psychotic organizations or substructures: schizophrenia, paranoia, and melancholia, and its manic-depressive condition. In this sense, we can understand, just as in the psychotic phase of psychic organization, that defense mechanisms are equally primitive and mobilize more intensely, so to speak, the demand that must be supported by the fragile ego. Among the primitive defense mechanisms related to psychoses are foreclosure, Verwerfung, a concept introduced by Lacan. It is perhaps one of the most primitive defense mechanisms, in which there is a comprehensive denial of external reality and its replacement by the creation of a fictional one. It is related to hallucination, since the representative contents, signifiers in Lacan's terms, were not integrated into the subject's unconscious, and therefore, hallucination arises as a way to fill the anguishing void. Denial, Verleugnung. Also understood as a process of negation, this is a less aggressive defense than foreclosure and is carried out partially by the ego. That is, it would be a negation performed by one part of the egoic structure. This implies that the subject denies the truth but understands that, deep down, it exists. It is a defense found in both psychotic and perverse structures, such as in fetishism. Dissociation. This is a defense resulting from the ego's omnipotent ability to dissociate, breaking with certain drives, objects, affects, and also parts of the ego itself. From this movement, the defense proceeds in the form of projection, introjection, idealization, or projective identification, as we'll see below. Projection. Thanks to dissociation, feelings, qualities, and desires of the subject that are unknown or rejected by them are expelled and projected onto another object, person or thing. It is very common, for example, for someone to aggressively accuse another of authoritarianism when, in fact, they are denying that very trait in themselves and recognizing it in the other. Introjection. As a way of not feeling the anxieties and all the evil within the subject, in a representative manner, there is an introjection, movement from outside to inside, of extremely good contents, as a form of defense against the threats of bad internal objects. Idealization. In an attempt to protect the psyche from the helplessness and powerlessness experienced and unconsciously registered, there is a process of idealization of the self in its ideal instances. Ego-ideal and ideal-ego, concepts to be discussed more deeply when we address narcissism, or idealization of the other. In this way, parts of the ego or the other are excessively exalted, as a means of suppressing the distressing feeling of abandonment and fragility. Projective identification. A concept coined by Melanie Klein, it is a phantasmatic mechanism of projecting intolerable contents and introducing the subject's own self, partially or totally, into the object, the other, in an attempt to harm, possess, or control it. In this sense, there would be no distinction between subject and object, between internal and external reality. The psychotic individual in this condition comes to fully identify with another person or thing, hence projective, projecting oneself into another being. Neurosis and psychosis. In general terms, psychosis differs from neurosis by presenting with greater intensity and also by being disabling. Historically, psychosis was also referred to as madness. Even today, in legal terms, psychosis is recognized as a severe mental disorder that prevents individuals from managing their own affairs. The differentiation between psychosis and neurosis is not unanimous among therapists. For some, it is only a matter of intensity in symptoms. For others, there are fundamental differences between psychoses and neuroses. Concept of psychosis. The loss of voluntary control over thoughts, emotions, and impulses is the main characteristic of psychosis. Psychotic behavior shows difficulty in distinguishing between reality and subjective experience. In this case, fantasy and reality become confused, and reality may be replaced by delusions and hallucinations. In this type of psychopathology, there is an acceptance of the psychotic state by the patient, although they may not understand that something is wrong with them. The individual's capacity for emotional and social relationships is affected, resulting in a marked disorganization of the personality. In recent years, a large number of studies have sought to identify relationships between the occurrence of psychosis and other factors such as age, sex, and occupation. Initially, it was shown that there is great age variation in relation to the manifestation of psychosis. It was also demonstrated that married people are less likely to develop some form of psychosis. Moreover, psychotic manifestations can be observed in all types of occupations, with no specific prevalence in any particular field. It is also common to find psychotic manifestations in all ethnic and racial groups, with psychotic manifestations occurring twice as often in people living in urban areas compared to rural areas. Concept of neurosis. Regarding neuroses, this psychopathology does not manifest through a rupture with reality. Neurotic states include phobias, obsessions and compulsions, some types of depression, and amnesia. For a significant group of psychoanalysts, neurosis can be identified as an internal conflict between the ID's impulses and the superego's general fears, the presence of sexual impulses, the ego's inability, through rational and logical influence, to help the person overcome the conflict, the manifestation of neurotic anxiety. Not all analysts, as noted, agree with these statements. Some of Freud's followers became dissenters from his teachings due to the importance he attributed to sexual factors. Alfred Adler, for example, argued that neuroses arise from feelings of inferiority. These feelings emerged in childhood when children had short stature or were unable to defend themselves. It is also common for doctors to find biochemical explanations for the occurrence of neuroses. Recent research shows that barbiturate medications may be associated with the production of substances that inhibit brain activity. Currently, the term neurosis is no longer used to designate this type of psychopathology. For identifying these disorders, terms such as anxiety disorders are used instead. This group of illnesses defines states of apprehension and fear of uncertainty regarding a real or imagined situation. Among the most common symptoms are shortness of breath, palpitations, rapid heartbeat, sweating, and tremors. Neurotic anxiety disorders. In general terms, we have phobias. Among the phobias, the most common is agoraphobia, commonly expressed as a fear of leaving the house. This type is the most common among people seeking treatment. Other types such as social phobia and simple phobia can also be observed, representing a persistent and irrational fear. Obsessive-Compulsive disorder, OCD. The most common obsessions revolve around violence. It is also common for obsessive-compulsive individuals to develop counting habits, counting steps, events, figures, wallpaper, hand-washing, or the need to touch objects, all the furniture in a room or all items in a cabinet. Generally, obsessive-compulsive adults try to resist these symptoms, understanding how little sense they make. PTSD. It usually manifests as a delayed effect of a traumatic event. When these symptoms persist, it is identified as post-traumatic stress, a common disorder among war veterans and survivors of kidnapping or natural disasters. Generalized anxiety disorder. This is a type of persistent anxiety that lasts for at least a month, for example. Among the most common symptoms are instability, fear, sweating, dry mouth, insomnia, and lack of focus. Conclusion. To conclude, we can say that neurosis and psychosis, although both are conditions that originate in the mind, have their differences, where the suffering is real and not rarely both require analysis and treatment support. Dissociative identity disorder. The human personality is not built in an integrated way as many people think. It requires several parts for that. However, these pieces don't always come together as they should, and this can directly interfere with how someone behaves. Previously known as multiple personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder is a condition in which two or more personalities exist. This leads to the conclusion that several identities coexist within a single mind, sharing the space where only one should exist. Due to this alternation of personalities, a person becomes unable to recall their entire day. Thus, simple activities such as talking to someone, remembering something, or even saying their name become difficult. In general, those with the disorder are not fully aware that this is happening. Dissociative identity disorder is usually caused by some rupture in the individual's psyche. Therefore, the patient will resort to regressive treatments in order to identify the specific cause. A complete diagnosis is necessary to avoid confusion with other health conditions. What causes the disorder? As mentioned above, dissociative identity disorder results from some life trauma in the individual's past. During childhood, the person may have experienced an event that caused oppressive stress. This ends up shaking their developing psyche in such a way that they can't integrate it in a healthy manner. Due to this trauma and other negative experiences, a block is created that prevents the unification of the psyche. The death of a close relative, for example, can have a negative impact on someone who is still growing. In addition, severe illnesses that required exhausting recovery and experiences of abuse also contribute to the development of the disorder. It's worth noting that the more structured a household is, the more it favors the healthy development of the child. This is because it allows young people to develop a complex yet cohesive understanding of themselves and others. Those who remain in a segregated emotional state may flee from reality, taking refuge in their own minds. Symptoms. In order to seek appropriate treatment, one must pay attention to the symptoms of dissociative identity disorder. The disorder leaves very characteristic marks on the individual, even if they cannot see them themselves. Therefore, those nearby must observe how this person acts, noting different and alternating behavior, Throughout life, we build a certain identity that holds our entire essence. However, someone with more than one personality frequently alternates their behavior. It's as if another person takes over their body and mind, causing them to socialize in an unusual way. They switch from one state to another abruptly. Depersonalization. It's as if the person sees themselves as disconnected from their own body. They feel unreal, like spectators of their own lives and actions. Additionally, impulses arise that seem not to belong to that person, including feelings and thoughts. A sense of invasion takes over, as personalities act suddenly. Amnesia. Due to the alternation between personalities, this individual experiences memory gaps throughout the day. Thus, they may not remember certain conversations or activities performed during the day. This type of reaction is easily perceived by those who interact with them, given the complete memory absences. Diagnosis. Although it has recognizable features, dissociative identity disorder is not so easy to fully identify in people. This is because certain signs may be confused with other illnesses, leading to an incomplete diagnosis without proper knowledge. In general, more experienced specialists are guided by more than one personality. As the most observed sign, psychotherapists will look for the presence of more than one personality in the individual. Their identity should be integrated and consist of only one, forming a complete self. When two or more personalities come into conflict, inherent disorganization begins. Level of suffering. In addition to these symptoms, the therapist observes how the person manages to live a regular life, or as close to it as possible. Through questionnaires and assessments, it's evaluated how much their personal and professional life is impaired. Instead of focusing on a calm, ordinary life, they are consumed by the conflict in their mind. Memory gaps. Due to their mental duality, memory often becomes fragmented. Thus, someone with this disorder has difficulty gathering the entirety of their lived experiences. They begin to forget events that regularly occur in their routine. This includes conversations, personal information, and even significant life events. Treatment. Although delicate, treatment for dissociative identity disorder is possible. It acts in an integrated way, aligning the mind with the body. Thus, the use of medication addresses the physical aspects, as well as the effects on the mind. Depression, anxiety, and impulses are managed through this. In conjunction, psychotherapy intervenes to guide the patient's behavior toward a healthier rhythm. Once stabilized, each integrated personality will be studied. The idea is to discover how they emerged and encourage them to collaborate with each other to reduce symptoms. Since each case varies significantly, some may require hospitalization while others can undergo treatment freely. Regardless of the case, it's important to keep in mind that treatment cannot be interrupted. From the moment the causes of dissociation are identified, the process of reintegration must not stop. Final comments. For those living with someone who has dissociative identity disorder, daily life is never easy. It's impossible to know who you're interacting with at any given moment, and the unpredictability of their mood can be quite alarming. However, it is precisely this close person who will help guide the individual back to a healthy life. Schizophrenia. The term schizophrenia comes from the Greek, meaning to split, cleave, the spirit. It is therefore a subjectivity characterized by a movement of dissociation, in which the incoherence of thought, action, and affectivity, designated by the classical terms discordance, dissociation, disintegration, the detachment from reality with a turning inward and predominance of an inner life given over to fantasized productions, autism, a more or less accentuated and always poorly systematized delusional activity. It is part, therefore, of a deeply regressed psychic structure, whose etiology is marked by the earliest psychosexual phases of life. As stated, some authors dedicated themselves more than Freud to investigate further and in more depth this subjectivity, which leads us to think about differences both in psychic organization and clinical practice. Some ideas brought forth by Bayan may help better understand certain mechanisms of psychoses, such as the existence of a powerful destructive drive, death drive, directed at the subject themselves, giving rise to an intense annihilation anxiety, a term coined by Klein referring to the anguish experienced by the baby when confronted with the death drive. It would thus be the first anxiety lived by the child. Still in this sense, a profound hatred of reality, both internal and external, can be observed, with the psyche preferring to remain immersed in a world of illusions, choosing illusory states over the formation of bonds. As a result, there is a loss in the ability to discriminate between what is real and what is false, both regarding the self and everything outside of it. Take, for instance, when the schizophrenic hallucinates, hears non-existent voices, or sees non-existent things. How can we claim this experience is not real to the schizophrenic? We must also consider the difficulty in the process of symbolization. That is, a difficulty in the processes of thinking/knowing/language, wherein the symbolic universe is not properly organized, thus leading to a literal interpretation of things. In this sense, there is a challenge in symbolizing. For the schizophrenic, everything appears terrifyingly real and literal. For example, if we consider the expression, "it's raining knives," the neurotic structure generally understands this as a symbolic way of referring to something extremely unlikely to happen. However, for psychotics, interpreting this structure may mean truly believing that knives could literally fall from the sky. Psychoses, schizophrenia, specificity, cleavage or division, subjectivity marked by dissociation, death drive or annihilation desire, making it unbearable for the person to live with reality. The ID creates an alternative reality, which may be accompanied by hallucinations. Main fixation phase, early stages, oral and anal. Schizophrenia. Speaking about this complex topic is highly stimulating, given that the opinions widespread among doctors highlight that the etiology, the cause, of the illness is far from being defined. In the description of someone who suffers from paranoid schizophrenia, the complaints include repetitive sequences of auditory hallucinations, typically consisting of two voices. Interestingly, during the hallucination episode caused by schizophrenia, the characters quickly change depending on the narrative at that moment. Each character has a different tone of voice. One speaks softly, while another speaks in a louder tone. Melancholia, manic-depressive. In 1917, Freud wrote the celebrated text Mourning and Melancholia, in which he discusses these topics, conceptualizing them and highlighting their convergences and divergences. In this sense, there is an understanding that in melancholic states, in Freud's words, the shadow of the object falls upon the ego. This allows us to understand that there is an identification with a certain object, person, situation, experience, in such a way that the subject feels this object as part of themselves. In other words, instead of establishing a relation of object investment, a natural way of relating to people and situations by recognizing the world as external, there is a deep identification of the melancholic with an external object, which is incorporated as if it were part of the self. For example, in a mother-child relationship, the failures present in the construction of the subject-child were so great and archaic that, inevitably, the child will need the other to fulfill ego functions, creating, through identification, a certain symbiosis with this object, mother. In this sense, when there is a loss of that object, in our example, the mother, part of the ego also feels lost, leading to its weakening and impoverishment, resulting in deep and distressing pain, as if parts of the self were also dying, thus constituting a melancholic state. Melancholia is the act of investing a part of oneself in another, person or thing. And in the loss or impossibility of fulfillment in that other, the individual feels as though they are losing part of themselves. Thus, unconsciously, the subject does not know exactly what was lost in this process, the loss of the object, and, as a result, enters a deep discouragement and inhibition of reality, loss of the capacity to love, and a generalized disinterest in the external world, seeking, in extreme cases, suicide. Furthermore, a constant force of self-recrimination is directed toward the ego, as if the person themselves were to blame for the loss of the object. Still within this context, to further our understanding of this psychotic structure, it is necessary to conceptualize certain ideas proposed by Freud, precisely so we can grasp the dynamics of the melancholic subject. It is important, then, to understand the concept of the ego ideal, a relatively autonomous intrapsychic formation that serves as a reference point for the ego in assessing its emotional accomplishments. Its origin lies in the convergence of secondary narcissism, the return to the ego of libido withdrawn from its object investments. This allows us to think that, like the superego, a regulatory instance by punishment, the ego ideal would also serve as a guiding instance, but one that carries within it the foundations and references for the construction of ideal images and developmental models as an unattainable reference. Superego, punishments and sanctions. Essentially negative aspect, what must not be done. Ego ideal, standards and ideal models. Essentially positive aspect, ideal of how one should be. Melancholia is, in itself, what Freud once called, though the concept was later lost, a narcissistic neurosis, denoting a difficulty or impossibility in libidinal transference. That is, libido turns toward the narcissistic subject themselves and is not externalized. And in terms of the dynamic between psychic instances, we can understand this melancholic organization as a conflict between the ego and the ego ideal. In depressive processes, the ego submits to the ego ideal. In other words, the ego tries to force the subject to achieve this ideal, leaving the subject with low self-esteem, feelings of guilt and frustration, high self-demand, a sense of lost love, and the perception that their desires are unreachable. On the other hand, when the opposite occurs, that is, when the ego ideal submits to the ego, there is an overvaluation of the ego, as if the subject were superior to everything and everyone. In this case, the subject seeks acceptance, prestige, and a need for grandeur. Thus, in the state known as manic depressive, there is an alternation between these two states through a conflicting dispute between the ego and the ego ideal, or, in psychiatric terminology, bipolar personality disorder. When the ego submits to the ego ideal is greater than the ego. The frustration of the unattainable generates the manic depressive condition. When the ego ideal submits to the ego is greater than the ego ideal. As if the ideal had already become reality, another type of frustration occurs, from not being glorified by everyone, which also generates the manic depressive condition. Narcissism. First, it is worth remembering that the word narcissism refers to a myth. According to the Roman poet Ovid, Narcissus was a very handsome young man. One day, his parents consulted the oracle of Tiresias to learn about their son's future. They were told he would have a long life, provided he never saw his own face. One of the young man's characteristics was his arrogance. Moreover, he inspired love in many people, including nymphs such as Echo. However, she was rejected by the young man and turned to the goddess Nemesis for revenge. In response, the deity made the young man fall in love with his own image reflected in a river. The result of this enchantment was Narcissus's destruction, as he withered away and died. The goddess then transformed him into a flower that bears his name. Narcissism in psychoanalysis. The word narcissism was first used in the field of psychoanalysis by the German Paul Naake in 1899. In his study of sexual perversions, he used the term to name the state of a person's love for themselves. For Freud, narcissism is a phase in a person's development. It is a stage that marks the transition from autoerotism, that is, pleasure centered on one's own body, to the choice of another being as the object of love. This transition is important because the individual gains the ability to coexist with what is different. This intermediate stage is termed primary narcissism by Freud. It is the moment when the ego is chosen as the object of love. It differs from autoerotism, which is a phase in which the ego does not yet exist. Secondary narcissism, on the other hand, consists of the return of affection to the ego after it has been directed toward external objects. According to Freud, all people are narcissistic to some extent, since they carry within themselves an impulse for self-preservation. Narcissism according to Klein. The Austrian Melanie Klein presents a different notion of primary narcissism. According to her ideas, the baby already internalizes the object during the phases corresponding to narcissism and autoerotism. Thus, she disagrees with Freud's idea that there are stages in which there are no object relations. Furthermore, according to her, narcissism is a destructive instinct. Narcissistic interest always represents an aggression directed at the object. Therefore, the renunciation of this interest constitutes a manifestation of love and protection. Narcissism according to Hauser. According to Hauser, narcissism protects the psyche. This is because it allows the subject to form an integrated image of themselves. Narcissism according to Lacan. For Jacques Lacan, when a baby is born, they do not know themselves and, for that reason, identify with the image of the child their mother wishes to have. This movement is called by the psychoanalyst the assumption of the subject. Thus, it can be said that, at this stage, the presence of the other is fundamental. However, at the moment the subject sees their own reflection in the mirror, they begin to recognize themselves in the reflected image, which they believe to be real. At this stage, the self is identified through the image of the other. It can be said that the mirror stage is a narcissistic symbolism, as the subject becomes alienated in themselves. Narcissism according to Luciano Elia. According to Luciano Elia, narcissism is a process in which an individual understands the image of their body as their own and, for that reason, recognizes themselves in it. Narcissism as a pathology. Narcissistic personality disorder is a condition in which a person has an exaggerated idea of their own importance. People who suffer from this problem usually have difficulty in relationships, since they become irritated when contradicted and also overvalue their own opinions. Narcissistic individuals also show an inability to put themselves in another person's place, lacking empathy. It can be said that these people have a tendency toward depression and may also develop dependency on alcohol or drugs. It is believed that the causes of this disorder are both genetic and environmental. Thus, it is understood that this is a problem that can be passed from one generation to another. It can also be said that parents who overvalue their children may contribute to the development of narcissistic traits in them. Psychotherapy is the most recommended form of treatment for this type of disorder. Normally, a narcissistic person will not seek professional help because of their condition, since they would have difficulty identifying any problem in their behavior. What usually motivates them to seek professional help are problems associated with narcissism, such as depression and drug dependence, for example. It can be said that treatment is beneficial because it helps the person with the disorder to understand how to relate better and also helps them to understand their own feelings. For this reason, if you know someone who displays narcissistic traits, it is important to present psychotherapy as beneficial for achieving greater self-understanding. Final considerations. It can be stated, therefore, that narcissism is a very important concept in psychoanalysis. Many scholars have relied on this concept to explain the formation of an individual's identity. Moreover, it is also a disorder that can harm the lives of certain people if left untreated. Psychosis and depression. Psychoanalysis attributes a close link between psychosis and depression. Depression could trigger psychosis in individuals already predisposed. In the reverse path, a psychotic person may experience extreme anguish that would lead them to depression. Psychosis and depression are outcomes of unresolved conflicts and unconscious traumas. The diagnosis is not simple and requires a detailed anamnesis, analysis of the case and its symptoms, along with the patient's life history. Psychotic individuals present delusions, hallucinations, bizarre habits, and loss of self-reference. Thoughts no longer belong to the individual, and they begin to identify these thoughts as being from other people. This scenario characterizes paranoia, occurring through projection. Differences in the behavior of psychotic and neurotic individuals. For Freud, psychosis is the eternal struggle of the ego against the external world. It is the struggle between the ego and the ID, in which the ego is defeated and thus detached from reality. In the case of schizophrenia, a type of psychosis, it is the total loss of connection with the external world. For a long time, it was claimed that schizophrenia was the result of a mother's repressive upbringing of her child. What is certain is that a neurotic never ceases to be neurotic, just as a psychotic never ceases to be psychotic. Treating a psychotic appears impossible, since neurotics seek out a psychoanalyst to explain their inner conflicts, while psychotics have no doubts about what they say or do. Religion in the treatment of psychosis. It is important to report that studies show that the cure of schizophrenia through religious acts has a high volume of relapses, returning with much more severe episodes. However, religion is also of great help regarding emotional issues. Depression, definition and risk factors. Depressive disorder is a condition that we can simply call depression. Most of the time, it is perceived by a prolonged state of intense sadness lasting about 2 weeks. The factors that lead to this state can be genetic, environmental and psychological, family history, use of drugs and medications. Unlike momentary sadness, depression is treated with antidepressant medication and psychotherapeutic counseling. However, in some cases, the person may become a danger to themselves. In such cases, hospitalization may be the best treatment option. Diagnosing a psychotic disorder. Another important fact regarding depression is that it is currently the second leading cause of work leave. It is more common among women. When the patient is affected by depressive delusions, they generally experience anguish, excessive punishment, guilt, a sense of ruin, and nihilistic delusions, even hearing voices, the cries of the dead, or threats from demons. These reactions lead to the diagnosis of a psychotic disorder. Depression is now being classified as a depressive episode when it is the first occurrence in those individuals. The 6 types of depression. From a didactic perspective, depression can be divided into 6 types. Major depression, dysthymia, atypical depression, postpartum depression, premenstrual tension, grief. Defining psychosis. Psychosis is the common designation for any mental illness characterized by distortions in an individual's perception of real life. It is a pathological mental state that leads the individual to exhibit antisocial behavior. Psychosis has as its central structural core the dominance of the pleasure principle over the reality principle. Freud, in 1924, in his writing The Loss of Reality in Neurosis and Psychosis, allows us to understand psychosis as a distancing of the ego, at the service of the ID, from reality, with the dominance of the ID, rather than the reality principle, over the ego itself. The disconnection from reality in the psychotic individual. He established the existence of 2 phases in the development of a psychotic defense against a stimulus. Initially, there is the distancing of the ego far beyond the reality of the presented stimulus. Then there is the possibility of attempting to repair the damage caused by the detachment, by re-establishing the individual's contact with surrounding reality, but at the expense of the ID. Psychosis is characterized by moments of lack of control, agitation, and also aggression. It is a mental illness in which the individual has difficulty relating to everyone around them, creating fantastical ideas in their interactions with society. Psychopathy and psychosis. In a restricted sense, psychopathy is a synonym for psychosis, considered a pathological mental state characterized by behavioral deviations that lead the individual to antisocial actions. The term psychopath refers to the individual who suffers from a mental illness or has a psychopathic personality. In a figurative sense, psychosis is an obsession, a fixed behavioral idea, or a mania. The association of social, biological, and psychological factors in the development of psychosis. Regarding thought, in the psychotic individual we observe what can be called a split, that is, the primary delusional thought is neither repressed nor suppressed, which enables the person to act with apparent normality. Because their thought is imprisoned, they do not experience the pleasure of thinking nor possess the freedom and autonomy to develop new thoughts. It is believed that social factors, such as life in large cities, drug abuse, and social isolation may be directly or indirectly associated with psychosis. A probable interaction between these social factors and biological and psychological ones could produce a chain reaction, resulting in the development of a psychotic condition. The three main groups of psychopathies. There are countless types of psychoses or psychotic disorders. Schizophrenia and bipolar disorder are some of the best-known psychopathies that exist. Psychosis is categorized into three main groups based on their respective causes. Psychosis resulting from a mental or psychological condition. Psychosis resulting from a general medical condition. Psychosis resulting from drug and alcohol abuse. The close relationship between psychosis and depression. Manic depressive psychosis is a psychiatric illness characterized by alternating depressive and hyperactive behavior. Today, this type of psychosis is called bipolar disorder. That is, in this case, the coexistence of psychosis and depression is clear. For Freud, the forces that drive art originate from the same conflicts that lead individuals to develop neuroses. Thus, art establishes an intermediate domain between reality, which denies the fulfillment of our desires, and the world of fantasy, which seeks their satisfaction. Symptoms of psychosis. Through artistic expression, sculpture, painting, poetry, the individual is capable of reproducing their inner world, their desires, longings, and frustrations. Art allows the articulation of the most obscure intimacy with external reality. The main signs and symptoms of psychosis are quite diverse and can be perceived through changes in personal characteristics of the individual, such as mood, thinking, and behavior. For example, confused thinking, delusions, hallucinations, altered emotions, altered behavior. The signs of psychosis directly affect a person's performance at work and in school and prevent them from carrying out basic daily activities effectively. Stages of grief. Eventually, the cycle of life comes to an end. Even with the certainty that everything will come to a close, there is no preparation for the loss of someone. Thus, we have the 5 stages of grief. Denial. The first stage of grief is permeated by a strong emotional charge. Denial inhibits closer contact with other people due to the pain the individual feels. In this initial phase, there is a movement to raise possibilities in order to reverse the facts. This is characterized by phrases like, "What if it hadn't happened?" or "If I had done things differently." It is believed that the ego influences this, since a defense mechanism is created during this stage. The pain is eased in a short time, as partial acceptance begins to emerge during this period. It is essential to reduce loneliness. As mentioned, the individual tends to withdraw from others. Part of this is due to the fear of losing more people during such a vulnerable period in their life. For others, it's important to keep in mind that the person must be allowed to feel this pain freely. However, give signals that you'll always be around. Sadness. As the most natural part of the process, there is a noticeable lack of joy in those who are grieving. With the loss, a unique and positive connection built over the years is also gone. Even though love remains, the absence of physical connection is painful. Regret. As soon as someone is lost, some people begin to regret certain actions. Previously, they believed time was infinite and that they'd have all the time in the world to spend together. When the loss occurs, they enter a state of lament and think of everything they wanted to say. Anger. The second stage of grief condenses solely into anger, whether at the ill person or others. Outsiders may even feel anger toward the person, even though they are not at fault, and that's known. The vulnerability of the other person before and after passing evokes a sense of powerlessness in not being able to help. In the anger stage, the ego can no longer seal the isolation and denial from the previous phase. As a result, the person begins to question and fight against the event itself. The idea here is to exempt the one who passed and defend them, highlighting their virtues. Even if there's no divine answer, the questioning is elaborated to let off steam. Unfortunately, this revolt greatly hinders the person's relationship with others. Some are unable to realize that these same individuals understand how necessary this emotional outburst is. Even in your anger, Try to preserve the loyalty that exists between you and seek support. Bargaining. In the third stage, the previous phases have already been overturned. Now comes the pondering, where the individual seeks alternatives to ease the pain they feel. In doing so, they end up facing questioning. The idea here is to think of alternative solutions to deal with the problem while it was still present. The mind doesn't rest, going back and forth over the event in search of some failure that could have been intervened upon. Even if it's useless, so to speak, the person unconsciously tries to bring peace to everyone. Deals. In searching for paths through questioning, one naturally encounters the idea of exchange between people. Because of the love they feel toward the one who passed, the idea is to preserve their presence here. Self-esteem doesn't speak as loudly, and they believe the world would be better with the other person. In short, the individual wants to take the place of the one who left. Depression. Depression tends to appear among the stages of grief as the one that lasts the longest in a person's life. Even if it doesn't seem like they're feeling anything, the individual suffers greatly on the inside. It's not uncommon. This stage of isolation may return with even more strength, even if it fluctuates for a long time. Beyond that, feelings of melancholy, powerlessness, hopelessness, and guilt may permeate their social interactions. As one might imagine, it's a deeply introspective place, but be careful. Too much suffering and isolation can make a person sick. Instead of moving toward a state of acceptance, they may spiral deeper. This is the stage where the support of others is more necessary than ever. Of course, it's very difficult to pull someone out of this situation, but the idea is to be present for when they need you. The depressed person must become aware of their own condition and work on it voluntarily. Acceptance. Closing the stages of grief. Acceptance comes to bring closure to the cycle of pain the person feels. After breaking down, feeling anger, seeking alternatives, and falling, the idea is to shed the negative weight that the event brought. Even though it's not a joyful scenario, it is the opportunity to bring peace into their life. With that, a sense of tranquility about life can settle in. In acceptance, the individual begins to integrate reality and accept things as they are and as they happened. Instead of focusing on despair, serenity soothes the pain they developed. Consequently, longing arises, marking the happy moments they had together. Perversions. This concept has undergone numerous modifications throughout history in terms of its understanding within the field of psychoanalysis. What Freud defines and attempts to elaborate as the construct of perversion refers to sexual deviations that deviate from what is considered normal, the achievement of orgasm through genital intercourse as a means of obtaining pleasure. That is, all relations that did not involve phallic vaginal intercourse were considered perversions. Thus, as stated, orgasm, pleasure satisfaction, in perversion could be linked to other sexual objects such as homosexuality, pedophilia, voyeurism, among others. Other bodily zones, for example, anal intercourse. And also when the attainment of pleasure is imperatively subordinated to certain external situations, such as fetishism, exhibitionism, sadomasochism, among others. In this way, the idea of perversion deviates from the common-sense understanding of what is now considered perversity, since perversion is understood as a psychic structure in its own right, just like neuroses and psychoses. In other words, there exists in perversion a mode of relating to the world, of establishing relationships, of expressing modes of suffering, and also modes of obtaining pleasure. Thus, it is a psychic structure within psychoanalytic clinical practice responsible for organizing the individual's personality. This is different from the idea of perversity as a moral concept, where actions are repudiated as violations of social pacts or laws. An idea introduced by Freud brings the notion that neuroses are, so to speak, the negative of perversions. This idea arises as a way of understanding the relationship between both psychic structures and the attainment of satisfaction. The neurotic, through the ego, meets the demands of the environment by repressing or pushing away distressing ideas. The pervert, on the other hand, actually realizes their sexual desire without a feeling of guilt. The pervert is therefore capable of knowing what they want, what brings pleasure, and of carrying it out, whereas for the neurotic, that desire for satisfaction ends up being repressed. It is not uncommon for the neurotic to admire the pervert, as they are able to see in the other the literal realization of their repressed desire. Later in his investigations on this topic, Freud wrote Fetishism in 1927, establishing the idea of a genesis for the psychic functioning of perversion. Perversion would be linked, above all, to defenses of disavowal or denial related to castration anxiety. In this sense, there would be a perceptible denial, a refusal to acknowledge the absence of the phallus in the other, represented by the image of the mother's body, in which, symbolically, there is an absence of the penis/phallus. And in the difficulty of processing this symbolic understanding, the pervert would insert, in its place, another form of subjectivation, which would be the fetish. The fetish is the taking of an inanimate object as an object of pleasure. Thus, the subject knows that the woman does not have a penis. However, in order to deny his fantasy that this lack is due to an actual castration, he disavows the truth with a thought like, "No, it's not true that the woman has no penis," and reinforces this false belief through the creation of a fetish, such as a devotion to shoes, etc. That is, as a way of denying/refusing this anxiety, the pervert tends to need the other so that their organization, especially in the realm of pleasure, can be constituted in a satisfactory manner. However, the place that the other assumes is not integrated, but rather submitted to the functioning of partial drives. Thus, as in fetishism, the pursuit of pleasure is linked to partialities, as with those who are capable of feeling pleasure in relation to another person's shoes. It is worth highlighting here an important concept that considers the phase of psychosexual development. Every child is a polymorphous pervert. This implies that the child's pursuit of satisfaction is tied to partialities, as stated in the chapter on psychosexual development phases. Sometimes eroticization is located in the mouth, sometimes in the anus, and so on. From the standpoint of clinical structuring, perversion can also be divided into substructures that present specific relationships with modes of organization and relating to the other, especially in the pursuit of pleasure. The main types of perversion are fetishism, sadism, and masochism. Castration complex and morality. Understanding the relationship between the castration complex allows us to comprehend the development of morality in the individual. According to Freud, these concepts go hand in hand during the formation of the human psyche. Morality is a branch of philosophy that seeks to identify the reasons why people and communities classify something as right or wrong. Psychoanalysis is closely related to morality, especially when it comes to the superego, which for Freud is a psychic instance that would represent the father's voice. The father's voice is punitive and contrasts with the nurturing maternal voice. The mother's voice aims to teach the child what is right and also to punish if the right thing is not done. The main punishment, according to Freud, would be the threat of castrating the child, which gives rise to the castration complex. Thus, the boy-child's fear would represent all the other fears imposed by the father and society on children. Morality is perpetuated through cultural transmission from older to younger generations. The womb represents the highest degree of protection a person can have. For Freud, our life is a desire to return to this uterine protection. Breastfeeding is an act that most closely resembles the child's memory of the womb. For Freud, our life is a longing to return to that protection. When the child realizes they are competing for the mother's attention with other people, such as the father, the child begins to feel rivalry toward the father. This rivalry is the basis of the Oedipus complex in Freudian theory. Likewise, the child associates the mother with affection and the fulfillment of desire, while the father is the moral voice of threat, of duty. Therefore, the father represents the symbolic castration of desire. The unconscious. Freud develops two theories of the psychic apparatus. In the first, the psyche is divided into unconscious, preconscious, conscious. The unconscious, for Freud, was a psychic instance in which the patient knows but doesn't know what they know. The preconscious would be responsible for storing information that is not in consciousness at that exact moment, but can be accessed whenever needed. The conscious is a purely descriptive term that rests on the perception of the most immediate and certain characteristics. The libido. Still in this early phase and based on these studies, the author develops another important concept, libido. Libido is the erotic energy that makes life possible. Thus, using this energy for socially accepted ends, art, religion, study, etc., results in sublimation. Libido is also what brings men and women together for reproductive purposes. The second topography. Later, Freud develops the second theory of the psychic apparatus, as he realized that the psyche was more complex than the division into unconscious, preconscious, and conscious. This new theory is divided into ID, ego, superego. The ID is the source of instinctual energy, libido. It is unconscious and governed by the pleasure principle. The ego mediates between the ID's desires and the impossibilities of external reality and the superego's prohibitions. The superego is the heir of the Oedipus complex and accuses the desires of the ID. All of this occurs even before reaching consciousness. There is a dialectical relationship among them, sharing the same nature and working together to produce, in the psychic structure, a synthesis that shapes subjectivity. The infrastructure of the psyche. Freud explains that libidinal energy lies on the border between the psychic and the somatic. Thus, the ID, governed by the pleasure principle, wants its needs met immediately. However, the ego tries to reconcile them with the demands of the external world and the superego. Thus, in capitalist logic, one tries to reconcile ID and ego, fulfilling the ID's immediacy through non-delayed satisfaction and compulsive enjoyment. As seen, the ID's desires do not recognize time or place, and may return through dreams or symptoms at any moment in the subject's life. Timelessness is the ideal of pleasure. Time has no power over the ID, which is the original domain of the pleasure principle. But the ego, through which pleasure can actually become real, is entirely subject to time. The mere anticipation of the inevitable end, constantly present, introduces a repressive element into all libidinal relations and makes pleasure itself painful. The birth of consciousness and the feeling of guilt. The flow of time is society's greatest natural ally in maintaining law and order, and the conformity of institutions that relegate freedom to the realm of perpetual utopia. The flow of time helps people forget what was and what could be. It makes them forget the best past and the best future. Time and the possibility of the end, through death, are important aspects of interdiction that allow the ego to maintain the balance of the psyche. In order to self-preserve, the ego does not allow some demands to even be consciously desired. Meanwhile, at the unconscious level, the superego accuses the ID, and the ego represses them before they even reach consciousness. This ends up generating the feeling of guilt. Thus, the external restrictions that first parents and later other social entities imposed on the individual are introject into the ego and become conscience. From then on, the feeling of guilt, the need for punishment, generated by transgressions or the desire to transgress these restrictions, especially in the Oedipal situation, impregnates mental life. Sublimation. Man, through his instincts, is capable of renouncing immediate satisfaction and pleasure in the name of a sense of security to build life in society. Libido, the energy that enables this transformation, is destined for human reproduction through the relation between sexes. But it is also diverted from that goal and directed toward the performance of other human activities whose purpose is cultural production, which Freud calls sublimation. In sublimation, the object and goal are modified, and what was originally sexual finds satisfaction in a non-genital but still erotic achievement, insofar as libidinal energy is invested in a substitute of higher social or ethical value. Libido and the castration complex. Freud divides the development of libido into 5 stages, which are not linear but may overlap, even if theoretically arranged in a set order. Oral phase, anal sadistic phase, phallic phase, latency, genital phase. According to the phase, libidinal investment is located in a specific organ or part of the body. These are fundamental to understanding major formulations in Freudian theory, such as the Oedipus complex and the castration complex. Nasio delves deeper into Freud's explanations of the castration complex. For the author, the psychoanalytic concept does not directly refer to the mutilation of the child's sexual organs. Rather, it refers to the threat of it through a psychic experience lived by the infant in which interdictions and laws begin to become part of human life. Therefore, the experience of the castration complex in relation to the supposed mutilation of the sexual organs, fantasized by the child, is unconscious and will be decisive in the formation of the subject. What is perversion? In psychoanalysis, every human being has some psychic issue. This is because everyone represses some reality at some point during childhood. If there is a conflict in the phases of sexual development and it is not satisfactorily resolved, the child will later become an adult with repressed feelings. These feelings will appear in adulthood through symptoms. Given this, it is important for people to become familiar with Freud's theories, since according to him, all adult psychic symptoms have their origin in childhood. The child is born without any information, and every action from the world and the people around them directly influences their psyche. Using the mouth as a means of exploring the world, it is natural for the child to put everything unfamiliar into it. For the child, this is natural. If an adult scolds them for this, the child enters into conflict and begins to learn to interpret, in their own way, the reasons for others' reprimands. For example, a child who brings their own feces to their mouth, in their view, sees it as their own creation, something they produced. And this is natural. If someone frightens the child because of this, thinking it disgusting and dirty, it will generate a psychic conflict and repression of feeling. Thus, we can observe that people's attitudes can significantly influence the formation of an individual. Therefore, everyone is susceptible to being shaped, to forming their personality according to the people around them. This leads us to think about what we call vocation, personality, character, etc. These are merely results of the environment in which the child develops. The way a behavior affects individuals will determine whether or not it is considered a perversion. This reminds us of Newton's third law. Every action generates a reaction. An individual is the reaction to the actions of their childhood. Sexuality is the origin of all human behavior and the basis of Freud's theories, which explain how a child sees and interprets the world in each stage of their development. People still don't understand the responsibility that comes with educating and caring for a child, and because of this they often condemn, judge, criticize, or look down on adults with behaviors considered abnormal, without realizing these adults are merely victims of repressed childhood feelings. Perversion is a behavior socially or clinically understood as outside the norm. Pathologically, a behavior is only considered perverse if it causes suffering or disrupts or invades some area of the individual's life. If this does not occur, it is not considered perversion. Some behaviors considered abnormal. It is also considered abnormal when there is a limitation in the ability to relate healthily, as if there were only one exclusive way to do so. There are some behaviors predefined as perverse, but they are only considered pathological when they cause social, professional, or interpersonal suffering to those involved. Some of these behaviors include exhibitionism, fetishism, necrophilia, zoophilia, voyeurism, sadism, and masochism. However, when an individual is born, they do not come with an instruction manual. Thus, individuals are shaped by social, cultural, and historical impositions. Gender, sexual orientation, and gender identity disorders are examples of these impositions, which often cause internal and external conflict for individuals, as there are already predetermined models and definitions of right and wrong that often do not match the individual's internal reality. Freud's view of sexuality is broad. It is not limited solely to the sexual act. In his theory, sexuality is present in human life from birth, through the sexual drive, originally universal, innate to the human being, and aimed at obtaining pleasure. Pleasure in childhood and adulthood. When a child eats, sucks a pacifier, bites teething toys, and so on, they enjoy sexual satisfaction. And this satisfaction is polymorphous, with multiple sources. Initially, it is autoerotic, directed toward themselves through so-called erogenous zones, which begin outside the genitals but evolve toward them. As childhood development progresses, the child enters a latency period, channeling that energy toward non-sexual purposes. The energy is directed toward education and social interaction, which help keep the sexual drive on the right track. After this period, the search for pleasure returns, now with the choice of a new sexual target, the other, and no longer the self. It is a natural organization of the sexual components of the drive, which leads Freud to state that human beings are born polymorphously perverse. Fetishism. Fetishism can be characterized, as we have seen, as a production arising from the denial of castration anxiety. Recalling, in the Oedipus complex phallic stage, the individual desires the mother and rivals with the father. However, out of fear of being punished, which is symbolized by castration anxiety, that is, the fear that the stronger father will penalize the individual with the loss of the penis, the individual overcomes this phase, entering a period of latency. The perverse subject would refuse to accept the possibility of castration, and their way of coping is to imagine that inanimate objects can take the place of erogenous zones. The difficulty of elaborating this during the phallic stage, perceptible through the difference between the sexes, presence and absence of the phallus, is revealed and experienced as a horrifying experience, since the possibility of castration is real and felt just like the loss of the object of love, the mother, as well as of the penis. The horror of castration erected a monument to itself in the creation of this substitute, making the fetish a sign of triumph over the threat of castration and a protection against it. Later in life, the fetishist feels they enjoy yet another advantage from this substitute for a genital organ. The meaning of the fetish is unknown to others, so it is not taken away from the fetishist. It is easily accessible and can readily provide the sexual satisfaction associated with it, that which other men have to beg for and strive to obtain, the fetishist can have without any difficulty. In this sense, this symbolization is not performed within the structure of the perverse subject, causing another thing to take the place of this object of desire. Considering the idea of partial sexual drives for obtaining pleasure, whether it be a fetish for objects, underwear, unusual clothing, etc., body parts, hands, feet, buttocks, or even for external situations such as voyeurism or observation, exhibitionism, and so on. From the idea of fetishism, we can understand the other two clinical modalities of perversion. When the subject places themselves, so to speak, on the side of fetishism, being the thing themselves, we have a masochistic organization. They enjoy being subjected. On the other hand, when the other takes that position of the thing, we then have sadism. The individual enjoys subjecting the other. There are other so-called paraphilias. These three are the main ones in Freudian studies. Fetishism, specificity, partial fixation of the object of pleasure in inanimate objects or non-genital parts of the body. Fetish for objects, underwear, unusual clothing, etc., body parts, hands, feet, etc., or even external situations such as voyeurism and exhibitionism. Main fixation phase, phallic stage. Fetishism is a way to deny the fear of castration by conceiving that things can take the place of erogenous zones. Paraphilias. The behavior we exhibit regarding our sex life is an indicator of a psychological alteration or a pathology. The word paraphilia comes from Greek, para, outside of, and philia, love. Previously referred to as sexual perversion, it is related to the pleasure of an individual's sexual life, whether by the erotic activity or by its erotic target. It is considered a psychological alteration resulting from the early stages of human development. Paraphilia is linked to the pattern of sexual behavior in which pleasure is not limited to intercourse. The possibilities for obtaining pleasure are expanded to other regions of the body, other people, places, and things that are not socially accepted practices. Inappropriate sexual behavior is different from pathology. Thus, all sexual behaviors deemed abnormal, when compared to socially accepted behaviors, are considered paraphilious. However, they are part of the individual's psyche and may even be harmless. Therefore, it is necessary and important to emphasize that not all paraphilias are paraphilic disorders or pathologies. The way a person deals with their sexual preferences is what will determine whether they are merely pleasurable paths or a pathology. They are considered paraphilic disorders when the sexual behavior becomes destructive or harmful to oneself or others involved. The disorders stem from feelings of guilt and great intensity. The individual cannot obtain pleasure except exclusively through such practices. Thus, they always return to them for satisfaction and may adhere to more than one practice considered a paraphilia. The shift in understanding of same-sex relationships. In the past, homosexuality was considered a paraphilic practice. It ceased to be considered a mental disorder by the American Psychiatric Association in 1973, when it was removed from the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM. However, only in 1990 did the WHO remove homosexuality from its list of mental illnesses through the publication of ICD-10. Sexual perversion versus perversity of character. Paraphilia, as sexual perversion, is completely separate from character or moral perversity. While the former is linked to the sexual act, the latter is linked to individuals whose behaviors aim to harm or hurt others. Perversion leads the individual to disregard rules and codes of ethics, aiming solely for personal satisfaction. However, from this configuration, paraphilias can emerge when their manipulative power is used to obtain sexual pleasure. Below are some paraphilias, noting that they will only be considered disorders when they cause distress and suffering to oneself or others, as already explained. Exhibitionism. This is the urge that the individual, almost always men, has to expose their genitals to one or more unsuspecting strangers, usually in public. It is the startled reaction of the surprised person, often fear, aversion, or even disgust, that causes excitement in the exhibitionist. Masturbation may occur during or after the exposure, culminating in sexual pleasure through orgasm. Fetishism. In fetishism, the sexual preference is focused on objects such as panties, bras, stockings, gloves, and shoes. These may or may not be worn by someone. The fetishist uses these items to masturbate or may even demand that their partner wear them during sexual activity. Only then can the individual reach orgasm. As with exhibitionism, the vast majority of fetishists are men. Transvestic fetishism. Characterized by the use of women's clothing by heterosexual men for arousal. The intention is masturbation or performing the sexual act. In everyday life, these men dress traditionally in men's clothing. However, transvestic fetishism can evolve to the use of women's clothing not only for sexual pleasure, but in daily life as well, thus being characterized as transvestic fetishism with gender dysphoria. Frauderism. This is the act of rubbing the genitals, or sometimes the hands, against the buttocks or another part of a clothed woman's body, without her consent. This provides the individual with great excitement, and may even lead to orgasm during the act. Frauderism is usually practiced in crowded places such as buses, subways, trains, and concerts. Voyeurism. This is the act of secretly observing people in intimate situations without their awareness, such as when they are undressing, having sex, or are naked. The excitement comes not only from the act of observing, but also from the risk of being discovered. Voyeurism is commonly practiced by men. Masochism. Masochism is present when the person needs to be subjected to physical or emotional suffering to achieve their own sexual pleasure. Masochism and sadism are closely linked and complement each other when practiced together. Sadism. Sadism occurs when a person needs to cause suffering, whether physical or even emotional, to to another person and derives sexual excitement and pleasure from it. Sadomasochistic activities are only considered paraphilious when they are the only way to achieve pleasure. If they are alternative and occasional, they are considered normal rather than perverse. Other examples of paraphilious: urophilia, associated with giving or receiving urine, on the body or even for drinking. Coprophilia, manipulation of feces during sexual activity. Mysophilia, related to dirt, filthy environments, or unclean people. Troilism, linked to infidelity, pleasure from watching one's partner have sex with someone else. Odaxilagnia, pleasure in giving or receiving bites. Menophilia, pleasure involving a menstruating woman. Feederism, pleasure involving obese individuals. Chronophilia, pleasure in relating to people with a large age difference. Some paraphilias are considered crimes due to their nature, such as zoophilia, sex with animals. Necrophilia, sex with corpses, legally considered as desecration of a corpse. Pedophilia, when the objects of desire are prepubescent children. Sadism. A person with a sadistic personality is someone who derives pleasure from the suffering of others. Contrary to common sense, some people relish witnessing others in pain. Regardless of whether they're the cause or not, the important thing is that they find satisfaction in another's pain. This may come through hardships, tragedies, episodes of violence, or even crimes. Whatever the case, this individual activates mental mechanisms that result in intense, albeit momentary, pleasure. Thus, they can receive stimulation throughout the day, sometimes even simultaneously. However, it's important to note that not everyone with sadistic behavior is a serial killer or a maniac. Many people, especially in the context of sex, derive pleasure from torture. In fact, individuals with sexual sadism often have an altered perception of pain in their brains. Even if they know they're hurting someone, the sensation is intertwined with satisfaction. Types of sadism. Even though the core is the pleasure derived from causing pain, the initial steps down this path define the type of sadism. A sadistic person's behaviors generally fall into two categories. Understanding these can reveal that, in some cases, the behavior is driven by instinct. This is because the individual may not be fully aware of their actions when it comes to passive sadism. Even though the person understands themselves as sadistic, they may not realize their actions. For example, someone may forget to feed the fish in their aquarium. This unintentional neglect can cause prolonged suffering to the small animal. Active sadism. This is the most common form, in which there is a conscious intention to harm a person or animal. As stated earlier, not all fit the profile of a psychopath, but it can indicate something about their moral conduct, like people who throw salt on frogs and slugs, kick animals, or hunt birds. Sex. Sex often provides the perfect environment for the release that a sadistic person craves. Every touch maximizes any sensation of pleasure they might experience. The sensual and provocative setting becomes the perfect excuse to give in to the impulse to humiliate a partner. For those unfamiliar with this individual, the experience can be shocking. Aggression, the sensation of pain, and provoked shame are often used by partners to intensify the relationship. These rituals break away from the norm, allowing both to escape moral constraints. In doing so, they can assume new identities and embody different characters while engaging in freer sex. Note that as the suffering of the partner increases, so does the sadist's arousal. This opens the door for interrelated fetishes, such as authority roleplay. Although common for some, it's important to emphasize that there are limits to this practice, especially when another person's health is at risk. Domination and submission. Whether they realize it or not, many people cultivate sadistic traits in everyday life. At home, for instance, domestic violence constitutes a form of sadism. Whether hidden or explicit, domestic violence relies on various abuses to force the victim to satisfy the aggressor's desires. In this case, it becomes a childish and regressive personality. Likewise, bullying in schools or on the streets is another form of sadism. By intentionally harming someone physically, verbally, or emotionally, a person shows a need to witness another's suffering. This naturally reflects apathy toward the pain inflicted on the victim. Without proper guidance, children may replicate this behavior excessively. But what about adults? Adult bullying reflects a serious character flaw. It immediately reveals that the individual doesn't care about others' well-being. Only their downfall brings them satisfaction and interest. It may be difficult to understand at first, but a sadistic person can be found anywhere. This is due to sadism appearing at various levels and in many forms. Depending on the individual's mental composition, they may exhibit traits such as difficult social interactions. It's not easy to maintain a healthy relationship with someone who behaves sadistically in everyday life. They don't feel remorse for their actions, nor feel compelled to apologize. Lacking guilt, they're incapable of forming deeper bonds and end up being unpleasant companions. Criticism. Sadists waste no time making venomous remarks to belittle others. Holding on to their primitive nature, their goal is to humiliate as much as possible to derive pleasure from the pain caused. Consequently, they show no regard for whom they criticize, even if it's superiors or their own family. Derogatory behavior. Their general demeanor also tends to be demeaning, constantly devaluing others. This includes public humiliation, causing someone to feel embarrassed in front of others. This is quite common among individuals in positions of power due to their authority over others. Many people defy their natural instinct for empathy and are instead drawn to pain. The more someone suffers, the more the sadist moves toward a fruitful sensation of pleasure. This is the path of a sadistic person, to savor the humiliation others endure. Additionally, the main characteristics of a sadistic person include excessively humiliating those around them, intimidating everyone nearby, making threats, deriving pleasure from all of it. It's worth noting that nearly everyone displays some level of sadism in life, even if unconsciously. However, there are those who cross every boundary. For these individuals, psychotherapy is recommended to help shift values and perceptions. Masochism. The masochist is someone who suffers from a sexual anomaly that leads the individual to seek sexual pleasure by having others inflict pain on them. In other words, sexual pleasure is only felt alongside pain. This text presents a case study of a masochistic person, in which the author, Wilhelm Reich, seeks to show that the process of transference between the analyst and the patient is possible. The author is based on studies by Jacques Lacan, since Freud believed that psychoanalysis was contraindicated in cases of psychosis. For Freud, the essential bond of transference love with the analyst, necessary for analysis, could not be established. Reich begins his studies with the question: if the masochist does not seek displeasure, nor feels it as pleasure, why does he feel compelled to be tormented? The author discovered through his work the fantasy at the root of this perverse behavior. The difficulty in feeling pleasure through one's own initiative. The masochist imagines being tormented because they wish to break open. Only in this way do they hope to achieve release. Masochistic lamentations have shown themselves to be expressions of torturous and insoluble inner tension. They are frank or disguised cries of despair and pleas for release from this instinctive tension. Since, due to this pleasure anxiety, the masochist's capacity to experience satisfaction through their own initiative and activity becomes blocked, they await the orgasmic solution, which they also deeply fear, as a release coming from outside, provided by another person. The desire to break open is counterbalanced. The self-deprecation of the masochistic character is now appreciated in a light previously unknown. Self-aggrandizement is, so to speak, a biopsychic construct, a fantastic expansion of the psychic mechanism. The repression of the natural pleasure function. In this study, the author also discovered that behind the feeling of pain lies the perception of bioelectrical charges. The opposite of this is self-deprecation, caused by the fear of expanding to the point of breaking open. Vain ambition and an inhibited pursuit of greatness rooted in anxiety are the driving forces behind masochistic self-deprecation. In this passage, The author demonstrates that masochism is the prototype of a secondary drive and forcibly illustrates the result of repression of the natural pleasure function. Masochists present a special kind of orgasm anxiety. The masochist remains in pregenital stimulation, thus becoming trapped in a vicious cycle of the worst kind. The more they desire to free themselves from tension, the deeper they sink into it. At the moment orgasm should occur, masochistic fantasies become much more intense. Often, it is only at this point that they become conscious. The sexual tension of masochism. The author further notes several important observations. Masochism does not correspond to a biological instinct. It is the result of a disturbance in a person's capacity for satisfaction and a continually frustrated attempt to correct this disturbance. It is an outcome, not a cause, of neurosis. Masochism is the expression of sexual tension that cannot be relieved. Its immediate source is pleasure anxiety or fear of orgasmic release. What characterizes it is the pursuit of precisely what is most deeply feared: the pleasurable release of tension, experienced and feared as a rupture or explosion. Reich was able to understand the masochistic mechanism within the field of biology. For him, human pleasure anxiety became comprehensible as a fundamental shift in the physiological function of pleasure. Suffering and enduring suffering are results of the loss of orgasmic capacity for pleasure. Masochism and religion. The author also draws a comparison with religion, where religious ecstasy is configured precisely according to the masochistic mechanism. The release from inner sin, from inner sexual tension, cannot be achieved by oneself. It is expected from God, an all-powerful figure. Such liberation is desired with biological energy. At the same time, it is experienced as a sin. Therefore, it cannot be carried out through the subject's own will. Another must perform it, be it in the form of punishment, forgiveness, redemption, etc. The three basic bodily excitations. Reich concludes his research by formulating that the energy of sexual life can be contained by chronic muscular tensions, and that to dissolve muscular tension, one of the three basic bodily excitations bursts forth. Anxiety, hatred, sexual excitation. Muscular attitudes and character attitudes have the same function in the psychic mechanism. They can substitute for and influence one another. Essentially, they cannot be separated. If a character inhibition does not correspond to a psychic influence, it draws upon the corresponding somatic attitude. Conversely, if difficulty is found in accessing a disturbing somatic attitude, one works with its expression in the patient's character and can release it. Treatment of masochism. According to the author, the masochistic person must break with old ideas regarding the mind-body connection if they wish to understand these phenomena. They are not results, causes, or accompanying manifestations of psychic processes. They are simply the phenomena themselves within the somatic field. For the author, these symptoms could not be merely mechanical movements of fluids. He believed that beyond the bloodstream, there had to be something else which, depending on its biological function, would trigger anxiety, rage, or pleasure. In this process, the bloodstream would be merely an essential medium. Perhaps this unknown element fails to occur when bodily fluid movement is inhibited. Sexuality in the Etiology of the Neuroses. Preface. This paper was completed on February 9, 1898, as we learn from a letter to Fliess. It had already been started a month earlier, and in both letters Freud speaks of it dismissively as a gazebo article, the name of a domestic magazine which had become proverbial for sentimental stories. But he adds that the article is quite impudent and basically intended to stir up controversy, in which it will no doubt succeed. Brewer will say I have caused myself great harm. 2 years had passed since Freud's last article on psychopathology, the etiology of hysteria, and during those 2 years much had happened to occupy his mind. Perhaps least importantly was the completion, in early 1897, of his 300-page treatise on infantile paralysis for Notnagel's Great Encyclopedia of Medicine. He had worked on it for several years, much against his will, and it was his final piece of neurological writing. Once this task was behind him, he could devote himself more fully to psychology, and soon he became involved in an event that would prove to be a memorable milestone: his own self-analysis. This began in the summer of 1897, and by autumn had already led to some fundamental discoveries: the abandonment of the traumatic theory of the etiology of the neuroses, the discovery of the Oedipus complex, and the gradual recognition of infantile sexuality as a normal and universal fact. Of all these developments and of Freud's advances in dream psychology, there is practically no trace in the present paper, no doubt explaining the author's scorn for it. In its fundamental aspects, it does not go beyond the point reached 2 years earlier. Freud had reserved himself for his great subsequent effort, which would come 2 years later in the interpretation of dreams. However, if the first part of the paper contains little more than a reaffirmation of Freud's previous conceptions about the etiology of neuroses, the argument also presents something new: a foray into sociological problems. The candid critique presented here of the medical profession's attitude towards sexual matters, particularly masturbation, contraception, and the challenges of marital life, foreshadows a whole series of later attacks by Freud on social conventions of civilization, beginning with the paper on civilized sexual morality and culminating in civilization and its discontents. Sexuality in the etiology of the neuroses. Thorough investigations in recent years have led me to recognize that the most immediate and, for practical purposes, the most significant causes of all cases of neurotic illness are found in factors arising from sexual life. This theory is not entirely new. Some degree of importance has been granted to sexual factors in the etiology of the neuroses from time immemorial and by all authors who have dealt with the subject. In certain fringe areas of medicine, the cure for sexual complaints and nervous weakness has always been simultaneously promised. Once the validity of the theory ceases to be denied, it will therefore not be difficult to contest its originality. In some brief articles published in recent years, I have attempted to provide an indication of the material and perspectives that offer scientific support for the theory of the sexual etiology of the neuroses. A complete presentation, however, is still lacking, primarily because, in the effort to illuminate what is now recognized as the current situation, one constantly encounters new problems for which the necessary preliminary work has not yet been done. Nevertheless, it does not seem at all premature to attempt to direct the attention of medical professionals to what I believe are the facts, so they may be convinced of the truth of my assertions and, at the same time, of the practical benefits that can be derived from this knowledge. I am well aware that efforts will be made, by means of arguments with a moralistic tone, to prevent the physician from pursuing the matter further. Anyone who wishes to determine whether their patient's neuroses are indeed related to their sexual life cannot avoid questioning them about that life and insisting on an honest account of it. But here, it is claimed, lies the danger to both individual and society. The physician, I hear it said, has no right to intrude into the sexual secrets of his patients, nor to crudely violate their modesty, especially in the case of female patients, with such inquiries. His clumsy hand will only ruin family happiness, offend youthful innocence, and usurp parental authority. And with adults, he will come to share burdensome knowledge and destroy his relationship with the patient. The conclusion, therefore, is that it is his ethical duty to steer clear of the entire sexual question. To this, one may rightly respond that it is nothing more than an expression of Puritanism unworthy of a physician, and that it poorly conceals its own weakness behind flimsy arguments. If factors arising from sexual life truly must be recognized as causes of illness, then, for that very reason, their investigation and discussion automatically fall within the physician's sphere of duty. The violation of modesty of which he is guilty in this case is no different, and certainly no worse, than his insistence on examining a woman's genitals in order to treat a local condition, something he is professionally obligated to do as part of his medical training. Even today, one often hears elderly women who spent their youth in the provinces recount how, for a time, They were reduced to a state of exhaustion by excessive genital hemorrhages because they could not bring themselves to allow a doctor to view their nakedness. The educational influence exerted by the medical world on the public, over the course of a generation, has changed things to such an extent that such an objection is now extremely rare among today's young women. If it did occur, it would be condemned as absurd Puritanism, as modesty out of place. "Are we living in Turkey?" a husband would ask, "where the only thing a sick woman may show the doctor is her arm through a hole in the wall?" It is not true that questioning patients and gaining insight into their sexual concerns gives the doctor a dangerous degree of power over them. In earlier times, the same objection could have been raised against the use of anesthetics, which deprive the patient of consciousness and willpower, leaving it to the doctor to decide if and when these will return. Yet today, anesthetics have become indispensable to us, because they assist the physician in his work better than almost anything else, and among his many other serious responsibilities, he assumes responsibility for their use. A physician can always do harm if he is clumsy or unscrupulous, and this applies no more or less to the investigation of the patient's sexual life than it does to other areas. Naturally, if someone, after honest self-reflection, feels that they lack the tact, seriousness, and discretion required to question neurotic patients, and if they know that revelations of a sexual nature would arouse lustful shudders rather than scientific interest, they are right to avoid the topic of the etiology of neuroses. All we ask is that they also refrain from treating nervous patients. Nor is it true that patients raise insurmountable barriers to the investigation of their sexual lives. After a slight hesitation, adults usually adapt to the situation, saying, "After all, I'm in front of a doctor. I can tell him anything." Countless women, who find it quite difficult to go through life hiding their sexual feelings, feel relieved to discover that, with the physician, no concern takes precedence over their recovery, and they are grateful to him for allowing them, at least once in their lives, to behave humanely in relation to sexual matters. The vague awareness of the overwhelming importance of sexual factors in the production of neuroses, an awareness I am attempting to reclaim for science, seems never to have entirely escaped the consciousness of laypeople. How often do we witness scenes like this? A couple, in which one partner suffers from a neurosis, consults us. After offering countless introductory and justificatory comments, saying there should be no barriers between them and the doctor, who only wants to help in such cases, we tell them of our suspicion that the cause of the illness lies in the unnatural and harmful form of sexual relations they must have adopted since the woman's last childbirth. We say that doctors in general don't concern themselves with these matters, but that this is blameworthy, even if patients dislike hearing about such things. At this, one spouse nudges the other and says, "See? I always told you this would make me sick." To which the other replies, "Yes, I thought so too, but what could we do?" In some other circumstances, when dealing with young women who are systematically educated to conceal their sexual lives, one must content oneself with a very small dose of sincerity in the patient's responses. But here an important consideration enters in, namely, that the doctor experienced in these matters is not unprepared when facing their patients, and in general, does not need to ask for information, but only for confirmation of their suspicions. Whoever follows my indications on how to elucidate the morphology of neuroses and translate it into etiological terms will need, furthermore, very few additional revelations from their patients. In their very description of symptoms, which all are willing to provide, patients usually present the doctor, at the same time, with the sexual factors being concealed. It would be very advantageous for sick individuals to have greater knowledge of the certainty with which the doctor is now able to interpret their neurotic complaints and infer from them the active sexual etiology. Undoubtedly, this would encourage such individuals to abandon their secrecy as soon as they decide to seek help for their suffering. Moreover, it is in the general interest that a higher degree of frankness about sexual matters become a duty among men and women, beyond what has been expected of them until now. This can only be beneficial for sexual morality. In matters of sexuality, we are all, sick or healthy, no more than hypocrites at the moment. It would be most welcome if, as a consequence of this general frankness, we also gained a certain degree of tolerance towards sexual issues. Doctors usually take very little interest in the questions debated among neuropathologists concerning neuroses. Whether it is justifiable, for example, to establish a strict distinction between hysteria and neurasthenia, whether hysteroneurasthenia should be recognized alongside them, whether obsessions should be classified with neurasthenia or acknowledged as a distinct neurosis, and so on. And strictly speaking, it may be that these distinctions are irrelevant to the practitioner, provided there are no consequences to the decisions reached, no deeper understanding and no therapeutic indication, and that the patient is always referred to a hydrotherapeutic institution and told that there is nothing wrong with them. The situation is different, however, if we adopt our perspective on the causal relationship between sexuality and neuroses. In that case, a new interest is sparked in the symptomatology of various neurotic cases, and it becomes of practical importance to correctly decompose the complex picture into its components and to name them accurately. This is because the morphology of neuroses can be translated, with little difficulty, into their etiology, and knowledge of the latter naturally leads to new indications concerning methods of cure. Thus, the important decision we must make, and it can be made safely in all cases, if symptoms are carefully evaluated, is whether the case has the characteristics of neurasthenia or of a psychoneurosis, hysteria, obsessions. Mixed cases, in which signs of neurasthenia combine with those of a psychoneurosis, are very frequent, but we will leave their consideration for later. It is only in neurasthenias that inquiry of the patient succeeds in uncovering etiological factors in their sexual life. These factors, of course, are known to them and belong to the present moment, or more precisely, to the period of life extending from sexual maturity, although this boundary does not cover all cases. In psychoneuroses, this type of inquiry yields little result. It may perhaps provide us with knowledge of factors that must be acknowledged as precipitants, which may or may not be connected to sexual life. When such a connection exists, they prove to be no different in nature from the etiological factors of neurasthenia. In other words, they lack any specific relation to the causation of the psychoneurosis. Nevertheless, in all cases, the etiology of psychoneuroses also lies in the domain of sexuality. By means of a singularly tortuous path that I will discuss later, it is possible to arrive at a knowledge of this etiology and to understand why the patient was incapable of telling us anything about it. For the events and influences that lie at the root of every psychoneurosis belong not to the present moment, but to a long past time in life, which is, so to speak, prehistorical, to the time of early childhood, and this is why the patient knows nothing of them. They have been forgotten, though only in a certain sense. Thus, in every case of neurosis, there is a sexual etiology, but in neurasthenias, it is a contemporary etiology, whereas in psychoneuroses, the factors are of infantile nature. This is the first great contrast in the etiology of neuroses. A second emerges when we consider a difference in the symptomatology of neurasthenia itself. Here, on one hand, we find cases in which certain complaints characteristic of neurasthenia stand out: intracranial pressure, fatigue proneness, dyspepsia, constipation, spinal irritation, etc. In other cases, these signs play a lesser role, and the clinical picture consists of other symptoms, all of which relate to the core symptom: anxiety, restlessness, anxious expectation, full, rudimentary, or secondary anxiety attacks, locomotor dizziness, agoraphobia, insomnia, increased sensitivity to pain, and so on. I reserve the name neurasthenia for the first type, while distinguishing the second as anxiety neurosis, and I provided the reasons for this separation in another text, where I also took into account the fact that, in general, the two neuroses appear together. For present purposes, it is enough to emphasize that, parallel to the symptom differences of these two forms of illness, there is a difference in their etiology. Neurasthenia can always be traced back to a state of the nervous system, such as that acquired through excessive masturbation or arising spontaneously from frequent emissions. Anxiety neurosis systematically reveals sexual influences that have in common the factor of abstinence or incomplete satisfaction, such as interrupted intercourse, abstinence alongside vivid libido, the so-called unconsummated excitation, and others. In my brief article presenting anxiety neurosis, I propose the formula that anxiety is always libido that has been diverted from its normal course. When a case arises in which symptoms of neurasthenia and anxiety neurosis are combined, that is a mixed case, we need only hold to our empirically obtained proposition that the mixture of neuroses implies the collaboration of several etiological factors to confirm our expectation in every situation. The frequency with which these etiological factors are organically connected through the interaction of sexual processes, for example, interrupted intercourse or insufficient potency in the man, alongside masturbation, deserves a separate discussion. Once we have confidently diagnosed a case of neurasthenic neurosis and correctly classified its symptoms, we are in a position to translate the symptomatology into etiology, and we can then confidently ask the patient for confirmation of our suspicions. We must not be misled by initial denials. If we firmly uphold what we have inferred, we will eventually overcome any resistance by emphasizing the unwavering nature of our convictions. In this way, we learn about the sexual life of men and women, all sorts of things that could fill a useful and instructive volume. And we also learn to lament from every point of view that sexual science is still so discredited today. Since minor deviations from a normal vita sexualis are far too common for us to assign any value to their discovery, we will grant explanatory weight only to serious and prolonged abnormalities in the sexual life of a neurotic patient. Furthermore, the idea that one could, through insistence, make a mentally healthy patient falsely accuse themselves of sexual offenses, such an idea can surely be dismissed as an imaginary danger. By proceeding in this way with patients, one also acquires the conviction that, regarding the theory of the sexual etiology of neurasthenia, there are no negative cases. As for me, at least, this conviction became so firm that in cases where the inquiry yields a negative result, I also take advantage of it for diagnostic purposes. In other words, I tell myself that such a case cannot be one of neurasthenia. Thus, on several occasions, I was led to presume the presence of progressive paralysis instead of neurasthenia, simply because I could not confirm the fact, essential to my theory, that the patient indulged freely in masturbation, and the later course of these cases confirmed my position. In another case, the patient, who presented no evident organic alteration, complained of intracranial pressure, headaches, and dyspepsia, but refuted my suspicions about his sexual life frankly and with unwavering certainty. It then occurred to me that he might have a latent suppuration in one of his nasal cavities. A colleague of mine, a specialist in this area, confirmed the inference I had drawn from the negative sexual results of my inquiry, removing the pus from the patient's cavity and relieving him of his complaints. However, the apparent existence of negative cases may also arise in another way. Sometimes, the interrogation reveals the presence of a normal sexual life in a patient whose neurosis, on superficial examination, indeed closely resembles neurasthenia or anxiety neurosis. But a deeper investigation systematically reveals the true state of affairs. Behind these cases, taken as neurasthenia, there lies a psychoneurosis, hysteria or obsessive neurosis. Hysteria, in particular, which imitates so many organic affections, can easily take on the appearance of one of the actual neuroses, elevating the symptoms of the latter to the category of hysterical symptoms. Such cases of hysteria under the guise of neurasthenia are not even particularly rare. Still, appealing to psychoneurosis when a case of neurasthenia presents a negative sexual result is not an easy way out of the problem. The proof that we are right must be obtained through the only method capable of unmasking hysteria with certainty, the method of psychoanalysis, to which we will refer shortly. Nevertheless, there may be some people willing to recognize the sexual etiology of their neurasthenic patients, but who still view it as biased that no attention is given to other factors consistently mentioned by the authorities as causes of neurasthenia. Now, it would never occur to me to replace every other etiology with the sexual etiology of neuroses and to claim that other factors have no active role. That would be a mistake. What I believe, instead, is that in addition to all the known etiological factors already rightly recognized by these authorities as conducive to neurasthenia, the sexual factors, which until now have not been sufficiently appreciated, must also be taken into account. In my opinion, however, these sexual factors deserve a special place in the etiological series. Because only they are never absent in all cases of neurasthenia, only they are capable of producing the neurosis without any additional help, so that the other factors seem to be reduced to the role of auxiliary and complementary etiology, and only they allow the physician to recognize solid relationships between their diverse nature and the multiplicity of clinical pictures. When, on the other hand, I group together all patients who apparently became neurasthenic from overwork, emotional agitation, or from a later effect of typhoid fever, and so forth, they present me with nothing in common in their symptoms. The nature of their etiology gives me no idea what kind of symptoms to expect, just as, inversely, the clinical picture they present does not allow me to infer the acting etiology. The sexual causes are also those which most deeply offer the physician some support for their therapeutic influence. Heredity is undoubtedly an important factor when it is present. It enables the manifestation of a strong pathological effect where, otherwise, the result would be only a very mild one. But heredity is inaccessible to the doctor's influence. Everyone is born with their own hereditary tendencies to illness, and we can do nothing to change them. Nor should we forget that it is precisely in the etiology of neurasthenias that we must necessarily deny heredity the primary place. Neurasthenia, in both its forms, is one of those afflictions that anyone can easily acquire without any hereditary taint. If this were not the case, the enormous increase in neurasthenia, which all authorities lament, would be unthinkable. As for civilization, among whose sins people so often include responsibility for neurasthenia, it is quite possible that these authorities are right, although the way this occurs likely differs significantly from what they imagine. But the state of our civilization, once again, is something unchangeable by the individual. Moreover, since this is a factor common to all members of the same society, it can never explain the selectivity of the disease's incidence. The physician who is not neurasthenic is just as exposed to the supposed harmful influence of civilization as the neurasthenic patient they must treat. Subject to these limitations, exhaustion factors retain their importance. But the element of overwork, which doctors so often like to point out to their patients as the cause of their neuroses, is too frequently used inappropriately. It is certainly true that anyone who, due to sexual disturbances, has predisposed themselves to neurasthenia tolerates intellectual work and the psychic demands of life poorly. But no one becomes neurotic solely from work or agitation. Intellectual work is, rather, a protection against neurasthenia. It is precisely the most tireless intellectual workers who escape neurasthenia, and what neurasthenic patients complain about as overwork that made them sick generally does not even deserve to be called intellectual work, either in quality or quantity. Doctors will have to get used to explaining to office workers who became exhausted at their desks, or to housewives for whom domestic chores became too heavy, that they fell ill not because they tried to perform tasks easily carried out by a civilized brain, but because they flagrantly neglected and harmed their sexual life the entire time. Furthermore, only sexual etiology enables us to understand all the details of the clinical history of neurasthenics. The mysterious improvements during the course of illness and the equally incomprehensible deteriorations, both usually attributed by doctors and patients to whatever treatment was undertaken. In my records, which include over 200 cases, there is, for example, the story of a man who, after the failure of the treatment prescribed by his family doctor, sought out Pastor Neep and, during a year of being treated by him, experienced an extraordinary improvement in the midst of his illness. But when, a year later, his symptoms worsened again and he returned seeking help, the second treatment failed. A glance at the patient's family chronicle solved the double mystery. 6.5 months after his first return, his wife gave birth to a child. This means that he had left her at the beginning of a pregnancy of which he was not yet aware. After his return, he was able to engage in natural intercourse with her. At the end of this period, which had a curative effect on him, his neurosis returned because he went back to practicing interrupted intercourse. The second treatment was destined to fail, since this was his wife's last pregnancy. There was a similar case in which, once again, the treatment had an unexpected effect that required explanation. This case proved even more instructive because it exhibited an enigmatic alternation in the symptoms of the neurosis. A young neurotic patient had been sent by his doctor to a renowned hydrotherapeutic institution due to a typical case of neurasthenia. There, his condition initially improved steadily, so that everything suggested he would be discharged as a grateful disciple of hydrotherapy. But in the 6th week, a complete change occurred. The patient could no longer tolerate the water, became increasingly nervous, and eventually left the institution after 2 more weeks uncured and dissatisfied. When he complained to me about this therapeutic fraud, I asked him a few questions about the symptoms that had afflicted him during the treatment. Very curiously, they had undergone a complete change. The patient had entered the sanatorium with intracranial pressure, fatigue, and dyspepsia. The symptoms that disturbed him during treatment were agitation, attacks of dyspnea, dizziness while walking, and sleep disturbances. I was then able to tell him, "You are being unfair to hydrotherapy. You yourself knew very well that you had fallen ill as a result of prolonged masturbation. At the sanatorium, you gave up this form of satisfaction, and therefore recovered quickly. However, once you felt well, you imprudently sought to establish relations with a lady. Let's suppose a fellow patient at the same institution, which could only lead to arousal without normal satisfaction. The beautiful walks in the surrounding areas gave you ample opportunity for this. It was this relationship, and not a sudden inability to tolerate hydrotherapy, that made you ill again. Moreover, your current state of health leads me to conclude that you are continuing this relationship here in the city." I can assure my readers that the patient confirmed what I had said, point by point. The current treatment of neurasthenia, which perhaps finds its greatest success in hydrotherapeutic institutions, aims to improve the nervous condition through 2 factors: protection and strengthening of the patient. I have nothing to say against this method of treatment, except that it fails to consider the circumstances of the patient's sexual life. In my experience, it is highly desirable that the medical directors of such institutions become properly aware that they are dealing not with victims of civilization or heredity, but sit venia verbo, with sexually crippled individuals. They would then, on the one hand, be better able to explain their successes and failures, and on the other, achieve new successes that until now have been left to chance or the spontaneous behavior of the patient. If we remove a neurasthenic woman suffering from anxiety from her home and send her to a hydrotherapy establishment, and if there, freed from all her obligations, she is led to bathe, exercise, and eat well, we will certainly be inclined to think that the improvement, often brilliant, achieved in a few weeks or months is due to the rest she has enjoyed and the invigorating effects of hydrotherapy. That may well be true, but we are overlooking the fact that her removal from home also implies a suspension of conjugal relations, and that it is only the temporary elimination of this pathogenic cause that enables the patient's recovery with the aid of the favorable treatment. Disregard for this etiological point of view later takes its revenge, when what seemed to be such a gratifying cure turns out to be only a very temporary recovery. Shortly after the patient returns to daily life, the symptoms of the illness reappear and force them to spend part of their life unproductively, from time to time, in institutions of this kind, or to seek hope for recovery elsewhere. It is therefore clear that, in neurasthenia, therapeutic problems must be addressed not in hydrotherapy institutions, but within the context of the patient's life. In other cases, Our etiological theory can assist the institution's physician by shedding light on the source of the failures occurring within the institution itself, and it can suggest ways to avoid them. Masturbation is far more common among adolescent girls and mature men than is usually assumed, and it has a harmful effect not only by producing neurasthenic symptoms, but also by keeping patients burdened with what they consider to be a shameful secret. Physicians not accustomed to translating neurasthenia into masturbation explain the patient's pathological state by assigning it to some label such as anemia, malnutrition, overwork, etc., and then expect to cure it using therapies aimed at those states. To their astonishment, however, periods of improvement alternate in the patient with periods in which all symptoms worsen and are accompanied by severe depression. The result of such treatment is generally dubious. If physicians knew that the patient was struggling against his sexual habit, and that he was in despair for having once again succumbed to it, if they knew how to extract this secret from him, make it seem less serious in his eyes, and support him in his fight against the habit, the success of their therapeutic efforts might well be assured. Breaking the patient's habit of masturbation is only one of the new therapeutic tasks imposed on the physician who considers the sexual etiology of this neurosis. And it seems that this task, like the cure of any other addiction, can only be carried out in an institution and under medical supervision. Left to his own devices, the masturbator is accustomed to returning to his convenient form of satisfaction whenever something depresses him. Medical treatment, in this case, can have no other goal than to restore the neurasthenic, now physically recovered, to normal sexual contact. For sexual need, once awakened and satisfied for some time, can no longer be silenced. It can only be displaced onto another path. Incidentally, the same applies to all treatments aimed at breaking an addiction. Their success will only be apparent as long as the physician is content to deprive the patient of the narcotic substance, without caring about the source of their pressing need. The term habit is a mere word with no explanatory value. Not everyone who has the opportunity to use morphine, cocaine, chloral hydrate, etc. for some time thereby acquires a habit. Closer investigation generally shows that these narcotics are meant to serve, directly or indirectly, as substitutes for a lack of sexual satisfaction, and whenever normal sexual life can no longer be restored, we can confidently expect a relapse of the patient. Another task is presented to physicians by the etiology of anxiety neurosis. It consists in inducing the patient to abandon all harmful forms of sexual practice and to adopt normal sexual relations. This duty, understandably, falls primarily upon the patient's trusted physician, their family doctor, and he will inflict serious harm on the patient if he considers himself too respectful to interfere in this field. Since these cases almost always involve marital issues, the physician's efforts soon run up against Malthusian plans to limit the number of conceptions within marriage. It seems to me beyond doubt that such proposals have been gaining more and more ground among the middle class. I have encountered couples who began practicing conception-preventing methods as soon as they had their first child, and others whose sexual relations, from the wedding night onward, were conducted with that aim in mind. The issue of Malthusianism is extensive and complex, and I do not intend to address it here in the exhaustive manner that would really be necessary for the treatment of neuroses. I will only examine what the best attitude should be for a physician who recognizes the sexual etiology of neuroses when faced with this problem. The worst thing he can do, obviously, under any pretext, is try to ignore it. Nothing that is necessary should be beneath my dignity as a doctor, and it is necessary to provide a couple that intends to limit the number of their children with the assistance of medical guidance, if one does not wish to expose one or both partners to a neurosis. It cannot be denied that, in any marriage, Malthusian preventive measures will become necessary at one time or another. And from a theoretical point of view, it would be one of humanity's greatest triumphs, one of the most tangible liberations from the restrictions of nature to which the human species is subject, if we could elevate the responsible act of procreating children to the level of a deliberate and intentional activity, freeing it from its awkward entanglement with the necessary satisfaction of a natural urge. The discerning physician will therefore take it upon himself to decide under what conditions the use of preventive measures of conception is justified, and among those measures, he must distinguish the harmful from the harmless ones. Anything that prevents the occurrence of satisfaction is harmful. But, as is well known, we currently possess no method of preventing conception that fulfills all the legitimate requirements. That is, one that is safe and convenient, does not diminish the sensation of pleasure during intercourse, and does not offend the woman's sensibility. This imposes a practical task upon physicians, one to which they could devote their energies with rewarding results. Whoever fills this gap in our medical technique will have preserved life's pleasure and safeguarded the health of countless people. Although it is true, they will also have paved the way for a drastic change in our social conditions. This does not exhaust the possibilities arising from the recognition of the sexual etiology of neuroses. The main benefit we derive from it for neurasthenics lies in the realm of prophylaxis. If masturbation is the cause of neurasthenia in youth, and if later, it also gains etiological importance for anxiety neurosis due to the impotence it causes, then the prevention of masturbation in both sexes is a task that deserves more attention than it has received thus far. When we reflect on all the damage, from the most serious to the most insignificant, that stems from neurasthenia, a disorder that, it is said, is becoming increasingly frequent, we find that it is indeed a matter of public interest that men enter sexual relations with their full potency. In terms of prophylaxis, however, the individual is relatively helpless. The entire community must take an interest in the matter and support the creation of generally acceptable regulations. At present, we are still far from this situation that would bring relief, and for this reason, we can justifiably consider civilization to be also responsible for the spread of neurasthenia. Many things would have to change. We must break through the resistance of an entire generation of physicians who can no longer recall their own youth. The pride of parents, who are unwilling to descend to the level of humanity in their children's eyes, must be overcome, and the senseless puritanism of mothers must be fought. The mothers who consider it an incomprehensible and undeserved stroke of fate that it is precisely their children who become neurotic. But above all, it is necessary to create a space in public opinion for the discussion of problems of sexual life. It must be possible to speak about these matters without being stigmatized as a troublemaker or someone who exploits the basest instincts. And even here there is work enough to be done over the next 100 years, in which our civilization will have to learn to coexist with the demands of our sexuality. The value of making a correct diagnosis, distinguishing psychoneuroses from neurasthenia, is also demonstrated by the fact that psychoneuroses require a different practical assessment and special therapeutic measures. They appear as a consequence of two types of determinants, either independently or following in the wake of the actual neuroses, neurasthenia and anxiety neurosis. In the latter case, we are dealing with a new type of neurosis, indeed a very common one, a mixed neurosis. The etiology of the actual neuroses has become an auxiliary etiology of the psychoneuroses. A clinical picture arises in which, let's say, anxiety neurosis predominates, but which also contains traces of pure neurasthenia, hysteria, and obsessive neurosis. When we are faced with such a mixture, however, it is not advisable to abandon the effort to separate the clinical pictures typical of each neurotic illness, because, after all, it is not difficult to explain the case as follows. The predominance of anxiety neurosis shows that the illness arose under the etiological influence of a current sexual disturbance. But the person in question was, apart from that, predisposed to one or more psychoneuroses due to a special etiology and would at some point have been affected by a psychoneurosis, either spontaneously or through the advent of some other weakening factor. In this way, the missing auxiliary etiology of the psychoneurosis is supplied by the current etiology of the anxiety neurosis. In these cases, therapeutic practice has quite correctly become the disregard of the psychoneurotic components of the clinical picture, focusing exclusively on the actual neurosis. In numerous cases, It is possible to overcome the accompanying psychoneurosis as well, provided that the neurasthenia is effectively treated. But a different view must be adopted in cases of psychoneuroses that appear spontaneously or that remain as an independent entity after the illness composed of neurasthenia and psychoneurosis has run its course. When I speak of the spontaneous appearance of a psychoneurosis, I do not mean that anamnesis yields no etiological element. Undoubtedly, this may occur, but it is also possible that our attention is drawn to some irrelevant factor, an emotional state, a debilitation due to physical illness, and so on. However, in all these cases, it must be kept in mind that the true etiology of psychoneuroses is not found in these precipitating causes, but remains beyond the reach of standard anamnesis. As we know, it was in an attempt to fill this gap that a special neuropathic predisposition was posited, which, if it existed, would leave little hope for the treatment of such pathological conditions. This very neuropathic predisposition has been regarded as a sign of general degeneration, and thus this convenient medical term has come to be lavishly used against poor patients whom physicians are entirely incapable of helping. Fortunately, the situation is otherwise. Neuropathic predisposition undoubtedly exists, but I must deny that it is sufficient for the creation of a psychoneurosis. I must also deny that the conjunction of a neuropathic predisposition with the precipitating causes that occur later in life constitutes a sufficient etiology for psychoneuroses. In attributing the vicissitudes of an individual's illness to the experiences of their ancestors, we have gone too far. We have forgotten that, between conception and maturity, there is a long and important period of life, childhood, during which the seeds of later illness can be acquired. This is, in fact, what happens with psychoneuroses. Their true etiology is found in childhood experiences and, once again, exclusively, in impressions relating to sexual life. We have erred in entirely ignoring the sexual life of children. In my experience, children are capable of all psychic sexual activities, and of many somatic sexual activities as well. Just as the entirety of the human sexual apparatus is not contained in the external genital organs and the two reproductive glands, so too human sexual life does not begin only at puberty, as a superficial examination might suggest. It is true, however, that the organization and evolution of the human species strive to prevent broad sexual activity during childhood. Apparently, in humans, the sexual drive forces are meant to be stored so that, upon their release at puberty, they may serve great cultural purposes. This kind of consideration enables us to understand why childhood sexual experiences are fated to have a pathogenic effect. Yet, at the time they occur, they produce only a very limited effect. Much more important is their delayed effect, which can only occur during later periods of growth. This delayed effect arises, as it could not fail to do, from the psychic traces left by childhood sexual experiences. During the interval between the occurrence of these impressions and their reproduction, or rather, the reinforcement of the libidinal impulses stemming from them, both the somatic sexual apparatus and the psychic instrument undergo significant development. And this is how the influence of these early sexual experiences then leads to an abnormal psychic reaction and the existence of psychopathological structures. In these brief remarks, I can do no more than mention the main factors upon which the theory of psychoneuroses is based: the delayed nature of the effect and the childish state of the sexual apparatus and the mental instrument. To achieve a true understanding of the mechanism by which psychoneuroses are produced, a more extensive exposition would be required. Above all, it would be essential to formulate as credible certain hypotheses, which seem new to me, about the composition and functioning of the psychic apparatus. In a book on the interpretation of dreams that I am working on, I will have the opportunity to touch on these elements fundamental to a psychology of neuroses, since dreams belong to the same set of psychopathological structures as hysterical fixed ideas, obsessions, and delusions. Since the manifestations of psychoneuroses stem from the delayed action of unconscious psychic traces, they are accessible to psychotherapy. But in this case, therapy must follow paths different from the only one followed so far. that of suggestion with or without hypnosis. Based on the cathartic method introduced by Joseph Breuer, I have over the past years almost fully developed a therapeutic process that I propose to describe as psychoanalytic. I owe to it a large number of successes and hope still to significantly increase its effectiveness. The first explanations about the technique and scope of this method were provided in Studies on Hysteria, written jointly with Breuer and published in 1895. Since then, I believe I can say that much has changed for the better. While at that time we modestly declared that we could only concern ourselves with eliminating the symptoms of hysteria, but not curing hysteria itself, this distinction now seems to me insubstantial, so that a prospect of genuine cure for hysteria and obsessions is now apparent. Therefore, it was with vivid interest that I read in colleagues' publications that, in this case, the ingenious process conceived by Breuer and Freud failed, or the method did not achieve what it seemed to promise. This gave me somewhat the feeling of a man reading in the newspaper his own obituary, but who can take comfort in his better knowledge of the facts. For the method is so difficult that it definitely must be learned, and I do not recall a single one of my critics expressing a desire to learn it from me. Nor do I believe they have concerned themselves with the method intensely enough to discover it on their own. The observations made in Studies on Hysteria are wholly insufficient to enable the reader to master the technique, nor do they in any way claim to convey such complete instruction. Psychoanalytic therapy is not, at present, applicable to all cases. It has, in my view, the following limitations. It requires a certain degree of maturity and understanding in patients, and is therefore not suitable for the young or for adults with intellectual disabilities or without education. It also fails with very elderly individuals because, due to the accumulation of material in them, the treatment would take so long that, by the time it ended, they would have reached a period of life in which nervous health is no longer valued. Finally, the treatment is only possible when the patient has a normal psychic state from which the pathological material can be controlled. During a state of hysterical confusion or an interpolated mania or melancholy, nothing can be done through psychoanalytic means. Such cases, however, can be treated through analysis after the violent manifestations have been calmed by usual measures. In current practice, chronic cases of psychoneurosis are much more accessible to the method than cases with acute crises, in which the main emphasis is naturally placed on the speed with which the crises can be treated. For this reason, the most favorable field for this new therapy is provided by hysterical phobias and various forms of obsessive neurosis. That the method is restricted to these limits is explained largely by the circumstances under which I had to develop it. My material consists, in fact, of chronic nervous cases drawn from the more cultured classes. I find it very likely that it is possible to conceive complementary methods for the treatment of children and those who receive medical care in hospitals. I must also say that, so far, I have tried my treatment exclusively on serious cases of hysteria and obsessive neurosis. I cannot say how it would fare in mild cases which, at least apparently, are cured after a few months by some kind of nonspecific treatment. It is easy to understand that a new therapy requiring many sacrifices can only count on the interest of patients who have already unsuccessfully tried the generally accepted methods, or whose condition justifies the inference that they can expect nothing from those shorter and supposedly more convenient therapeutic procedures. Thus, it happens that I have been forced to face the hardest tasks right away with an imperfect instrument. The test has proved extremely convincing. The main remaining difficulties in the path of the psychoanalytic therapeutic method are not due to the method itself, but to the lack of understanding, among physicians and laypeople, of the nature of psychoneuroses. It is merely a necessary corollary of this complete ignorance that doctors feel justified in using the most unfounded certainties to console their patients or to induce them to adopt therapeutic measures. Come to my sanatorium for 6 weeks, they say, and you'll be free of your symptoms, travel anxiety, obsessions, and so forth. Sanatoriums are, in fact, indispensable for calming the acute attacks that may arise in the course of a psychoneurosis, distracting the patient's attention, feeding them, and caring for them. But as for the elimination of chronic states, they accomplish strictly nothing. And the best sanatoriums, supposedly guided by scientific principles, do no more than ordinary hydropathic establishments. It would be more dignified and also more useful for the patient, who, after all, must live with their afflictions, if the physician told the truth as known from their daily practice. Psychoneuroses, as a category, are not at all mild illnesses. When hysteria sets in, no one can predict when it will end. Most of us console ourselves with the vain prophecy that one day it will suddenly disappear. Recovery often turns out to be merely a truce of mutual tolerance established between the sick and healthy parts of the patient, or results from the transformation of one symptom into a phobia. A girl's hysteria, barely managed, reawakens in her when she becomes a wife, after the brief interval of initial marital happiness. The only difference is that the other person, the husband, is now moved by his own interests to remain silent about her condition. Even when such an illness does not cause any visible incapacity for the patients to live their lives, it almost always prevents the free unfolding of their mental powers. Obsessions repeat themselves throughout life, and phobias and other restrictions of the will have so far been unresponsive to any type of therapy. All this is hidden from the layperson's knowledge. Therefore, the father of a hysterical girl is horrified when, for example, he is asked to agree that she should receive treatment for a year, when she may have only been ill for a few months. The layperson is, so to speak, deeply convinced that all these psychoneuroses are unnecessary. Thus, he has no patience with the disease's processes, nor any willingness to make sacrifices for its treatment. If in the face of typhoid that lasts 3 weeks, or a broken leg that takes 6 months to heal, he adopts a more understanding attitude, and if, as soon as his child shows the first signs of spinal curvature, he finds it reasonable to proceed with orthopedic treatment for several years, this difference in behavior is due to the better knowledge possessed by the physician, who honestly communicates it to the layperson. Honesty on the part of the physician and voluntary acquiescence on the part of the layperson must also be established for neuroses, as soon as the understanding of the nature of these afflictions becomes a shared heritage of the medical world. The radical treatment of these disorders will always require, no doubt, special training and will be incompatible with other types of medical activity. On the other hand, for this class of physicians, which I believe will expand in the future, a prospect opens of obtaining remarkable results, as well as a satisfying understanding of the mental life of the human species.